in Russia to view this ideology as a petty bourgeois deviation, to use the hallowed expression. And doubtless most deviations from proletarian ideology, of their various kinds, are in general the work of intellectuals, and reflect more or less faithfully states of consciousness characteristic of the middle classes who occupy a position intermediate between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie. Doubtless, too, the sentiments of wounded pride, outraged patriotism, and heroic sacrifice, the death before dishonor school, are much more congenial to the mentality of the middle classes, and particularly of the intellectuals, than to the realistic, utilitarian, dialectical, and deeply revolutionary spirit of the proletariat. But it is, as I see it, no longer deniable that this left-wing tendency also represented something else, a reaction against the danger of opportunism. Lenin belonged neither to any left nor to any right, he was simply revolutionary, inflexibly yet pragmatically, and without fine phrases. However, up till the time of Lenin, all the points at which men had opted to maneuver in the name of revolution had been occasions for them to fall straight into opportunism. We must also remember another essential fact. Never before had there been a successful proletarian revolution. Some of the best revolutionaries now became inclined to continue the tradition of heroic proletarian defeats, by means of a sacrifice whose fruitfulness for the future deeply and understandably impressed them. It was, however, one of Lenin's great merits to have insisted that this tradition must be broken with doctrine and action at the Seventh Party Congress. In these crucial days the Seventh Congress of the party also devoted its attention to problems of theory. Lenin succeeded at last in getting the name of the party changed there. The Social Democratic Workers' Party of Russia thus became the Communist Party, Bolshevik, of Russia, a change which he had advocated ever since the beginning of 1917. This also provided an occasion for him to stress, once again, how the concept of democracy had been transcended by the state of the Soviets, conceived as it was on the model of the Paris Commune, and to recall to the delegates that socialism aspires to the suppression of all governmental constraints and the application of the rule from each according to his abilities, to each according to his needs. In refutation of the theory propounded at this juncture by all the socialist adversaries of the revolution to the effect that poverty cannot be socialized, he quoted some prophetic lines by Friedrich Engels, written in 1887. Engels had even then foreseen the world conflagration, and predicted the overthrow of kingdoms, devastation on an immense scale and, amid all this, the victory of the working class or the creation of conditions which will make this victory possible. Lenin declared too that human culture was indestructible, though he admitted that its renaissance at the present time might well prove an arduous task. Bukharin, Sokhonikov, and Vladimir Smirnov proposed the deletion of the current theoretical section of the party's program which was devoted to an explanation of the growth of commodity production. They thought that this section was outdated and that it would be enough for the program to define imperialism and the era of socialist revolution. This view was erroneous on several points, for even in the epoch of imperialism both commodity production and the simplest forms of capitalism continue to develop in the backward countries. But in his reply to them Lenin treated the matter more broadly. One page of his speech must be quoted in full. Commodity production begot capitalism and capitalism led to imperialism. Such is the general historical perspective, and the fundamentals of socialism should not be forgotten. No matter what the further complications of the struggle may be, no matter what occasional zigzags we may have to contend with, there will be very many of them. We have seen from experience what gigantic turns the history of the revolution has made, and so far it is only in our own country. Matters will be much more complicated and proceed much more rapidly, the rate of development will be more furious and the turns will be more intricate when the revolution becomes a European revolution. In order not to lose our way in these zigzags, these sharp turns in history, in order to retain the general perspective, to be able to see the scarlet thread that joins up the entire development of capitalism and the entire road to socialism, the road we naturally imagine as straight, and which we must imagine as straight in order to see the beginning, the continuation, and the end. In real life it will never be straight, it will be incredibly involved in order not to lose our way in these twists and turns. In order not to get lost at times when we are taking steps backward, times of retreat and temporary defeat, or when history or the enemy throws us back, in order not to get lost, it is, in my opinion, important not to discard our old, basic program. The only theoretically correct line is to retain it. Today we have reached only the first stage of transition from capitalism to socialism here in Russia. History has not provided us with that peaceful situation that was theoretically assumed for a certain time, and which is desirable for us, and which would enable us to pass through these stages of transition speedily. We see immediately that the civil war has made many things difficult in Russia, and that the civil war is interwoven with a whole series of wars. Marxists have never forgotten that violence must inevitably accompany the collapse of capitalism in its entirety and the birth of socialist society. That violence will constitute a period of world history, a whole era of various kinds of wars, imperialist wars, civil wars inside countries, the intermingling of the two, national wars liberating the nationalities oppressed by the imperialists. We have only just taken the first steps towards shaking off capitalism altogether and beginning the transition to socialism. We do not know, and we cannot know, how many stages of transition to socialism there will be. That depends on when the full-scale European socialist revolution begins, and on whether it will deal with its enemies and enter upon the smooth path of socialist development easily and rapidly, or whether it will do so slowly. We do not know this, and the program of a Marxist party must be based on facts that have been established with absolute certainty. The power of our program is in that alone. The same militants advocated the deletion of the minimum program of the party. Before the October Revolution, Lenin had opposed this proposal, but now saw nothing against the deletion. All the same, he added that it would be utopian to think that we will not be thrown back once again. He dwelt further on the distortion by the Social Democrats of the Marxist teaching on the state. As he had done repeatedly in 1917, he defined the nature of the Republic of Soviets. A new type of state, without a bureaucracy, without a police, without a permanent army, which replaces bourgeois democracy by a new democracy, causes the laboring masses to act as vanguard, and confers upon them legislative, executive, and military power, thereby creating the means whereby these same masses will be educated. We are just beginning this work in Russia, and for the time being we are beginning it badly. Perhaps we are doing badly what we are doing, but we are pushing the masses into doing what they must. And may the workers of Europe say among themselves, what the Russians are doing badly, we shall do better. 32. I shall give only a brief summary of the draft program submitted by Lenin to the 7th Congress. In it the power of the Soviet is defined in 10 theses, which provide what is surely the most developed exposition of his ideas. 1. Unity of all the poor and exploited masses. 2. Unity of the conscious, active minority for the re-education of the whole laboring population. 3. Abolition of parliamentarianism, which separates legislative from executive authority. 4. A unity between the masses and the state which will be closer than in the older democratic forms. 5. Arming of the workers and peasants. 6. More democracy and less formalism, greater facilities for election and recall of delegates. 7. Close links between the political authority and production. 8. The possibility of eliminating bureaucracy. 9. The transition from the formal democracy of rich and poor to the real democracy of the toilers. 10. Participation of all members of the Soviets in the management and administration of the state. After this comes the listing of a number of measures, both political, those aimed towards the gradual total abolition of the state, and economic, such as socialized production administered by the workers' organizations, trade unions, factory committees, etc., compulsory enrollment of the whole population into consumer cooperatives, the registration of all commercial operations, since money is not yet abolished, conducted by the producers and consumers' communes, general obligation to work, which we discreetly extend to include those peasants who live off the fruits of their own labor, the establishment of ticket books for labor and consumption for all persons either with an income of over 500 rubles per month or employing wage labor or domestic servants, the concentration of all financial operations in the hands of the state bank, control and accountancy of all production and consumption, first by the workers' organizations and eventually by the whole population. Organized competition among producer and consumer cooperatives, with the aim of improving the efficiency of labor while reducing its duration, systematic steps towards collective dining facilities, by groups of families, the abolition of indirect taxes and their replacement by a progressive income tax and a levy on the takings of the state's monopolies. Creation of the Red Army. Finland, the Baltic countries and the Ukraine were now occupied by the Austro-German forces. The Turks were in the Caucasus, which was still supposedly independent. The British were occupying Baku, and the Romanians had taken over Bessarabia. 33 On April 6, the Japanese landed at Vladivostok. The revolution was encircled by iron and fire. It needed an army. And this army had to be created from a sheer void. On 15 January, during the Brest-Litovsk negotiations, a decree on the constitution of a Red Army of Volunteers had been promulgated. 34 The Red General Staff, consisting of the remnants of the General Staff of the former regime, called on the local Soviets to show their initiative by recruiting new military formations, with the battalion of 150 men as the basic unit. This appeal was taken up. When the actual Red Army took shape later, it was to be formed on the skeleton provided for it by these first improvised units. A Supreme Council of the Army was established on March 1. From these very first days Trotsky stood out as the indefatigable inspirer of this creation of an army. "We have need of a properly organized army, a new army," he proclaimed on March 19 to the Moscow Soviet. "We shall work 12 hours a day if necessary. But we shall march forward on the path of discipline, work, and creative action. Determined labor, revolutionary discipline," these were the slogans he repeated, inserting and implanting them in the brains of his listeners. On his proposal, the decree on general and compulsory military training was passed on April 22. It was a preparatory measure only. A large section of the population was still hostile to the regime. The army now being organized had to be made up from volunteers whose social origins and political opinions had to be the prime consideration. But a modern army is a highly complex machine. The machinery cannot be set in motion and its functioning cannot be guaranteed without specialized skills. Where were the technicians of war to be found? There existed only those from the old regime, those belonging to the enemy classes. Trotsky argued, from an early stage, that these specialists must be employed. In order to carry this policy he had to overcome widespread resistance and well-founded anxieties. Even Lenin offered objections at first, but then withdrew them. In Trotsky's On Lenin we read, "Without serious, experienced military men, I told Vladimir Ilyich, we shall never get out of this chaos. That seems fair enough. But what if they start to betray us? We shall put a commissar next to each one of them." "We'll put 2 commissars," cried Lenin, with burly fists. "At any rate we are not short of burly communists." The leading organs of the new Red Army were conceived on the following pattern: 1 specialist, a career officer, and 2 Bolshevik commissars. The military staff, it seems, accepted this pattern of control without too much difficulty. Accustomed to passive obedience and to the service of the state, they submitted once authority was imposed on them. In their memoirs the white generals complain of the facility with which the Bolsheviks recruited the technical personnel of the Red Army. After all, these latter had to make a living. Patriotic sentiment also had its appeal for them. Nevertheless, there were numerous officers who were to enter the Red Army and remain enemies of the revolution. The army became infiltrated with a permanent conspiracy. Trotsky had to answer the arguments of those who feared that the army, headed as it was by former generals, might become an instrument of counter-revolution. He replied that, manned by workers and poor peasants, and officered by strong forces of communist commissars, it need fear only individual betrayals. He had to attack the manners and customs which had been instituted by the revolution itself. For many long months the military leaders had been elected, a principle made imperative by the need to democratize the old army. So long as power belonged to the enemy class and the leading elements of the army were the instrument of that class, we had to break the resistance of the high command through introducing the election of officers. But power today is in the hands of the working class, from whose midst the army is being recruited. In these conditions, I say this in all frankness, the election of officers has no further political utility and is technically inadequate. In fact, it has already been abolished by decree. However excellent these reasons were, they were not imposed easily. How could it be otherwise, when first-class revolutionaries, proletarians, were being replaced in the high command by the generals who ran yesterday's firing squads and by officers who remained counter-revolutionaries at heart? It was a high command controlled by commissars, it is true, but how competent were these? But it was necessary. The creation of the army, Trotsky would say, is a matter of life or death for us. No administrative machinery existed that was capable of mobilizing the forces required for the army. The party had to take over from the state, revealing once again the key importance of its mission in history. The Red Guards, the partisan units, numerous in the south, but anarchical, undisciplined and infinitely resistant to control, and a few regular, but only just regular, units left over from the old army furnished the Republic with her first soldiery, which was of very uneven and unreliable quality. The recruiting campaign produced quite useful results, though still insufficient. On April 1, Petrograd supplied 25,000 volunteers and Moscow 15,000. 106,000 volunteers joined up within 6 weeks. This ebook is licensed to William Yang 1997 at hotmail.com on September 21, 2019. 7. The famine and the Czechoslovak intervention. Famine. The months of April and May were marked by an extreme intensification of the food shortage. We may recall that the fall of the Tsar in February 1917 had been accompanied by cries of bread. Bread, shouted in the workers' districts of Petrograd. Ever since 1916 supplies even for the army had been so poor that in 1917 the troops had received only 53% of their meat ration. 1. The disorganization of transport had reached a climax as the result of the spontaneous demobilization of the army, followed by the German advance and the sporadic guerrilla warfare. The best elements of the proletariat streamed from the factories to fight or labor for the revolution. Production was being sabotaged by the employers, abetted by the technical staff. The prices of manufactured goods, which were getting harder and harder to find, went up, while the value of the paper currency, depreciated by constant reissues, simultaneously declined. The peasants became tempted to withhold their corn from a state which forbade them to sell it and offered in exchange what was only a derisory price, whether in paper money or in goods. Grain became the target of speculation and sold at 4 or 5 times its normal price. These tragic facts summed up the problem of supplying food to the large towns, the working class that was the revolution's vital force, and the growing army. A monopoly of the grain traffic had been secured by the provisional government immediately after the collapse of Tsarism, but its running had been entrusted to committees of supply made up of dealers, factory owners, landlords, and rich peasants. The Soviet government gave the institution a quite different character. The Mensheviks, SRS, and peasantry urged the people's commissars to abolish the monopoly. But it was actually a vital necessity. Free trade in grain would have left the state armed with the means of issuing paper currency but actually powerless in the face of speculation, which would be master of the market. The rich or comfortable layers of the peasantry would have been the best fed, indeed the only ones to be fed. It would have been virtually impossible to organize the regular transport of foodstuffs. The better-off peasants, enriched at the expense of the towns, would have in a short while become a formidable force. The state monopoly had to be defended to the death, and that is what was done. A decree of April 2 authorized the bartering of commodities with the countryside, a first step towards regularizing the difficult, chaotic relations between city and peasantry. The fall in the value of paper money had necessitated the direct barter of goods against grain, but it had turned out that the goods delivered by the state fell into the hands of the rich peasants or kulaks. 2. The new decree specified that the exchange was henceforth to be conducted via the associations of poor peasants. This was the first invitation to the struggle between rich peasants and poor, destined within a few months to become a bitter civil war. In the end, on May 13, it became necessary to proclaim the dictatorship of food supplies. The decree establishing it instituted the compulsory delivery to the state of all excess grain held by individuals, deductions being made for the amounts necessary for their own subsistence, for sowing, etc. These deductions were fixed by regular norms. The poor and the workers were urged to unite against the kulaks in the struggle for grain. The Commissariat for Food Supplies was authorized to act with the utmost vigor. It was, in short, a formal declaration of war by the dictatorship of the proletariat against the kulaks. On May 20 the Food Army was created. Its effective troops were to number between 40,000 and 45,000 even up to 1919. It was this force that carried out the requisitioning in the countryside. The famine was so acute that at Tsarskoye, now Dietskoye, not far from Petrograd, the people's bread ration was only 100 grams per day. Rioting resulted. Cries of "Long live the Constituent Assembly," and even "Long live Nicholas II," were heard, this on 6 to 7 April. On April 19 there were hunger riots, an expression familiar from long ago, at Smolensk, fomented, or so it was said, by anarchists. At the end of April all movement into the famished and overpopulated province of Samara was prohibited. The bitterness, despair, and anger sown by the famine, even in working-class areas, turned the middle classes of the cities, now ruined and totally incapable of understanding the revolution, into a receptive stratum for all varieties of counter-revolutionary propaganda. Discontent among the rich and prospering sections of the peasantry threatened to gather into a formidable rural vendée. In this period, writes one worker militant, hardly any horses were to be seen in Petrograd, they were either dead, or eaten, or requisitioned, or sent off into the countryside. Dogs and cats were no more visible either. People lived on tea and potato cakes made with linseed oil. As a member of the EC of the Vyborg Soviet in Petrograd, I know that there were whole weeks in which no issues of bread or potatoes were made to the workers. All they got was sunflower seeds and some nuts. The balance of forces consisted of starving towns face to face with 100 million hostile peasants. Soviet power seemed to be in a desperate position. 3. The disarmament of the anarchists. These conditions formed the background for the disarmament of the anarchists, which took place on the night of 11 to 12 April. The unimportance of the anarchists' influence among the worker masses is attested by the small number of seats they held in the Soviets and in the Congress of Soviets, where, as a rule, they never added up to more than half a dozen out of the several hundred deputies. A number of libertarian groups, in addition, boycotted the Soviets, as being organs of authority. However, their little groups had become conspicuous, ever since May and June of 1917, in the bloody events at Durnovo's villa in Petrograd 4, and then by their role in the July days which were the prelude to the October insurrection. These demonstrations were partly their work. At Kronstadt and other places they had battled bravely against Kerenskyism, side by side with the Bolsheviks. In spite of their ideological disarray, most of them had fought well in October. On the morrow of the proletarian victory, their movement had gathered an exceptional vigor. No power stood in their way, they proceeded with the requisitioning of houses at their own behest. The Bolshevik party negotiated with their organizations on equal terms. In Moscow they had a big daily newspaper, Anarchiya. Golos Truda, or Voice of Labor, the anarcho-syndicalist journal in Petrograd, which at various moments had rivaled Lenin's Pravda in influence, folded up only through the fault of its editors, who were divided among themselves on the problem of revolutionary war. Volin 6 and his friends abandoned propaganda to form themselves into a partisan detachment, and went off to the front, where they proved quite useless. Anarchiya, edited by the Gordon Brothers 7, devoted itself to a feverish propaganda, of an entirely idealistic and demagogic quality, which seemed to be in no contact with any reality. Let us go through a few issues of this sheet, from April 1918. It must be remembered that this is the time immediately before the collapse of anarchism in the Russian Revolution. After April 12, it no longer exists. We are against the Soviets on principle, write the brothers Gordon on April 7, since we are against all forms of state. They are saying that we intend to overthrow the Bolsheviks. Nonsense. We were opposed even to overthrowing the Mensheviks. The same source, April 10, we considered and still consider the seizure of power to be a fatal error. But in October we fought in the front ranks. Again, we are threatened, but we are calm. It is impossible that we should perish. What is great cannot perish. There was one single practical slogan in big black letters across the journal's 2 pages, a humanitarian slogan directed against the Chika, which at this moment was fairly mild: don't shoot men arrested without arms. This sort of language, however violent it might be from time to time, appears to have been harmless. But that was not the problem. In Moscow alone, the anarchist forces, divided into a multitude of groups, subgroups, tendencies and sub-tendencies, from individualism to syndicalism, via communism and not a few other quite fantastic isms, amounted to several thousands of men, armed for the most part. In this environment of famine, the sincere demagogy of the libertarian propagandists was well received by the backward elements of the populace. A black general staff directed these forces, who indeed constituted a sort of armed state, irresponsible, uncontrolled, and uncontrollable within the state. The anarchists themselves admitted that suspicious elements, adventurers, common criminals, and counter-revolutionaries were thriving among them, but their libertarian principles did not permit them to refuse entrance to their organizations to any man, or to subject anyone to real control. They sensed acutely that their movement needed to be purged, but this was impossible without authority or a disciplined organization. Splits among them and this reverence for principle was slowly leading to the political suicide of the movement, which was becoming more compromised each day. Anarchia often published important notices like this one: Council of Anarchist Federation. Regrettable abuses are going on. Unknown persons are conducting arrests and extorting funds in the name of the Federation. The Federation declares that it will not tolerate any confiscations for the purpose of personal enrichment. This on 1 April. The Black General Staff announces that it will not assume responsibility for any operations unless effected on an order signed by at least 3 of its members and in the presence of at least 1 member. The same date. The General Staff suspected its own members so much that 2 signatures alone were not enough. These precautions against banditry were in vain. Did some of the anarchists think of dealing the besieged Bolsheviks a death stab in the back? Strength has a certain logic, and they were strong. On either 7 or April 8, Jacques Satul met Alexander Gay, one of the anarchist leaders who had rallied to the Soviet cause. He thundered against the Bolsheviks. Satul recalls, Gay, be it noted, was on the extreme right of anarchism, among the Soviet anarchists who were allies of the Communist Party. Several towns in the south were already under anarchist control. Gay believed that at that moment he had several thousand armed men at his disposal in Moscow. But the time for action was not yet ripe. The monarchists had joined the movement, trying to exploit it for their own ends. These impure and dangerous elements first had to be purged. In a month or 2, the anarchists would dig the grave of the Bolsheviks and the reign of the beast would be ended. 9. I myself know that a little while previously a meeting of the leaders of the Anarchist Federation had been held at which the possibility of a rising against the Bolsheviks had been discussed. But what then? How could they escape the necessity of taking power? 2 influential orators, B and N, opposed the idea of an uprising on the grounds that it would be senseless to take on the responsibility and the fatal discredit for an economic situation which was beyond repair and that we could not hold on for long. Several incidents such as an attack on an American car, the murder of several Chika agents followed by the summary execution of several bandits, and arrests of expropriators who were promptly claimed by the Anarchist Federation, led Dzerzhinsky, the president of the Chika, to insist on the liquidation of the Black Guard. 5,000 Soviet troops took part in this operation, on the night of 11 to 12 April. The houses occupied by the anarchists and defended by their machine guns were surrounded. The occupants were given 20 minutes to surrender. In several places there was bloodshed, artillery was used against the Anarchy Club, the siege of one libertarian citadel lasted 10 hours. In this way, 27 houses were taken, 20 groups disarmed and 500 people arrested. The killed and wounded amounted to a few dozen. No anarchist known as such died in the course of this skirmish, which was followed neither by summary executions, as has been rumored, nor by other rigorous measures. The daily newspaper Anarchy Yuri appeared on the 21st with the headline, "Down with Absolutism." 10. To what extent were counter-revolutionaries taking advantage of the privileged position of the Black Guard? On this point I shall quote only one piece of evidence, that of General Goppers 11 who took part in the officers' conspiracies of the Fatherland and Freedom Defense League. The leaders of the League did not know of any place in Moscow where they could house their squads. One can rely on the fighting capacity of an organization, writes Goppers, only if its members are subject to military discipline and under the command of a leader. The anarchist clubs gave us the opportunity of organizing ourselves properly. They were tolerated by the Bolsheviks. At the beginning of April, 60 or 70 of our members were installed in these clubs. We no longer had to rack our brains to find somewhere to put up our members arriving from the provinces. All I had to do was provide them with a pass and direct them to the head of our anarchist department, who would place them in a large house occupied by the libertarians. At the head of our anarchists we had an artillery captain whose appearance and character exactly matched the literary picture of the anarchist. The counter-revolutionary officers who were arrested during the disarmament of the anarchists only had to play out their role patiently in order to be liberated at the end of several weeks. I know of several other similar reports from counter-revolutionary sources. They establish in particular that the clubs of the Third Revolution were frequented by foreign officers. 12. The Revolution and its dissidents. The disarmament of the anarchists was effected with little difficulty in Petrograd, Vologda, and other places. On May 15 there was an anarchist rising at Tsaritsyn, now Stalingrad. On May 17 the rising of Maximalists and Libertarians occurred also at Saratov. The Ukraine remained a lively focus for the anarchist movement. Here guerrilla warfare was to go on for years. Thus, a straight police operation terminated the role of anarchism in the Russian Revolution. There was no need even to mount a political campaign against it. Neither press nor agitators waged a campaign to prepare the masses for the disarmament of the libertarians or to justify the action. Formidable as their Black Guardsmen were, their political influence was nil. Their whole power lay in a few machine guns which had fallen into the grasp of a small number of determined men. The anarchist party was rendered incapable of any practical initiative through its divisions, its utopian spirit, its contempt for reality, its thunderous phrase-mongering and its lack of organization and discipline. Whatever it enjoyed in the way of real capacities and energies were wasted in small and chaotic struggles. It was, for all that, a distinctive and armed party which, as we have seen, tried to organize itself along with its own general staff. But it was an amorphous party without definite contours or directing organs, that is to say, without a brain or nervous system, a strange sort of party which was at the mercy of the most contradictory aims and was unable to exert any control over itself. It was an irresponsible party in which individual intelligences dominated by cliques, by alien pressures of a highly suspect kind and by group instincts, dissipated themselves to no effect. It was an unworkable party for a time of social war, for any war in modern conditions demands of its combatant units the centralization of information, thinking and will. It demands levers which are smoothly obedient to the decisions of leadership, and a clear view of facts and possibilities, which can come only through a clear-cut theory. In disarming the anarchists, the Bolsheviks and the left SRS, who at least gave tacit consent to the operation, obeyed the imperative necessity of securing the rear of the revolution. Could the revolution tolerate the anarchist strongholds behind its back, outside its control? With the formation of the Red Army, a long phase of struggle was now opening between the guerrilla forces and the organizers of regular troops. We shall return to this theme later. The defense of the Ukraine had cruelly shown up the weaknesses of guerrilla bands. These detachments, often composed of adventurers, often of excellent revolutionaries, most usually of a mixture of the two, refused to carry out orders from above and tried to make war according to their own fancy. In order to create an army, the resistance of these tendencies had to be broken. And in order to break them, it was necessary to do away with the guerrilla regime in the capital itself. For the first time, the Bolsheviks were obliged by the anarchists to suppress by force a dissident minority within the revolution. Sentimental revolutionaries would have hesitated. But what would have been the consequence? Either the Black Guard would have eventually organized a rising, and Moscow would have undergone some days of infinitely perilous disturbance. It is enough to think of the famine and the waiting counter-revolution already powerfully organized, or else the Guard would have gradually been dissolved, after a whole series of incidents with uncertain outcome. Any revolution which could not subdue its dissidents when these were armed to form an embryonic state within the state would be offering itself, divided, to the blows of its enemies. The party of the proletariat must know, at hours of decision, how to break the resistance of the backward elements among the masses. It must know how to stand firm sometimes against the masses, among whom hunger, for example, may plant a spirit of defeatism. It must know how to go against the current, and cause proletarian consciousness to prevail against lack of consciousness and against alien class influences. Even more must it know how to bring dissent to obey. Such dissidence proceeds from minorities. It would, however, be quite stupid to bully these. One has at this point to make the distinction between counter-revolutionaries and the revolution's own dissenters. The latter are not enemies, they belong to our class, they belong to the revolution. They want to, can and should serve it in one way or another. They are neither fatally nor necessarily nor absolutely in the wrong. To use against them methods of repression which are indispensable against the counter-revolution would quite clearly be criminal and disastrous. All it would achieve would be to replace disagreement by bitter and bloody splits. The Bolsheviks did not fall into this error. Their press was at pains to declare that no obstacles would be placed in the way of the anarchists' continued existence or their propaganda. Once disarmed, these maintained their press, organizations, and clubs. The small groups that represented the 3 or 4 libertarian tendencies, whose membership was constantly being pulled in opposite directions, some being attracted towards Bolshevism and eventual assimilation into the Communist Party, others gravitating towards the most intransigent anti-Sovietism, were from this point to vegetate on without exercising any noticeable influence. Point 13. 2 Theses. Bukharin, continue the offensive. We have already seen the confrontation of the different platforms at the 7th Congress of the Communist Party, where a split was avoided only through the overriding concern of all for unity and even more through Lenin's patience. The left communists were declaring that a split was becoming hard to avoid. They had their own leading bodies, Moscow Regional Committee, Ural Committees, etc., their own journal, Communist, and their supporters were practically everywhere. They refused to stand for the Central Committee of the party and were elected onto it under protest. Lenin emphasized on that occasion that the Central Committee's obligation to pursue a firm policy did not mean that all its members had to have the same opinions. Any other ruling would be a step towards a split. Every member of the Central Committee has the chance to make his responsibility clear without resigning or making a scene. As Lenin put it again, the comrades are quite capable of defending their point of view without leaving the Central Committee. We must try and get rid of this fashion of resigning from the committee. Once elected, the left communists declared once again that they refused to sit on the Central Committee. The president of the session answered them quite simply, "The comrades who have been elected will be asked to come, they have a perfect right not to come." 14. Discord again flared up over the precarious truce that had been won at Brest-Litovsk. What was to be made of it? Which way were we to go? Lenin answered these questions with a power and a sharpness characteristic of his genius. In his report to the All-Russian Soviet Executive on April 29, published as a pamphlet under the title Immediate Tasks of the Soviet Power. 15 Trotsky, in full agreement with Lenin, had, as we have seen, provided the motto for a victorious revolution: work, order, discipline. But such resolutions could not give any complete satisfaction to a revolutionary party in a revolutionized country. The left communists, Bukharin, Preobrazhensky, Pyatakov, Yaroslavsky and Radek, saw all this as symptomatic of a dangerous right deviation. They argued their position in a set of 15 theses published on April 4, which we shall summarize. The first part of the theses explained away the fact that the majority of workers had approved of the Peace of Brest-Litovsk. It was the weary declassed elements that had carried the day. Analyzing the situation created by the peace, the authors concluded that the imperialist system would collapse during the forthcoming spring or summer, a prospect that could be only slightly retarded in the event of a German victory. The theses blamed the Central Committee for its long-standing failure to decree the total nationalization of industry and the socialization of production. They also denounced the danger being risked by the party in the reconciliation between the proletariat and the poorest peasants, with all the pitfalls of a petty bourgeois politics. If this tendency prevails, the working class will lose its leading role and the hegemony it possesses in the socialist revolution, which has won the poorest peasants to throw off the yoke of finance capital and the landed gentry. The working class will be no more than a force surrounded by the petty bourgeois mass, which views its task not as the proletarian struggle, in alliance with the working class of Western Europe, to overthrow the imperialist system, but as the defense of a fatherland of small farmers against imperialist incursions, a defense whose objectives can be attained through a compromise with imperialism. If an active proletarian policy is abandoned, the conquests of the workers' and peasants' revolution will begin to degenerate into a system of state capitalism, marked by economic relations typical of the petty bourgeoisie. The party could be led on this path by the temptation to preserve Soviet power at any cost whatsoever to the international revolution. In foreign policy, agreements with capitalist states and diplomatic maneuver would take the place of revolutionary agitation. In the economic field, there would be covert agreements with the capitalists, cooperative managers, and rich peasants. In place of a socialized industry, there would be set up, in concert with the captains of industry, trusts which would have the outward appearance of state enterprises. The Soviets would lose their independence, and from a state of the commune type Russia would pass to a government of centralized bureaucracy. There would be labor discipline through piecework, etc. The Soviet state, now separated from the world labor movement, would turn into a national petty bourgeois state. The proletarian communists want a quite different kind of politics. We must not try to preserve a Soviet oasis in the north of Russia, at the price of concessions which will transform it into a petty bourgeois state. What were the demands of the left communists? An active international policy, rejection of all agreements that could turn the Republic into an instrument of the imperialists, an allusion to the Brest-Litovsk Treaty and to Trotsky's negotiations with the Allies, no capitulation before the bourgeoisie. Suppression of the counter-revolutionary press. Obligation to work for all intellectuals and technicians. Confiscation of property. Establishment of consumer communes. An offensive waged by poor peasants against the rich. A large scale of autonomy to the local Soviets. Lenin and his policies, moreover, became the object of attacks that were sometimes extremely violent. The organizations of the Ural area demanded a new party congress. The state capitalism created by Lenin was not spared by these critics. From a criticism of one-man authority in industry and the transport system, they went on to open references to personal dictatorship inside the party. The ruling minority, led by Comrade Lenin, it was said on one occasion, has nothing in its head except words. This minority was dubbed opportunist, capitalist, and myopic. The passions of this opposition were so heated that the left SRs became emboldened to sound them out on the possibilities of arresting Lenin. This episode was revealed by Bukharin in 1923, he was well qualified to know the truth about it. All the elements of a split were present. Point 16. 2 Theses. Lenin, suspend the offensive. Lenin's reply is called left infantilism and the petty bourgeois mentality. The lefts, he said, admit that the conclusion of peace has already caused the conflict between the imperialist powers to become more acute, without remarking that this is a perfectly good justification for the peace being signed. They announce the collapse of imperialism during the coming spring and summer. This childishly helpless formulation evades an indisputable truth. No serious political person can commit himself to saying when the collapse of a system has to begin. The lefts deplore the fact that the masses have become firmly imbued with an inactive peace mentality. This statement is seen by Lenin as something monstrous. What could be more natural than the need to take breath after 3 years of frightful butchery? Anyone who deplores this fact shows that he himself is imbued with the mentality of the declassed petty bourgeois intellectual. The revolution, we are told, cannot save itself at the cost of making concessions. But it is a matter now of not walking straight into a trap. At the present time we are avoiding battle. If you don't want to retreat, say so, and don't use equivocating phrases about an energetic international policy. At this moment we have either to fight or not to fight. Since October 25 we have been supporters of national defense, but of serious defense. It is in the interest of capitalism to destroy its enemy, the revolutionary proletariat, bit by bit. It is in our interest to do all that is possible. To postpone the decisive battle until the moment, or until after the moment, when the national revolutionary contingents have fused in a single great international army. When there are not enough forces available for a standing fight, it is necessary to be able to retreat. In the economic field, the lefts are advocating a most determined policy of socialization. But even the greatest possible determination in the world is not enough to pass from confiscation to socialization. Today, only a blind man could fail to see that we have nationalized, confiscated, beaten down and put down more than we have had time to count. We are in peril, are we, of an evolution towards state capitalism? But that would be a great step forward. It would be a stage towards socialism. Lenin enumerates the elements that constitute the Russian economy: 1. Patriarchal peasant farming, 2. Small commodity production, this includes the majority of those peasants who sell their grain, 3. Private capitalism, 4. State capitalism, 5. Socialism. Russia is so vast and varied that all these different types of socio-economic organization are intermingled. That is what constitutes the specific feature of the situation. What elements predominate? Clearly, in a petty bourgeois, peasant country the petty bourgeois element is dominant, for the great majority of those working the land are small commodity producers. The proof is in the fact that the grain monopoly is being undermined by profiteering. In this struggle, state capitalism is the ally of socialism. Let us take a lesson from Germany, where state capitalism has been established for the benefit of the Junkers and the militaristic capitalists. It is precisely for that reason that the proletarian revolution will be able to conquer easily in Germany. In these matters we must copy Germany even more energetically than Peter the Great copied from Europe, and not shrink even from dictatorial methods. Socialism is inconceivable without large-scale capitalist engineering based on the latest discoveries of modern science, and without a rational organization which keeps tens of millions of people to the strictest observation of a unified standard in production and distribution. Point 17. Lenin recalled that even in September 1917 he had written, "Socialism is merely the next step forward from state capitalist monopoly." Marx, in the 1870s, admitted the possibility, for Britain, of a peaceful victory of socialism on condition that the capitalists allowed themselves to be bought out. And why not, if the trouble of a civil war could be avoided at this price? Lenin dealt with this case in reply to those who condemned the payment of high salaries to specialists. We must be able, he said, to combine two methods, merciless repression against uncultured capitalists, and methods of compromise towards the others. It is reasonable for the proletariat to give good pay to experienced managers. In their defense of the worker, the left communists succeed only in repeating word for word the demagogic pronouncements of certain Mensheviks. Lenin's reply to the left is serious, honest, and devoid of polemical exaggerations and personal attacks. On the contrary, it juxtaposes, next to its sternest arguments, a number of expressions of esteem addressed to Bukharin. With all its formality, it possesses vehemence, but of a serious sort which keeps to fundamentals. As such, it is a model for a pamphlet intended for discussion within the party. The pamphlet Immediate Tasks of the Soviet Power had been written shortly before. It is the most complete and concise exposition of Lenin's politics in this period. In bourgeois revolutions, the role of the proletariat is a destructive one. It is the bourgeois minority that takes on the labor of construction, and it is supported in this by the spontaneous growth of the market, the chief organizing force of anarchically built capitalist society. Every socialist revolution, on the other hand, impels the proletariat into a creative role in planned production and distribution. And it can succeed only if the majority of the toilers exercise their initiative within it. Only if the proletariat and the poor peasants display sufficient class consciousness, devotion to principle, self-sacrifice, and obstinacy, will the victory of the socialist revolution be assured. We have convinced and won Russia, we have gained a majority among the workers and seized power. The principal task now is to organize and administer the country. When that problem is solved, and not before, the Soviet society will have become a socialist society. Keep regular and honest accounts of money, manage economically, do not steal, observe labor discipline. These are now the conditions of the country's salvation and, with the application of Soviet power, form the necessary and sufficient condition for the final victory of socialism. The bourgeoisie has been conquered, but not uprooted. It is now a matter of preventing any possibility that a new bourgeoisie can arise, a task which is much more difficult. Although we have certainly not finished off capital, and although it is necessary to continue the offensive of the workers against it, the fact is that, in order to go on advancing successfully in the future, we must suspend our offensive now. If we decide to continue to expropriate capital at the same rate at which we have been doing it up till now, we shall certainly suffer defeat, because our work of organizing proletarian accounting and control has obviously fallen behind the work of directly expropriating the expropriators. It is not that we have made errors in our tactics. Every social struggle has its own logic, but a violent attack is not always appropriate. We achieved victory by methods of suppression, we shall be able to achieve victory also through methods of administration. The high salaries to be paid to experts are indeed a step backward in relation to socialism, but a necessary step back. We must improve the functioning of the banks, shoot bribe takers, consolidate the state monopolies, in grain, leather, etc., and begin introducing compulsory labor service, but this only gradually and carefully, and applying it only to the rich. The meaning of socialism is accounting and control. Anarchism and anarcho-syndicalism, which oppose state control and accounting, only reveal their bourgeois outlook. The socialist state can arise only as a network of producers and consumers' communes, which conscientiously keep account of their production and consumption, economize on labor, and steadily raise the productivity of labor, thus making it possible to reduce the working day to 7, 6, and even fewer hours. The decree passed on cooperation is a compromise with the bourgeois cooperatives, the Soviet government having abandoned the principle of compulsory enrollment in the societies without entrance fees. The raising of the productivity of labor and the improved organization of labor demands, firstly, the development of heavy industry and, secondly, discipline among the workforce. In this respect the situation is bad. Without the victory of conscious discipline over petty bourgeois anarchy, there is no socialism. We must apply piecework and make use of what is progressive in the Taylor system. 18 Like all other progress under capitalism, this system is a combination of the refined brutality of capitalist exploitation and a number of remarkable scientific discoveries. Socialism does not deny the role of competition, whatever its detractors say. On the contrary, it opens to the masses limitless possibilities of competition, through social forms of advertising, competition between communes, etc. Several pages of the article are devoted to justifying the dictatorship of the proletariat. An iron hand is necessary. Dictatorship is iron rule, government that is revolutionarily bold and ruthless in repressing both exploiters and hooligans. But our government is still excessively soft. Compulsion is necessary both against the counter-revolution and against petty bourgeois individualism. We have had to provide certain individual executives, on the railways, with dictatorial powers. The left SRs launched extraordinary agitation against this proposal. However, it is irrefutable that in history the dictatorship of certain individuals was often the expression, the vehicle, the channel of the dictatorship of the revolutionary classes. Undoubtedly, it was compatible with bourgeois democracy. There is no contradiction in principle between Soviet, i.e. socialist democracy, and the possession of dictatorial power by certain individuals. The socialist dictatorship is distinguished from any other in the fact that it arouses and stimulates the organization of the masses. But the management of large-scale industry demands unity of will, the subordination of the will of thousands to the will of one. We are moving from the phase of public meetings to the phase of iron discipline. Guarantees of democracy and the means of struggle against bureaucracy are to be found in the Soviet system itself, with its absence of formalism, working people as the electors, right of recall freely exercised by the voters, participation of all in the life of the state, control of the government by the masses. The more resolutely we now have to stand for the dictatorship of individuals in certain definite executive functions, the more varied and numerous must be the forms and methods of control by the masses in order to counteract every shadow of a possibility of deformation in the power of the Soviets, ceaselessly to drag out the weeds of bureaucracy. 19. The pamphlet concludes, as one might have expected, with a ringing indictment against the petty bourgeois revolutionary romantic who is suspicious of organization, practical necessities, and new maneuvers. Hysterical impulses are of no use to us. What we need is the steady advance of the iron battalions of the proletariat. 20. The dialectic of events. Politics become verified through the facts. Lenin was right against the left communists on two essential points. The country was at its last gasp. It was indeed necessary to suspend the offensive against capital, in order to consolidate the positions already won, assemble new forces and prepare an offensive for later on. And the revolutionary crisis now maturing in Europe guaranteed the Russian Revolution its chance of shortly being able to resume its onward march. The left communists were following their emotions, their zeal as an enthusiastic minority, rather than any clear-headed dialectic proceeding from social facts. Thus, as with the issue of revolutionary war, they became trapped in the revolutionary subjectivism to which intellectuals of middle-class origin are prone, and abandoned the outlook of proletarian realism. The source of their error is clear. All their fears of the impending degeneration of the proletarian state would have been justified given the stabilization of European capitalism. But they themselves, and rightly, proclaimed the imminency of imperialism's collapse, that is to say of a new source of energy, this time international in scope, for the revolution. On such a perspective, a calm period could hardly any more be seen as a real threat, rather it would have to be viewed as a period for the necessary accumulation of forces. Another misunderstanding they displayed was their failure to see the contrast between revolutionary duty before and after the seizure of power. Before the takeover, it is necessary to destroy; after it, it is necessary to build. It is not easy for destroyers to turn into builders. That is why goodwill and a Marxist sense of the tasks involved in the revolution's aftermath are all the more essential. All the same, Lenin displayed great moderation in his handling of the left communists, both in his polemic and even more so in practical politics. The moderate tone of the majority on his side contrasted strikingly with the turbulence, violence, and intransigence of the left minority. That no split occurred is due to Lenin, who did not want that sort of outcome. He was all too conscious that the lefts were genuine communists of real worth, and that there were healthy features even in their errors. Suppose the party had signed the infamous Peace of Brest-Litovsk without reacting painfully, had accepted the suspension of the revolutionary offensive in total unanimity, without any repercussions in its membership, and in a crisis as grave as this, had been quite devoid of ideological struggles, with all that these imply in the way of restless critical thinking, passion, and the search for new solutions, would such a party have been alive and healthy, truly capable of confronting its huge responsibilities? As for the majority which accepted the truce and suspended the offensive, did it not include right-wing elements in whose eyes the pace of revolution had already gone too fast and too far? As we have remarked concerning the debates of Brest-Litovsk, until the year 1 of the Russian Revolution of workers and peasants, working-class history contained no examples at all of a revolutionary movement which was not in the end swallowed, corrupted, and betrayed by opportunism. The notion that the workers' revolution needed to maneuver was quite acceptable in principle, but any maneuver that was undertaken provoked fears of right-wing deviation, and these fears were legitimate and proper. The left communists who reacted so forcefully had a case to make. They stood out against a danger from the right which undoubtedly existed, though in the event the Civil War stopped it getting any further. The truce turned out to be much shorter and flimsier than Lenin seems to have anticipated. In immediate tasks of the Soviet power he had outlined the plan for a great operation of reconstruction which was to have been started at once, but was immediately frustrated by the Civil War. Yes, it was necessary to call off the offensive against capital and proceed by skillful administration instead of compulsion, necessary, but impossible. The Civil War, resumed by the Allies through the Czechoslovak intervention, was on the contrary to necessitate an even greater reliance upon methods of compulsion. From June on, the government had to fall back on the measures advocated by the left communists, whose practical program thus became realized under Lenin's guidance. However, what was in their eyes the normal method of continuing a social revolution actually amounted to a fresh escalation of civil war, and a civil war whose consequences were far more of a hindrance than a help to the progress of socialism. If the Allied armed intervention had not taken place, the Soviet Republic would have been able by the spring of 1918 to enter on the socialist organization of production and administration, which in the end it only managed by 1921, after the introduction of the new economic policy, with more concessions to the rural petty bourgeoisie than would have been necessary 3 years earlier. Here we may consider the remarkable continuity in Lenin's ideas. In 1921, once the war was over, he had only to take up his plan of April 1918 once again, adapting it to new circumstances. However this may be, from June onwards the imperative measures were rationing, the establishment of consumer communes, confiscations, nationalizations, the introduction of committees of poor peasants and compulsory labor, just as the left communists had demanded in April. From June the revolution had to unleash all its energies, as each day demanded more. Nevertheless, it will be in order, discipline, and work, along the paths pointed by Lenin and Trotsky, the paths of methodical organization in production, administration, and revolutionary defense, that Russia's safety is found. Hesitations dissipate, the left finds itself with no further justification for existing, the profound unity of the party is forged once more. Counter-revolution in the Ukraine. The famine. It was in the Ukraine that the classic cycle of counter-revolution, which was to unroll many times in the course of the Civil War, was first displayed completely. Its normal phases are as follows: the middle classes, having at first supported the proletariat, take up arms against it and form an alliance with the very reactionary forces they have just fought against. Just as the middle strata had only joined with the proletariat to exploit it, so reaction only allies itself with them for the sake of exploiting them. The alliance wins. A regime of anti-worker democracy is instituted, and the petty bourgeoisie seems to have triumphed until the moment, not long delayed, when they are knocked down from behind by a coup from the reactionaries. The People's Republic of the Ukraine, which had summoned the Germans, soon found itself at the mercy of its protectors. These found themselves displeased by errata too radical for their taste, and summarily dissolved it. Kiev, April 26, locked up its ministers and established prior censorship of all publications. Meanwhile, a Congress of farming folk awarded the title of sovereign hetman to the Russian general Skoropadsky, who was in the good graces of the commandator. Skoropadsky assumed personal rule to give peace, law, and fruitful labor to the country, and announced the convocation of a Sejm, the re-establishment of private property, the basis of culture and civilization, agrarian reform, and legislation for the working class. In the interim, the hetman was given the powers of an autocrat by a provisional constitution. It was decreed that all land should be restored to the big owners and the state should requisition the grain. The workers were deprived of any right to strike or assemble. The petty bourgeois nationalists hid themselves away in the countryside. The real master of the county was Field Marshal Eckhorn. His orders were law. Soon Skoropadsky was to ask for the whole country to be occupied by German troops so that order could be guaranteed. These troops, whose sole interest was in the requisitioning of grain, Germany's last hope now, went to the extreme of using poison gas against peasants. All for order. At the end of May, Skoropadsky had to proclaim a state of siege. He lasted while the Germans lasted. Skoropadsky's coup d'état restocked the counter-revolution with a vast, rich, and fertile territory. Now the feeble neighbor of a Germanized Ukraine, Russia seemed to be doomed. As we have seen, famine was sowing a crop of riots. It seemed that the hour for casting off the Bolshevik usurpation had arrived. As an immediate consequence of the events in the Ukraine, counter-revolutionary activity flared up over the whole of Russia. Until the end of April, the petty bourgeois parties, the Mensheviks and SRS, had declared themselves as opposed to civil war. Precisely then, they came out as partisans of the use of armed force against Bolshevism. White Finland was demanding back Fort Eno, on the Russo-Finnish border. The Bolsheviks, rather than hand it over, blew it up on May 14. Mannerheim seemed ready for war. The Germans had just occupied the Crimea and were expected to capture Voronezh, in the southeast of Russia. At this moment famine held sway over the whole of Europe. The populace was rigorously rationed in London and Paris, and in Vienna and Berlin lacked every necessity. All the same, inside Russia it was easy to put all the blame on the Soviets. The bourgeois press spread panic. On May 9 it published reports that the Germans were insisting on the right to send their troops into Moscow and Petrograd and that the Bolsheviks were thinking of forming a coalition cabinet. "Stop playing with fire," cried the popular orator Volodarsky in the columns of Petrograd's Krasnaya Gazeta, Red Gazette. "If we have to, we will crush you forever." Proceedings were instituted against the press, involving a dozen or so bourgeois dailies, Vechernye Vyesti, Zhizn, Rodina, Narodnoye Slovo, Drug Narada, Zemlya and Volya, 21, and some SR journals. Several of these were closed down. It was the end of freedom of the press, through sheer force of circumstances. "You asked for it, gentlemen," wrote Volodarsky. But on May 15 he is more specific: "Freedom to criticize the action of the Soviet government and to agitate in favor of another government are granted by us to all our opponents. We will guarantee freedom of the press for you if you understand it in this sense. But you must give up false newsmongering, lies and slander." In the midst of its immense danger, that is how strong the party of the proletariat felt itself to be. Hunger riots began to multiply, and anti-Semitism reared its head again. Even at the Putilov works an SR speaker shouted out on May 8, "Let's throw the Yids into the Neva, get a strike committee going and stop work." Agitation conducted by the SRS and Mensheviks called demonstrations in the streets and prepared for a general strike. The demands were: free trade, wage increases, payment of wages 1, 2, or 3 months in advance, and democracy. The intention was to incite the working class itself against the revolution. To cap it all, the electricians at Putilov were out on strike. The best elements among the workers were away fighting. Those in the factories were precisely the less energetic, less revolutionary sections, along with the petty folk, yesterday's small shopkeepers and artisans, who had come there to find refuge. This proletariat of the reserve often allowed itself to fall under the sway of Menshevik propaganda. In April, the Communist Party had to mobilize its strength in Moscow to defend its positions in the Soviet, now under threat, against the Mensheviks. Big factories in the Ural region were also under Menshevik influence. At the beginning of May there were scattered risings of workers here and there against the Bolsheviks. The SRS launched a bloody attempt at insurrection at Saratov. This critical moment was the occasion for publicizing the slogan, "He who does not work, neither shall he eat." If there is not enough bread for everyone, then, in these days of social war, the toilers will be served first. Perhaps they will be the only ones to be served. Their share will be 100 or 200 grams of bread per day, with herrings, other fish, and other rations, if there are any, 2 or 3 times a week. 22 Zinoviev, president of the Petrograd Soviet, organizes the first workers' food brigades, whose purpose is to go out to the countryside and requisition the grain of the rich peasants. The Germans have robbed the revolution of the corn of the Ukraine. The Allies send the Czechoslovak forces, now encamped over the regions of the east, the signal for rebellion. And so the two capitals are cut off from the grain supplies both of the Volga and of Siberia. Plots and preparations for Allied intervention. The Allies were still hostile, but disorientated. 23 By a declaration of March 19, drafted in moderate terms, they had committed themselves not to recognize the Brest-Litovsk peace. Negotiations went on between Trotsky and the Americans, Colonel Robbins, and the French, Captain Seydoux, on the possible collaboration of the Allied missions in organizing the Red Army and assisting the transport system. Japan, with talk of the presence in Siberia of German war prisoners armed by the Bolsheviks and of the danger of the Germans controlling the Trans-Siberian line, was making ready to occupy the railways across Siberia. The British reactionaries encouraged these designs, which were constantly thwarted by President Wilson, since any extension of Japanese power in the Far East was utterly unacceptable to the Americans. On April 4, Admiral Kato organized a landing at Vladivostok, following the murder of a Japanese businessman. The displeasure of the United States nipped these events in the bud, but the incident was a warning to the Soviets. Its sequel will be seen later. The Soviet authorities in Murmansk were cooperating with Admiral Kemp of Britain in an effort to forestall the occupation of the port by the Finns and Germans. 24 The Allied Legatians, who felt insecure in the capitals, had withdrawn now to Vologda. M. Newlands, the French ambassador, a die-hard bourgeois reactionary, showed a resolute hostility against any agreement with the Bolsheviks, whose fall from power he anticipated, and plotted for. An advocate of military intervention by the Allies in Russia, on the formal pretext of re-establishing an Eastern Front against the Central Powers, he intended to get his way. In diplomatic circles he was fond of making such smart and terse remarks as, "We shall not be allowing any further socialist experiments in Russia. We pay, so we call the tune. You have to know how to talk to these Russians, and their opinions have not the slightest importance." 25 French politics at this point was in the hands of the big imperialist bourgeoisie. On April 14, M. Clemenceau disclosed that France recognized neither the Soviets nor the Brest-Litovsk peace. A fortnight later, Francis, the U.S. ambassador in Russia, took his turn to argue sharply for intervention against the Bolsheviks. The secret memorandum he addressed to his government in Washington explained that Count Merbuk, the German representative in Moscow, had become the real dictator of Russia, and that, in any case, the Allies could not remain indifferent before the presence of Bolshevism. 26 The false argument was a cover for the real one. These facts must not be lost sight of. From this moment onward, the pressure from outside, from German bayonets, is linked in its campaign against the revolution with the pressure from within, in the form of extensive conspiracies fomented by the diplomatic and military representatives of the Allied powers. The leaders of the counter-revolutionary parties, SRS, Mensheviks, and Cadets, had recently, in March, set up a common organization, the League for Renewal, Soyuz Возрождения. The League, one of the SR leaders has written, entered into regular relations with the representatives of the Allied missions at Moscow and Vologda, mainly through the agency of Emnulens 27 with the reservations of hypocrisy. No direct cooperation between the Central Committee and the Allies was envisaged, only a cooperation from the activists which would not officially commit the parties. The League for Renewal was the main clandestine organization of the socialist petty bourgeoisie and of the liberals who were determined to overthrow the Soviet government by force. 28 In Moscow, the Octobrists, representing the big bourgeoisie, joined the organization and linked it with the Right Center, a united front of reactionary tendencies inspired by the generals Alexeyev and Kornilov. The Octobrist party was to the right of the Constitutional Democrats, Cadets. It based itself on the Imperial Edict of October 17, 1905, which granted Russia a sham constitution. There was thus a chain of counter-revolutionary organizations running uninterruptedly from the most advanced socialists to the blackest reactionaries. The military commission of the SR party organized the League's combat groups, whose command was entrusted to a general. The League's political platform rested on 3 points: 1. The impossibility of a purely socialist government; 2. The Constituent Assembly; 3. As a provisional measure, a directory invested with dictatorial authority. The local committee of the League in Petrograd was composed of 2 popular socialists, 1 SR, A.R. Gotz, the leader of the party, 1 cadet, Pepelayev, who was to be one of Kolchak's ministers, and 2 Mensheviks, Patrusov and Razanov. In June, Emnulens sent the League a semi-official note from the Allies approving of its political program and promising it military assistance against the German Bolshevik enemy. The former SR terrorist Boris Savinkov 29 had formed another organization, the Fatherland and Freedom Defense League, which aimed to group the most advanced and pugnacious elements of the counter-revolution on a platform sufficiently vague to satisfy both monarchist or radical-minded officers and the SR intellectuals. Savinkov's League was organized in clandestine groups of 4 or 5 persons at the most, the nuclei of a small secret army that had enough hierarchy and centralization to offer minimum scope for repression, while permitting determined action at the appropriate moment. The League proceeded to install its men in the Soviet institutions concerned with food supply, the militia, and the army that was now in formation. With intelligence passed on by a delegation and a good deal of luck, the Extraordinary Commission for Struggle Against Sabotage and for Repression, VCHIKA, still consisting of a small staff of about 150 persons, inexperienced and mostly drawn from the working class, managed to uncover this conspiracy. Mass arrests took place in Moscow, and the capital was declared to be in a state of siege, this at the end of May. But the arrested plotters were treated mildly. The VCHIKA undertook executions only rarely, in quite exceptional cases. The left SRS opposed the application of martial law to Savinkov's accomplices, as Dzerzhinsky and his Bolshevik colleagues would have liked. With Savinkov still at large, the League, which had been decimated at Moscow and Kazan, continued its preparations for an uprising. We shall be meeting it again. These organizations were not the only ones. The soil of the young republic was being thoroughly mined, in more senses than one. All these clandestine associations received indiscriminate encouragement from the Allies. The rising of the Czechoslovaks. The Allied representatives had conceived a large-scale plan of operations, whose success would have ended Soviet rule. 30 A rising by the Czechoslovak forces in the Ural and Volga regions and in Siberia was to coincide with a series of counter-revolutionary coups in the towns near Moscow and with the landings of the Japanese at Vladivostok and the British at Archangel. Starved, encircled, and demoralized by a swift succession of defeats, the 2 workers' capitals would fall, order would have been restored. A former officer from the French military mission in Russia, Pierre Pascal, who subsequently became a devoted and serious revolutionary, has explained the plan in these terms. The insurrection at Yaroslavl and the Czechoslovak Rising were organized with the direct collusion of the agents of the French mission and of Emnulens. The mission was in constant relations with the Czechs, to whom it sent officers and funds. The counter-revolutionaries were to seize Yaroslavl, Nizhny Novgorod, Tambov, Murom and Voronezh in order to isolate and starve out Moscow. This plan began to be implemented with the insurrections in Yaroslavl, Murom, Tambov, etc. I can still see General Laverne sketching a large circle with his finger on the map around Moscow and saying, "That's what Nullens wants." But I shall feel guilty because, if our plan succeeds, the famine in Russia will be terrible. 31. We have various testimonies of a similar description. The final plan of action for the Czechoslovak troops was settled on April 14 in Moscow, at a meeting of counter-revolutionary organizations attended notably by General Laverne, head of the French military mission, Colonel Corbeil, one of his colleagues, and the head of the British mission, Lockhart. 32. The Czechoslovak Legion in Russia had been built up gradually during the war. Czech and Slovak prisoners from the Austrian front were organized under the auspices of a national council whose leaders took their instructions from Masaryk and the heads of the national movement that had been set up in Paris. These troops had witnessed the vicissitudes of the Russian Revolution without taking part in them. They were earmarked for the front in France, where they were to travel via Murmansk or Vladivostok. However, once the American intervention in the war had made up the shortage of troops from the Somme to Alsace, it occurred to the statesmen of the Entente that the Czechoslovaks MRGHT be used in the service of the Russian counter-revolution. Under the leadership of Allied officers, the Czechoslovak units refused to recognize the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk, though they retreated before the Germans out of the Ukraine into the east. The Council of People's Commissars, in an effort to avoid conflict, authorized their evacuation retaining their arms via Siberia. The landing of the Japanese at Vladivostok, while the Czechs, to the number of about 30,000, were spread out along the Trans-Siberian Railway, faced the revolution sharply with the danger that the whole of Siberia might be occupied. Trotsky, as People's Commissar of War, forthwith demanded the disarmament of the Czechoslovaks and their movement, for purposes of evacuation, towards Archangel rather than the east of Siberia. The plan for the Czechoslovak offensive had been studied in all its details at a conference in Chelyabinsk attended by British, French, and Russian officers as well as by SR members of the Constituent Assembly. On 25 and May 26, the Czechoslovaks suddenly occupied Chelyabinsk, Ural region, Penza, Syzran, on the Volga, and Novonikolayevsk, in Siberia. In these three regions they disposed of some 20,000 men, in well-equipped units commanded by Gajda, Wojciechowski and Sisek. An order by Trotsky dated May 25 decreed that any Czechoslovaks captured bearing arms would be shot on the spot. All facilities were offered, on the other hand, for those who would surrender arms and accept either evacuation via the north or Russian citizenship. The majority preferred to resist. The rising of the Czechoslovak Legion completed the encirclement of the Soviet Republic, which was now cut off from the industry of the Ural, the fertile lands of the Volga and the granaries of Siberia. The Orenburg Cossacks took up arms again. These Czechoslovaks, now called upon to deal the death blow to the Bolsheviks, were in their overwhelming majority radical Republicans, followers of Masaryk, and Social Democrats. Their devotion to democracy was for them, in the presence of the harsh conditions of the proletarian dictatorship, a factor making for incomprehension, indignation, and revulsion. The Russian socialist parties influenced them with the rumor that the Bolsheviks, as the paid agents of the Germans, were preparing to hand them over to their masters. With the support of the counter-revolutionary socialists, the Cossack peasants and the officers' leagues, the Czechoslovaks launched a series of successful operations which gave them Samara, June 8, which became their base, Syzran, June 19, and Ufa, 13 to 23 June, thus offering a whole territory to the counter-revolution. This formed, as we shall see, the signal for a general attack upon the Soviets. Counter-revolutionary movements broke out in various parts of the countryside. The Right SRS assassinated the orator Volodarsky at Petrograd, June 20, the Left SRS, the allies of the Bolsheviks and still in the government, prepared a coup d'état to govern alone and tear up the Brest-Litovsk Agreement. The Anglo-French expedition landed at Murmansk, July 2. Nationalization of big industry. It was under the weight of these circumstances that the expropriation of the capitalist class was now undertaken. There is no better statement on this than some lines by the economist Kritzman. After the proletarian revolution had undergone a preparatory period of 8 months, distinguished in the economic sphere by hesitation and indecision, it took the pressure of an increasingly savage civil war and of the pro-capitalist intervention by the Kaiser's Germany, which used the Peace of Brest-Litovsk for its own ends, for the proletarian government to proclaim the expropriation of the expropriators by nationalizing large-scale industry with the decree of June 26, 1918.33. The main stages in the expropriation of the possessing classes were as follows. The expropriation of the capital of the state 34 through the formation of the Council of People's Commissars on November 8, October 26, 1917, the expropriation of agriculture, decree on the nationalization of land, passed on the same day, the expropriation of finance capital, decree on the nationalization of the banks, December 1, 1917, expropriation of transport capital, decree on the nationalization of water transport, January 12, 1918, expropriation of credit and principally of foreign credit, decree on the cancelling of loans, January 14, 1918, the expropriation of commercial capital, decree instituting the monopoly of foreign commerce, April 23, 1918, the expropriation of the capital of rich peasants, decree establishing the Committee, or Committees of Poor Peasants, June 11, 1918, and the expropriation of big industrial capital, decree on the nationalization of large-scale industry, promulgated on June 28, 1918, 35, Kritzman. These measures were completed by the decree abolishing the right of inheritance that was promulgated on May 1. Any inheritance over 10,000 rubles was to revert to the state, and the relatives of the deceased who were incapable of working were entitled to no more than a pension, to be determined by the local authorities. At this juncture it will be appropriate to stress the reverse which had befallen workers' control in production. From November to May, control was organized through the local initiatives of the workers, with assistance from the Supreme Council of the Economy. But it was more and more obvious that matters could not rest there. The managers, deprived of their political power and under proletarian control, felt themselves to be at the mercy of their employees and threatened in the exercise of their property rights. They struggled, resisted, sabotaged. Control now appeared as a transitional measure, reflecting the hesitations of the revolution. It had either to become meaningless or else to pass on to the stage of expropriation. Sometimes astute managers who had obtained the confidence of their factory committees would profit from the workers' inexperience in the direction of enterprises, in order to get themselves a living at the expense of the Supreme Economic Council. They did good business in this new variety of plunder from the state. 36. Other capitalists, more numerous, liquidated their enterprises in one way or another, spirited away their stocks, stole or sold their equipment, and vanished with the cash they had realized. From now on the factory committees had to organize these firms as they became abandoned and promptly expropriated. There was also sabotage by the technical staff, which necessitated a regime of straight working-class dictatorship in the factories. Nationalization was a reprisal rather than an economic policy. 37. This conquest of the enterprises by the factory and works committees had its risks. Each committee thought in the first place of the interests of its own enterprise, i.e. of the workers it represented. From this it was an easy step to defending this interest by every means in its power, without any concern for the general economic interests of the country. Every enterprise, even though it might be backward, ill-equipped for dealing with a relatively inessential industry, demanded its own right to life, that is to restocking, to credit, to work. The consequence was an extraordinary mess, with the factories operating anarchically, each for its own benefit. As one comrade writes, "We were building, not a Soviet republic, but a republic of working-class communities based on the capitalist factories and mills. Instead of a strict ordering of production and social distribution, instead of measures towards the socialist organization of society, the existing state of affairs reminded one of the autonomous communes of producers that the anarchists had dreamed of. 38. By May 15, 1918, 234 enterprises had been officially nationalized and a further 70 sequestrated. Heavy industry, i.e. manufacturing and engineering, was chiefly affected. It was imperative to make these measures general and systematic. The country was devastated and split into fragments, with the defeated employers striving to lay down impossible terms. Milyutin, who announced the forthcoming nationalization of large industry to the Congress of Economic Councils, told them of the battle between the government and the oil well proprietors. The big oil men were demanding, as a condition of continuing production, that the same profits should be given them as before the revolution, while at the same time they wanted to restore the conditions of work operating in 1916. Convinced as they were that the workers would be incapable of managing oil production, they threatened to stop all output in their failing enterprises if any attempt was made to force them to comply with Soviet law. The decree of June 28, 1918 nationalized all industries engaged in mining, engineering, textiles, electrical goods, wood, tobacco, glass, ceramics, leather, cement, rubber, transport, etc., with a capital of 500,000 rubles and over. A few details of the implementation of this scheme will show how premature it appeared even in the eyes of its authors. The Supreme Council of the Economy was entrusted with the administration of the nationalized industries, but these were declared to be least gratis to their former owners, who were obliged to carry on managing their affairs, and authorized to receive profits, whose existence was now somewhat problematic. The technical staff and the directors remained in office, appointed by the state and responsible to it. Any case of desertion of duty was to be punished by the revolutionary tribunals. The Congress of Economic Councils shortly decided on the creation of plant managements in the form of collective bodies, 2/3 of whose members were to be nominated either by the regional councils or by the Supreme Council. Half of these nominees could be selected by the trade unions on behalf of the appointing authority. The other third of the collective was elected on the spot by the workers of the enterprise. In the face of famine. Speaking in Moscow before a popular meeting, Trotsky displayed a sheaf of telegrams: Vixi, Nizhny Novgorod province, the shops are empty, work is going badly, shortage of 30% of the workers through starvation. Men collapsing with hunger at their benches. From Sergiev Posada the telegram says, bread, or we are finished. From Bryansk, May 30th, terrible mortality, especially of children, around the factories of Maltsov and Bryansk, typhus is raging. From Klin, near Moscow, the town has had no bread for 2 weeks. From Paslov Posada, the population is hungry, no possibility of finding corn. From Dorogobuz, famine, epidemics. All the same, as Trotsky established, the country did have grain. The reserves of the northern Caucasus alone were to be valued at 140 million poods, a pood being 36 pounds in weight, while no more than 15 million poods a month were needed to keep the big towns supplied. The famine was the result of class war. The rich peasants were refusing their corn to cities that could offer no more than worthless paper money in exchange. In White Russia, they were burying their stocks and planting crosses on top of the mounds to deceive the searchers. The discontented sections of the community demanded the abolition of the grain monopoly and of the maximum price system. Thus, against all the evidence, they declared their faith in capitalist methods and the self-interest of the wealthy rural petty bourgeoisie. We have already explained how, with the exhaustion of industrial stocks, the inflation, and the rundown of the transport system, a return to free trade in grain would have meant an era of frenzied speculation and of hopeless famine for the poor. 3 great revolutionary measures were set in hand, which were to carry the class struggle resolutely into the rural areas: the formation of committees of poor peasants, the requisitioning of excess grain, the dispatch of workers' food brigades. Lenin analyzed these in a letter to the workers of Petrograd and in a speech on the struggle for grain made before the All-Russian Soviet executive. The famine was caused by the revolt of the bourgeoisie against the new laws, so he who does not work will not eat. The famine proves the abysmal stupidity of the contemptible anarchist windbags who deny the necessity of a state power, and, what is more, a power ruthless against the bourgeoisie and the disorganizers of government, for the transition from capitalism to communism. Bread would be sufficient for all only if there was rigorous accounting and equal distribution. Either working class consciousness would triumph by breaking the kulak resistance or reaction would take over. Half measures were quite useless. Attempts to secure bread or fuel in retail fashion, each man for his factory, would only increase the disorganization and encourage profiteering. It was the task of the revolutionary minority to involve the masses in a crusade against the profiteers, the kulaks, the parasites, the disorganizers. Salvation must lie in this activity of the masses. One of the greatest accomplishments of the October Revolution is that the advanced worker, as the leader of the poor, as the leader of the toilers of the countryside, as the builder of the state of labor, has gone among the people. But when he became the leader of the poor peasants he did not become a saint. He led the people forward, but he also became infected with the diseases of a disintegrating petty bourgeoisie. Having begun the communist revolution, the working class cannot instantly discard the weaknesses and vices inherited from the society of capitalists and landlords, of exploiters and parasites, of the filthy gain and self-enrichment of the few based on the poverty of the many. But the working class can vanquish the old world and in the end certainly and surely will vanquish it with all its weaknesses and vices, if it hurls ceaselessly against the enemy its fresh forces, ever greater, ever more experienced and tempered in the struggle. 39. At the All-Russian Executive Committee of Soviets, on June 4, and at the Congress of Factory Committees on June 27, Lenin recalled that Germany was the country of brilliantly organized starvation, that the war was the prime cause of the famine, and that the Russian proletariat owed its role as vanguard of the world revolution not to its own merits, but to the will of history. He used a striking phrase: "We are now facing the most elementary task of any human society, to defeat famine." Here he rebuts the Menshevik case for a compromise with the capitalists. The difficulties in the struggle against famine come from the fact that it faces us with questions of organization. Success in an uprising is infinitely more easy. In the struggle against reaction, the proletariat could count on support from a section of the middle classes, but against the famine it must stand alone to confront a task of organization that will be authentically communist. Three master ideas inform the new decrees: centralization, avoiding the dispersal of scattered efforts, and the pitfalls of every man for himself; union of the toilers, crusade against the kulaks; union of the poor peasants with the workers, class struggle in the countryside. Some phrases are worth noting. They say that our food brigades are degenerating into gangs of bandits. It is quite possible. When the old society perishes, its body cannot be nailed up in a coffin and lowered into the grave. The corpse decomposes in our midst, it rots and infects us. We have no police, we shall not have a special military caste, we have no apparatus, only the conscious unity of the workers. All over the world the workers are organized. But virtually nowhere has any systematic, painstaking effort been made to unite those who live out in the countryside, in small-scale agricultural production, in forgotten corners, in darkness, stunted by their whole condition of living. We have always said, the emancipation of the workers must be performed by the workers themselves. We have always said, they cannot be liberated from outside, they themselves must learn how to solve historical problems. And the more difficult these problems are, the more we see that millions of men must take a part in solving them. You must thoroughly understand, delegates from the factory committees, that nobody is going to come and help you, that from other classes you can expect not assistance but enemies, that the Soviet government has no loyal intelligentsia at its service. Remember that if you in your factory and works committees concern yourselves with the workers' purely technical or financial interests, the revolution will not be able to keep a single one of its gains. Your factory committees must become the basic state nuclei of the ruling class. 40. As an example, Lenin cited the case of the workers in the small town of Yelets, who took the initiative in making house-to-house searches and requisitions against their bourgeoisie. War against the rich peasants. The famine was not caused simply through the inevitable effects of the war. It also marked the beginning of the long war of the peasants against the workers' cities, which was to end only in 1921 with the coming of the new economic policy, the NEP, whose cardinal point was the reintroduction of the free trade in grain. At the moment of the October Revolution, the peasant movement, now reaching its peak, fused with the workers' movement, it had given the latter the backing of its limitless elemental force, and assured it of support from the army, which was composed in its immense majority of country people. In exchange, the proletariat gave it an organization, objectives, slogans, and a political direction. However, once the land was seized, the peasants were satisfied, their victory was total and final, while the struggles of the proletariat had scarcely begun. From the high point of the common victory in October and November, the cross-purposes between peasants and workers were to make themselves increasingly felt. There was first the question of the large agricultural estates. The peasants, profoundly attached to individual property and anxious principally for their own enrichment, wanted to divide them up, while the Soviet government sought to turn them into agrarian communes. There was the problem, already discussed in these pages, of the shortage of goods, the inflation, and the feeding of the towns. During the war, the peasants had accumulated paper rubles by the billion. The Soviet state, quite unavoidably, insisted on a maximum price for grain, which they were forbidden to sell on the market as they pleased. With the banknotes offered to them in exchange for their grain, they could buy practically nothing. And why should they sell on credit to the proletarian revolution? When an agitator explained to them that, if the maximum price was abolished and free trade permitted, all that could result would be a roaring inflation followed by a fantastic increase in the prices of manufactured goods, the cold reply was, "Well, you won't get grain from us at any price." These were the typical words used. Over the whole country a mass mobilization of kulaks against the Soviets was gathering with terrible force. We must note Lenin's attitude to this threat. Party comrades came to see him from all corners of the country. One worker from Petrograd, who had managed to extricate himself with some difficulty from the Volga peasants among whom he had been trying to conduct propaganda, came at the beginning of July to confide his anxieties on the subject to old Ilyich. Lenin listened to him with the mischievous smile that lit up his eyes when the facts were proving him right. When I assured him that the peasants would give us a thrashing, Vladimir Ilyich burst out laughing, "But of course, comrade, they'll thrash us, and not for the first time, if you don't knock down the kulaks before they knock you." And, taking a piece of paper, Lenin addressed to the workers of Petrograd a few urgent words which he asked his visitor to pass on. Here are the main parts of this brief message. Comrade K. has been in Simbirsk gubernia and has himself observed the attitude of the kulaks to the poor peasants and to our government. He has perfectly realized what no Marxist and no class-conscious worker can doubt, namely, that the kulaks hate the Soviet government, the government of the workers, and will inevitably overthrow it if the workers do not immediately make every effort to forestall the attack of the kulak on the Soviets and to smash the kulaks before they have the chance to unite. The class-conscious workers can do this at present. They can rally around them the poor peasants, defeat the kulaks completely and smash them, provided that the vanguard of the workers understand their duty, exert their whole strength and organize a mass campaign in the country districts. 41. The task was, in short, to take the civil war into the countryside, appeal to the poor peasants against the rich, and engage in this battle with relentless energy. And for this purpose to call, once more, on the initiative of the workers. "Organize," said Lenin to K., "and go off. We will give you whatever the country's stores possess. Already the Soviet government has enormous stockpiles of confiscated goods. We tried to keep by some reserves, but everything is getting stolen and pilfered. You will be using it in the interests of the revolution to rally the poor peasants to your side. The following 2 telegrams, addressed around the beginning of August to Evgenia Bosch, the comrade who had been sent to the Penza region to fight the rural counter-revolution, give an idea of the strictness with which Lenin meant this struggle to be waged. 1. August 9, 1918. Urgent. Penza. Executive, copy to Evgenia Bogdanovna Bosch. Message received, you must organize a picked guard. Exercise pitiless mass terror against the kulaks, the priests, and the whites, imprison suspects in concentration camps outside the towns. Telegraph back implementation. Chairman of Council of People's Com. Lenin. Point 42. 2. August 11, 1918. In repressing rebellion 5 districts, take all measures to requisition all excess grain. For this, designate, not seize, designate, hostages from the kulaks, rich, parasites, bound to deliver and transport the grain. The hostages to answer with their lives for the speedy and punctual delivery of the demanded quantities. Point 43. The workers' crusade now turned to the countryside. All industrial centers now saw the formation of food brigades which went off to seek grain in the remotest corners of the land. The venture entailed bloody struggles. The participants were often massacred, and more than one Bolshevik commissar was found by his comrades in an abandoned barn, his belly slit open and stuffed with grain. Still, tens of thousands of proletarians carried the revolution into the country districts. The amount of grain they procured for the cities may have been insufficient, but was by no means negligible. Point 44. Anarchy and Soviet democracy. Let us consider briefly the state of the country and the regime at this moment. The working class was showing endmirror symptoms of exhaustion and demoralization. Its best sons had left its ranks for the front line or for work in Soviet institutions. Its position as the victorious class meant that it attracted a host of doubtful elements, pseudo-workers, ruined shopkeepers, speculators. The famine was forcing it close to the peasants. Usually the Russian worker came from peasant parentage. Production was very low, and the factories lived as best they could, idle more than half the time, and riddled with theft. Raw materials and fuel were lacking and discipline practically non-existent. A report by Shlyapnikov, presented at the end of March to the All-Russian Soviet Executive, is full of telling details. The trains are often running without lighting or signals. Practically none of the signals on the line are working. People keep saying there is no paraffin nor any candles, but the fact is that it all gets stolen. On occasions the trains cannot start because of the absence of staff. Everyone is absent sick, orders from the management are not carried out, plunderers are sheltering behind the committees. At Klin, not far from Moscow, on the line to Petrograd, the shed for the rolling stock has been made into a club and the wagons left lying to clutter the tracks. Everybody is going in for speculation, offering and receiving bribes, supporting the profiteers and thieving from the system. Shlyapnikov can see only one cure for these evils: to interest the railwaymen in efficiency on the job and introduce piecework in the depots just as in the factories. A report by Nevsky in June tells us that productivity in transport has gone down by 50 or 70% while running costs have increased by 150%. The dilapidation of the stock is frightful, especially in the country areas and the regions close to the front, windows smashed, doors battered in, disgusting filth. Some of the big factories had become centers of demoralization and formed a favorable soil for counter-revolutionary agitation. At Petrograd the Soviet censured the workers of the Obukhov factory who spent all their time in meetings and recriminations. The Putilov works were scarcely any better, with incident after incident. The Mensheviks fomented strikes in the big workshops of Sormovo, which now produced 2 locomotives a month in place of 18, and at Kolomensk, and the arrest of their agitators instantly provoked a strike. At Yaroslavl and Zlatoust the SR and Menshevik parties were masters of the streets. The local Soviets, unprovided with food supplies or money, were at a desperate turn. They imposed extraordinary levies on their wealthier citizens, confiscated goods, and seized firms' current accounts, thus drying up the sources of the state's regular revenue. They also taxed commodities in transit over their territories. The Soviets of Tsaritsyn, Samara, and Kazan taxed the oil sent from Baku to Moscow, and sometimes even seized it, so that if and when it got to its destination its price had increased fivefold. The Soviets at Yalta, in the Crimea, taxed all exported tobacco with a prohibitive duty, thereby depriving the cigarette factories at Rostov, Moscow, and Petrograd of their basic raw material. Without proper control, and for ill-defined purposes, the Nizhny Novgorod Soviet levied an extraordinary contribution of 27 million rubles from the rich in its area. The military revolutionary committees, which were often headed by partisan fighters, also exacted levies and undertook requisitioning on their own account. 45. These details will give a fair indication of the financial state of the country. The budget as forecast for the year was between 80 and 100,000 million rubles. The most optimistic estimates of the actual revenue put it at 15,000 million. 46. There was the same chaos in food supply. Each Soviet, each factory and each family bent every effort to feed its own without caring for anybody else. All the measures undertaken by the Food Commissariat were cancelled out by a host of highly varied and egocentric local initiatives. Trains carrying grain were requisitioned en route, turned from their destination, and seized strictly according to the rule book, with edicts duly drawn up and signed by the responsible local authorities, or else straightforwardly pillaged. The whole Petrograd-Moscow line thus kept itself alive by buccaneering, at starving Petrograd's expense. All the railways were infested with the bagmen, small-scale profiteers or other enterprising citizens, who set off at their own risk and peril to look for foodstuffs in the countryside. They traveled in bands, formed crowds, captured trains by assault, corrupted railway workers, and went off each with his 50 or 100 pounds of corn. In the Kursk gubernia there were estimated to be 20,000 bagmen devoting themselves to speculation. In the Saratov gubernia there were 50,000. 47. This quickening social decomposition demanded urgent and energetic countermeasures. Moral influence had already done all that it could. In the face of this mounting anarchy, the centralization of authority appeared ever more necessary. The Food Commissariat sought, and obtained, from the Vitsik the right to quash the decisions of local Soviets and to dismiss their officials. To replace local anarchy by state intervention, to replace committees by responsible leaders, to involve the workers in production, to repress the counter-revolution which had long been vigorous in the countryside, and was now penetrating the proletarian centers, these are the pressing urgencies of the hour. The debate on these measures takes place in the All-Russian Soviet Executive, Vitsik, for the Republic, despite its lack of a written constitution, has a constitutional structure already crystallized, and a whole system of inner democracy. The dictatorship of the proletariat is not the dictatorship of a party, or of a central committee, or of certain individuals. Its mechanism is complex. Each Soviet, each revolutionary committee, each committee of the Bolshevik Party or the Left SR Party holds a portion of it and operates it after its own fashion. Lenin himself is obliged to follow strict rules. He has to convince a majority in the Central Committee of his party, then discuss with the communist fraction in the Vitsik, and then, in the Vitsik itself, brave the fire of the Left SRS, anarchists and internationalist Social Democrats, all doubtful allies, and of the Right SRS and Mensheviks, irreducible enemies. 48 All the decrees are debated during sessions which are often of tremendous interest. Here the enemies of the regime enjoy free speech with a more than parliamentary latitude. With monotonous enthusiasm they celebrate the praises of the Constituent Assembly. Impotent but courageous in fairness they must be granted that they tirelessly develop the prosecution's indictment of the dictators. The autocracy of the commissars has within 6 months produced the total ruin of Russia, laid waste by German imperialism, cries a Right SR, who demands the Constituent Assembly, the cancellation of the Brest-Litovsk Treaty and re-entry into the war on the side of the Allies. The lawyer Kogan Bernstein, a right SR, shouts at the Bolsheviks, "Get out before you are chased out. You are only in power thanks to bayonets." He denounces the October counter-revolution and Lenin the insensible. Along with Martov he cries, "Down with the dictatorship, long live the Republic, long live the Constituent Assembly." "You are savages, madmen, bandits," screamed another, at the end of the session of May 14, at Sverdlov's imperturbable face. The arguments of the adversaries of Bolshevism amounted to the following: everything that was wrong came from the usurpation of power by Lenin's party and its intention to burden the country with a premature transition to socialism by dictatorial and bureaucratic methods. The cure lay in a return to democracy, bourgeois democracy, which would be endowed with wise laws by the Constituent Assembly and escorted into socialism by the proletariat. The end of these tempestuous debates came at the session of June 14, when the Bolsheviks put on the agenda anti-Soviet activity by parties represented in the Soviets. L. Sosnovsky, who gave the report, concluded in favor of the expulsion from the All-Russian executive of the representatives of those parties which were instigating civil war against the Soviets and allying themselves with the enemy. A resolution was passed to this effect, and the local Soviets were asked to follow this example. The left SRS voted against. It was an important step towards a monopoly of politics in the proletarian dictatorship. Up till now this dictatorship had not seemed incompatible with the legal existence of parties, groups, and journals which were hostile, oppositional, neutral, doubtful or conditionally friendly. The Vitsik had been acquiring a sort of parliamentary flavor. We have already seen the circumstances in which the suppression of the bourgeois press had been begun. Now the open alliance of the right SRS with the Czechoslovaks and the strike propaganda of the Mensheviks 49 chiming in with the intervention, determined the outlawing of the two parties. It is true that this was still not an irrevocable step. Lenin would later ask his old opponents Martov, Dan, and Abramovich on the Vitsik. He was not afraid of them and he thought their opposition might be useful. At the end of June, simultaneously with the victories of the Czechoslovaks and the troubles in the countryside, the agitation of the Mensheviks in the cities reached its peak. At Petrograd a committee of workers' delegates proclaimed a general strike for July 2. This was a failure, but a number of factories came out. On June 20, the revolvers of unknown assailants murdered the party tribune Volodarsky, an orator and journalist of immense fire, as he was returning from a meeting in a factory. It was the first successful political assassination committed by the counter-revolution. Class state, class army. There was as much need of arms as of grain. Bread and an army or the Republic was doomed. Voluntary enlistment, Trotsky was soon to write, has reached only a third of our expectations. The early Red Army attracted too many unstable elements who came into it only to get fed for a while and to acquire arms for themselves. The land of socialism could after all be properly defended only by the collective of able-bodied citizens. Mass mobilization is demanded by the conditions of modern war, as the revolution's leaders perfectly well knew. In their view, voluntary enrollment was no more than a provisional compromise arising from tragically difficult circumstances. The All-Russian Soviet Executive had, on April 22, decreed universal and compulsory military training for all men aged between 16 and 40, for youngsters from 16 to 18 it was called preparatory training. This instruction had to be given them for 12 hours a week, at a minimum, over 8 weeks. At the same time as this measure, the executive also approved the text of the Red Soldier's Oath 50. I, a son of the toiling people, assume the title of soldier in the Workers' and Peasants' Army. I swear to learn the bearing of arms, to look after my weapons, ammunition, and equipment with care, to accept discipline, to safeguard my dignity and that of my comrades, to direct my every thought and action towards the great aim of the emancipation of the workers, and to spare neither my strength nor my life in battle for the Soviet Republic, for socialism, and for the fraternity of all peoples. May I earn contempt and punishment if I violate this oath. The victorious offensive of the Czechoslovaks, achieved without striking a blow, revealed the military feebleness of the Republic. Dispersed as they were over vast tracts of territory between the Volga and Vladivostok, the Czechoslovaks nowhere amounted to a substantial force. They became formidable only through the contrast of their cohesion, discipline, and resolve against the disarray and disorganization on the other side. On the Trans-Siberian line and in the Chelyabinsk region no effective resistance was put up to the intervention by the local Soviets. Some Soviets tried to avoid the necessary battle, to the cost of neighboring areas. They refused to acknowledge the seriousness of what had happened, believing it was a matter of misunderstandings, fragmentary mutinies, or incidents which would eventually be sorted out. They did not see that it was war, and war to the death. When the Czechoslovaks occupied Chelyabinsk, the Soviet, which had tolerated the enemy's preparations for 9 days without doing anything, now spent 2 days in useless deliberations, refused to arm the Hungarian prisoners who offered to fight, and disregarded the workers' forces that came together spontaneously. Other Soviets, notably in Siberia, negotiated with the Czechs and concluded truces with them, thus facilitating the enemy's work through their own political stupidity. Trotsky's merciless order, to shoot those who refused to surrender their arms, was nowhere carried out. It was a costly clemency. There were still units of the former army, in a disorganized condition, all over the country, if only anyone had been able to use them. The best of the Red Guards were fighting in Siberia, on the Manchurian border, against the Ataman Semyonov, and in other parts against the White Bands. The initiative of the revolutionary masses, which had caused the October Revolution to continue its triumphal march through November and December, was now faltering. For a variety of reasons, the best revolutionary cadres had been wrenched from the local Soviets by the first selection. The country was living off the feeling of a victory gained, so that the tension had slackened. Privation and danger had instilled a certain weariness among the workers remaining in the rear, and their very presence in the rear was an indication of their backwardness. The peasantry was vacillating. From now on the failing initiative of the masses had to be made up by compulsion and organization, and a regular army substituted for the permanent insurrection of the guerrilla units. It was Trotsky's unflinching, tireless energy that took on all the organizational tasks of the army that had to be dragged out of chaos. Numerous points of resistance had to be broken within the revolution itself. Left SRS and left communists, symbolizing a very common state of mind, stood up for the guerrillas, combated the theory of the revolutionary army, and opposed the employment of former officers. The left communists' theses denounced the de facto re-establishment in the army of the old officers' corps and the command of the reactionary generals. They defended the principle of election of leaders. Within a few months the cruel disappointments dealt to their cause by reality would totally dissolve these objections. The proletariat has no military leaders of its own, then let it take to its service those who have served other classes, said Trotsky. But these officers, these generals are surely counter-revolutionaries. Yes, they are. A dual command is instituted. By the side of each offices will be placed a commissar, as advisor and political guarantor. The commissar receives reports jointly with the commander, whose orders he countersigns, thus attesting before the workers and peasants that the orders are not counter-revolutionary machinations. The responsibility for all operations rests upon the commander alone. It is not the job of the commissar to assess the military merits of any orders given. All he can do if he disapproves of them from this viewpoint is refer them to the Military Revolutionary Committee, Order of the Commissar of War, April 6, 1918. Measures were set afoot to compel officers to serve in the Red Army. We must finish with military parasitism, and so deprive the counter-revolution of its reserves. The officers have had their training at the expense of the people, let them serve the people. An appeal addressed to those who have enlisted with the Ataman Krasnov and are burning down the Don Valley promises them not only the pardon of the proletariat but also fresh appointments if they will surrender forthwith. Those who fail to do so will be shot. Furthermore, proper respect must be accorded to the officers and generals, even conservative ones, who accept work in the difficult circumstances that we face. They are worth more than the false, intriguing socialists. We shall discover among them many more first-rate men than we expect. 51. The Mensheviks cannot resist raising the ghost of Bonapartism before the all-Russian Soviet executive. An army? Generals. Watch out for the Kornilovs, remember Napoleon. The army's organizer gives them their answer in his imperious, mocking, metallic tones, Kornilov. But it was you people who nourished and made him. Our army will be a class army, just as our state is a class state. We affirm and proclaim the proletarian monopoly of the army. If our generals intended to imitate their predecessors in revolutionary history, we shall know how to remind them of our laws. And we must observe that Dan and Martov are ill-advised in their quotations from French history. They might have remembered that in the era of large-scale mechanized industry, of finance capital and the proletariat, Bonapartism can no longer assume such crude forms as it did at the end of the 18th century. Still, the desire to repeat the role of Pichegru 52 is not wanting among the military leaders. Admiral Shchostny opens the sequence of betrayal. He had distinguished himself in the last days of April by leading the Baltic fleet to safety when, blocked by ice at Helsinki, it was in danger of falling into the Germans' hands. Shchostny then steered it into Kronstadt. The orders he gave stated, defend the fleet and prepare to blow it up in case it falls into enemy hands. The admiral instigated suspicion among the crews against the government, which was being cunningly accused of planning the destruction of the fleet. Some officers of the mine-laying division gave out the slogan, "Dictatorship of the fleet." Trotsky had the admiral arrested. When gentlemen admirals and generals, in a time of revolution, start playing their own politics, they must expect to take the consequences. Admiral Shchostny has lost the game, said Trotsky to the Supreme Revolutionary Tribunal on June 20. The admiral was executed. 53. This ebook is licensed to Will Yang, William Yang 1997 at hotmail.com on September 21, 2019. Women in Petrograd march for bread and peace on International Working Women's Day, igniting the February Revolution. Women and children waiting in line to buy milk before the beginning of the Russian Revolution. Russian Army Cossacks in 1915. The Romanovs, Russia's ruling family, in 1913. Ever since the first days of the revolution, the royal house had been the field of a persistent battle between those who wanted to preserve the dynasty and those who wished to annihilate it. A workers' demonstration in Petrograd in July 1917. During this period a majority of Petrograd workers wanted Soviet power, but workers outside the city weren't yet ready for this step. Armed workers and soldiers escorting captured plainclothes policemen at the Institute of Technology at Zabolkansky Avenue, now Moskovsky Prospect, in Petrograd, February 1917. Soldiers ride through Petrograd in 1917. Russian troops in their trenches during World War I awaiting a German attack. The soldiers have mandated us, a delegate from the Russian front told the Petrograd Soviet, to tell you that if peace proposals are not presented immediately and seriously, the trenches will empty and the whole army will come home. Revolutionary soldiers and sailors in Petrograd in 1917. Demonstrators gather in front of the Winter Palace in Petrograd during the Russian Revolution. A demonstration in Moscow during the October Revolution. While the overthrow of the provisional government in Petrograd in October 1917 was relatively quick and bloodless by comparison to the February overthrow of the Tsar, in Moscow the struggle was more protracted, lasting several days. Armed Latvian communist women during the Russian Civil War. A group of Romanians who took part in the 1917 October Revolution in Russia. American gondola car converted into an armored car for special use of the Kolchak Army, on the Trans-Siberian RR. A 1922 photograph of General Baron Peter Rogel, an Imperial Russian Army officer who became a commanding general of the Russian White Army in southern Russia during the later stages of the Russian Civil War. According to historian W. Bruce Lincoln, when several thousand Bolshevik prisoners were brought before him in October 1918, he shot nearly 400 of them on the spot and then offered the rest the choice to atone for their crime and prove their loyalty to their country or face the same fate. W. Bruce Lincoln, Red Victory, A History of the Russian Civil War, Touchstone, 1990, p. 217. American troops in Vladivostok parading before building occupied by the staff of the Czechoslovaks in August 1918, with Japanese Marines standing at attention. President Woodrow Wilson sent 8,000 troops as part of an Allied and Japanese expeditionary force aimed at supporting the White Armies against the Bolsheviks. Russian delegation arrives in December 1917 for the negotiations with the Germans at Brest-Litovsk. Kamina at center, wears a dark hat and is smoking. Leon Trotsky, who was in charge of the Bolshevik delegation, is on the far right wearing a helmet with a pointed spike. This ebook is licensed to William Yang 1997 at hotmail.com on September 21, 2019. 8. The July-August Crisis. The Map of Russia. The months of July and August 1918 were the most critical for the revolution. Even the crisis of July 1919, which was longer, and more oppressive and painful, did not reach this pitch of paroxysm in the class war. The Soviet Republic, which had experienced the full force of German imperialism, now underwent the shock of Allied intervention in the very heart of the country. The monstrous coalition between the Central Powers and the Allies was now realized de facto against the Soviets, just when Ludendorff was launching, on the Somme and the Aisne, his last desperate offensives towards Paris. Ataman Krasnov, now in control of the Don region, was simultaneously supplied with arms and munitions by the Germans and encouraged by the Allies. Look at the map. On the frontier of Finland, the Finnish-German troops menace the railway to Murmansk. In the north the Allies, the British, occupy the coast of Murmansk, Kem, Onega, Archangel and Shenkursk. The northern front extends over nearly 850 miles. The German front stretches in practically a straight line from the Gulf of Finland to the Ukraine for over 350 miles. The Germans hold down Pskov and Minsk, and are in occupation of the entire Ukraine. Around Rostov, Ataman Krasnov is turning the domain of the Cossacks into a counter-revolutionary state. The Kuban is almost completely occupied by the Whites under General Alexeyev. Menshevik Georgia is, as we know, independent. Baku is calling in the British. The southern fronts extend over 900 miles. Tyutov's Cossacks control the countryside in the Orenburg, southern Ural, region. On the Volga the Czechoslovaks hold Kazan, Simbirsk, today Ulyanovsk, and Samara, Kursk, Voronezh and Tsaritsyn, today Stalingrad, are threatened. The Republic is in effect reduced to the area of the Grand Duchy of Moscow, just as in the 15th century. The ambassadors of the Allies are at Vologda. In the interior, the counter-revolution is seizing Yaroslavl and pressing on Rybinsk, Kostroma, Murom and Nizhny Novgorod, in the immediate vicinity of the capital. In the rural areas the rich peasants are instigating uprisings. The provinces of Tambov, Ryazan, Yaroslavl and Penza are at the mercy of the Kulak-Vendi. We shall be attentively following the events in Moscow and Petrograd, no less serious in their implications. Peril is everywhere. The following figures will give an idea of the intensity reached by the famine. For rationing purposes the population of the large cities is divided into 4 categories. 1. Heavy physical labor. 2. Ordinary physical labor and intense intellectual labor. 3. Intellectual labor. 4. Not occupied. Here, simply as an example, are the rations allocated to these categories in Petrograd on 3 to 4 July and 14 to 15 August. Ration for 2 days. Category 3 to 4 July 14th to August 15th. 1. 200 grams of bread, 2 eggs, 200 grams of bread. 400 grams of fish, 5 herrings. 2. 100 grams of bread, 2 eggs, 100 grams of bread. Grams of fish, 5 herrings. 3. 100 grams of bread, 400 grams 50 grams of dried of fish, 5 herrings vegetables, 5 herrings. 4. 50 grams of bread, 5 herrings 5 herrings. On July 2 the Allies occupy Murmansk. According to their official story they mean to protect the stocks of arms, munitions, and provisions in the port against the designs of the German-Finnish forces. The French military mission arms Serbian and Italian prisoners of war and sends them to the north. The hesitations of the Allied governments in the matter of intervention have not ended, but a state of mind favorable to intervening has been created in Western Europe as the result of the Brest-Litovsk peace, now denounced as an act of treason to the Allied cause and to be followed by important German offensives on the French front. This hysteria extends to the mass of the people, who often believe the legend that the Bolsheviks have sold out to the Kaiser. The arrival of American troops in France had remedied the manpower crisis and made it possible for operations in Russia to be seriously envisaged. In addition, Europe's statesmen have now begun to understand the social implications of Bolshevism. The most enlightened of them on this score are, naturally, the Allied diplomats who have taken refuge at Vologda. Messrs. Francis, the United States ambassador, and Newlands, his French opposite number, are, as we have already seen, strong supporters of intervention. The British charge d'affaires, Lockhart, supports them unreservedly. The Allied diplomatic and military missions in Russia have two objectives at present: to prevent Soviet power from consolidating itself and to prove to the governments of London, Paris, and Washington, through the success of the internal counter-revolution, that an energetic intervention would both be opportune and have serious chances of victory. Several counter-revolutionary governments are now taking shape in Siberia, where the Czechoslovaks have colonized the length of the Trans-Siberian Railway and the Japanese are occupying Vladivostok. This map of Russia should be borne well in mind by the reader if he is to follow events. The leaders. Let us pause briefly to look at the men who dominate these events. Later, they will acquire the semblance of giants. Men will search avidly to decipher their human qualities from the deeds, facts and dates of history. But at this moment their greatness appears to us as something homely, and they themselves as simple. The distribution of roles among them is complete. Each fulfills his own task. Vladimir Ilyich Ulyanov, and Lenin is an old pseudonym for illegal writing, is 48. He is a man of average stature, quite broad in the shoulders, rather stout, with a rapid stride and a lively way of gesturing. His cheekbones are powerful, his nose fleshy, his forehead high and made higher by a spread of baldness. A short, almost red beard lengthens the face, whose blue eyes often twinkle with mischief. Such simplicity in a man of genius is astonishing. He laughs freely, he looks gay and easy-tempered. When he listens, with his hand at his forehead, he sometimes has a sharp look about him, and sometimes guards his eyes and keeps his features hardened in a terrible expression of unbending thought, but one of his very common expressions is a broad smile of amusement, either approving, as if to say, "Yes, that's it," or sarcastic. As an orator he is devoid of emphasis and averse to rhetoric, zealous to persuade and prove, with a dialectic that is rigorous, bound together by common sense, powered by sheer obstinacy. His hands make short, frank movements that seem to materialize the argument. As speaker and as publicist he is an impressive realist who carries and even forces the conviction of his hearers. Lenin is of bourgeois origins. His life history, propaganda and agitation since the age of 20, at the University of St. Petersburg. He has memories of a brother, a young terrorist, who was hanged. Then a year in prison, 2 years of exile in Siberia, emigration to Munich and then London, the founding of the party, ceaseless polemics and struggles, the research and development of a theory, clandestine activity in Russia during the 1905 revolution, international congresses and daily toil in Geneva, Paris, Krakow, Zurich throughout the war. The same insistent effort over 15 years, building the party, preparing the revolution. The same existence, with its paradoxical regularity, as a professional revolutionary in Britain, Switzerland, France, and Galicia, humble lodgings, libraries, editings of small illegal journals, meetings, comrades, tea gatherings, long bicycle trips. The hours of darkness have come, but there have been no falterings, no doubts. He is a trained scholar who has at his fingertips 4 languages, Russian, English, German, French, Marxist sociology, the history of capitalism and the labor movement, and the politics of Russia. In order to confute the idealist tendency in the party, he dedicated himself to philosophy. This revolutionary now has the experience of 3 revolutions. A unity which blends action, thought, word, personal living and political vocation is the cardinal trait of his character. Lenin is hewn from one single block, his whole being is tensed perpetually on his task, his mission, which fuses with the mission of the proletariat. His prestige as the founder of the party and guide of the revolution is immense, for all that, people within the party he has created do not fear to contradict him, and this is just what he wants. His utilitarian outlook may sometimes be brutal, but his hands are absolutely clean. At this moment he is chief both of party and of government. He maps out the routes and points to the destination. He is the brain of the revolution. In Sedgwick's words, Lenin is a superb thinking machine, a willing analytic mechanism of incredible precision and strength, inserted into the great revolutionary movement whose motor it has become, marvelously adapted as an integral part of the whole one. Leon Davidovich Trotsky, real name Bronstein, often appears as Lenin's equal, though he himself gladly recognizes the latter's preeminence, not that these considerations have any importance. Point 2. At the 7th Party Congress the 2 leaders were elected onto the Central Committee with the same number of votes. 39 years old. A man of lank proportions, broad-shouldered, with a military bearing and a restrained natural elegance. Long face, lofty forehead, a mass of unruly hair, green eyes that look out with a metallic glint, piercing, alive, shrewd and searching from behind the pince-nez lenses, a clean-cut profile, a large mouth whose line accentuates the firmness, and sometimes the hardness, of his other features. A small pointed beard further extends and emphasizes this face of strength and delicacy. It is a closed, distant personality, yet affable. The gestures are authoritarian, like his manner of talking. From the rostrum comes a voice of astonishingly powerful modulation, audible from afar, rapping out its brief, incisive, mordant sentences, which are constructed with the assurance of a consistently clear dialectic, each dictum scientific in precision, impeccable in form. A bitter, haughty, exact irony which neatly pierces the opponent. Trotsky's eloquence, concentrating intelligence and will, sweeps along crowds, because it transmits greatness, force, and necessity in a language of epic clarity. The style of the journalist equals that of the orator, with a superb fusion between essence and form. Biography as follows: born in 1879 in the Kherson gubernia, of Jewish and bourgeois origin. A revolutionary since his 17th year. At 18 and 19, a member of the Workers' Union of Southern Russia, illegal, naturally, at Nikolaev. 2 years in prison, a Marxist education undergone in the jail. 2 years of exile in Ust Kut, Siberia. Escape. Emigration. Vienna, Zurich, Paris, London, first period of collaboration with Lenin in 1903, in editing Iskra. After the split in the Social Democratic Party in 1903, separates from Lenin on questions of organization and joins the minority, Menshevik, opposition for a short while. Soon, when the Mensheviks turn out to be supporters of collaboration with the liberals, leaves them and remains outside the 2 factions, somewhat to the left of the Bolsheviks. Illegal return to Russia during the Revolution of 1905. An adversary of all opportunism and a supporter, from this time on, of the proletarian dictatorship and the socialist revolution, he collaborates with the Bolsheviks. President of the Petrograd Soviet. Arrested with the Soviet on December 3. Imprisonment, theoretical and historical work, deportation to Obdorsk, on the river Obi in the Arctic, escape and flight abroad. In Vienna, collaboration with the German and Austrian socialists, Publication of Pravda together with Yoff. War correspondent in the Balkans. Expelled from Austria in 1914, an internationalist during the war, condemned in Germany, in Paris, edits Nash Slovo and works with the French syndicalists around Vievrières. Expelled from France in 1916. Expelled from Spain, travels to New York, collaboration with the revolutionary press in America. Leaves for Russia on the beginning of the revolution and is interned in Canada. From this time, has propounded a concept of revolution similar to that of the Bolsheviks. Returns to Petrograd, after the July events, spends a time in Kerensky's jails. In the course of these struggles, and the studies that have gone with them, the theoretician has acquired a European culture, he has 4 languages. The principal organizer of the October Revolution now has the task of organizing the defense of the Soviet Republic. He goes to war, forges the blade, carries the responsibility on all fronts. He incarnates, in its keenest expression, the revolution's will to survive. Lenin and Trotsky have in common a method of work based on punctuality, economy of time and resources, discipline, responsibility, and initiative among collaborators. They are born organizers, and they train team after team of organizers. External defense must be complemented by defense in the interior. The man to whom the party has entrusted the difficult mission of unmasking the permanent conspiracy, of serving the proletariat as the epitome of vigilance, severity, and terror, is called Felix Edmundovich Dzerzhinsky. He is tall and thin, with angular features and acute eyes. His mortal enemies and he has no other sort, since the struggle between him and them is to the death, admire his ascetic honesty, his unbreakable self-possession, his amazing capacity for work. 41 years, a Pole of bourgeois origin. A Marxist revolutionary since his 18th year. 5 times imprisoned, thrice deported, thrice escaping, sentenced in 1912 to 14 to 10 years of forced labor, a political prisoner for 5 years, liberated on the fall of Tsardom, member of the Petrograd Military Revolutionary Committee which organized the insurrection of 1917, chairman of the Commission for Repression of Counter-Revolution, VChika, since it was first set up. Dzerzhinsky is a man of faith. Since adolescence he has devoted his life, with a poet's ardor, to the transformation of man and of life. His prison journal is suffused with a profound idealism. He had the deepest imaginable love for men, wrote Karl Radek, and it was only the conviction that any weakening would be calamitous for the masses that enabled him to strike so inflexibly with the sword of the Revolution. 3. From time to time the tall frame and the intellectual's face of Yakov Mikhailovich Sverdlov could be glimpsed behind Lenin. We have already made our acquaintance with Sverdlov. 4 He is organizer extraordinary to the party and to the Republic, whose constitution he has just drafted. Grigory Yevziuk Zinoviev, Radomyslsky, a collaborator of Lenin since 1907, theoretician, popularizer and orator, is defending, at Petrograd, one of the most advanced and most threatened outposts of the Republic. As president of the executive committee of the Northern Commune, he is the dictator of a great workers' city, starving, cholera-stricken and vulnerable to surprise attack. His colleague Volodarsky, a garment worker returned from the United States, unsparing as a speaker and a writer, has just been assassinated by unknown men, by right SRS, it will be discovered later, when the organizer of the murder goes over to Bolshevism. Zinoviev, with his tousled head, smooth, rather flabby face, nonchalant stance, rounded gestures, deep, sometimes strident and always audible voice, Zinoviev with his merciless choice of words often confronts and subdues, in the old capital's factories, the discontent and anger of a proletariat whose best sons are at the front, and which is dying of hunger. 5. Another man must be named here, who is not visible on the scene, Dr. Adolf Abramovich Yoff, the Republic's ambassador to Berlin, accredited to His Imperial Royal Majesty Wilhelm II. Functions whose delicacy requires a discreet penumbra, whose importance demands quite unusual skills. The foundations of the German Empire are being mined, the edifice can be heard cracking. Its fall will be the salvation of the Russian Revolution, and perhaps the signal for the revolutionary explosion in Europe. This first Bolshevik ambassador, who in a time of war flies the red flag over his home in Berlin, has a paradoxical mission, to avoid a resumption of hostilities and to prepare the German Revolution. No Spartacist's house is more closely watched than his residence, none more assiduous than he in practicing the cult of appearances. But the mission is being accomplished. Dr. Yoff is 35, large forehead, pronounced Jewish physiognomy, powerful lips, an Assyrian beard, the grave demeanor of a man of science or of business trained in Berlin. At the age of 16, in the town of his birth in the Crimea, he was already a social democrat. He did his medical schooling in Germany, from which indeed he was expelled in 1907 by Chancellor von Bülow. He has seen the inside of prison several times, has organized the transmission of illegal literature in the Caucasus, organized the escape from Sebastopol of a comrade from the Potemkin, performed a large number of clandestine missions in Russia during the years of reaction, undergone a sentence of hard labor and 4 years deportation to the Tobolsk gubernia, right up to the revolution. The revolution has a worthy representative at the court of the Kaiser. Bolshevism's first ambassador to Germany was to follow a long and brilliant career as a revolutionary diplomat. He led the peace negotiations with Estonia, Lithuania, Latvia, and Poland, 1920–21, represented the Soviets in China, where he skillfully steered Sun Yat-sen to a pro-Soviet orientation, then in Tokyo, then in Vienna, 1925. Having become the victim of an incurable illness, he took his own life in 1927, in Moscow, having declared his solidarity for the last time with the opposition in the Communist Party. There is another great figure that does not appear, in this work, in the first rank, even though he belongs to that level. We have had to concentrate our attention on the very heart of events, deliberately neglecting the fortunes of the revolution in the Ukraine. Bolshevism, with the aid of peasant uprisings, is engaged in a contest for this abundant granary against Skoropadsky's dictatorship, which rests on the German occupying armies. Bolshevism's man in Kiev is called Christian Rakovsky. At this moment he is negotiating a peace between the Ukraine and the Soviet Republic. In reality, he observes, waits, struggles and prepares. Later he will be, for some years, head of the Soviet government of the Ukraine, the soul of the proletarian revolution in this land devastated over 4 years by some 15 invasions and armed restorations from the counter-revolution. Christian Rakovsky is now, at the prime of his life, a veteran socialist of Europe, an old hand at international congresses, Gallicized by long spells in Paris, Russified by long-standing contacts with the Russians. Bulgarian by birth, Romanian by nationality, he bears a name which is inscribed in the history of Bulgaria and which has recently entered the annals of Romania. A revolutionary internationalist before and during the war, associated with the concept of a Balkan Socialist Federation, prosecuted in many trials, feared in Bucharest as the regime's mortal enemy, tracked by assassins, Rakovsky emerged on May Day from the prison at Jassy to the acclamation of the Russian soldiers who had opened its doors for him. He immediately formed the first revolutionary government of the Romanian Republic at Odessa. Lithe and svelte, of Latin appearance and temperament, this gentleman of the handsome, hairless countenance, this tribune of the lashing tongue blends an unshakable revolutionary integrity with a Western intelligence of infinite subtlety. 6. The party and its men. Behind these great figures of the foremost rank there naturally stands a multitude of others, ready to replace them if they vanish. These too are energetic, powerful, great in their way. The revolution is rich in men, because it awakens to creative activity innumerable masses from social strata which are full of young, unused vigor. The personalities of the second rank are numerous, and deserve study. Numerous also among these are men who await no more than the event which will arouse them to a new stature. Nonetheless, the selection of leaders that has been achieved has nothing arbitrary or unjust about it. The passage of the years enables us now to make this judgment. It is the result of 20 years of revolutionary preparation and of 18 months of turmoil, not of the caprice of a Congress or of an electorate's balloting. And yet these men have their greatness and strength only through the greatness and strength of the party, which itself derives its power from that of the masses, of the classes in society. We shall not deal here in any depth with the problem of the role of personality in history. The classes, the masses, the party work through the agency of individuals. Their choice of individuals demonstrates precisely the fitness of these larger forces for victory. Had Lenin and Trotsky been assassinated in September 1917, would not the revolution's chances of victory have declined immeasurably? Would not their disappearance at this juncture, in July-August 1918, have been like the loss of an experienced sea captain who, in a ship in mid-ocean assailed by tempest, computes within his skull the maximum chances of safety? Lenin had suffered this very uncertainty. "Tell me," he said one day to Trotsky, "if the whites kill you and me, do you think Bukharin and Sverdlov will be able to pull through all right?" That phrase of the English which is so remarkably accurate in business matters, "the right man in the right place," applies with even more force to the class struggle. And it is a fact of serious significance that neither the Tsarist regime nor the Russian bourgeoisie was able to find or to introduce in their appropriate places the men whom they needed, whereas the proletariat found them at once, just as it is significant that, increasingly over the whole world, the bourgeoisie is forced to borrow its political leaders and statesmen, if not from among the proletariat, at least from the socialist movement. We have noted how Lenin, in emphasizing the salutary role of individual authority, has demonstrated the compatibility between personal dictatorship and the dictatorship of the proletariat. The limitless strength of the revolutionary classes now appears to us, in short, as an elemental power that must be canalized, dammed, directed, and organized so as to prevail against the forces of the counter-revolutionary classes, which are already organized. An effectively organized and directed social class will in the last resort be able to impose its will upon classes which are stronger but which lack organization and direction. It is like the difference between a multitudinous mob and a small army. The party works as the yeast of organization among the worker and peasant masses. At such moments its function takes many forms. It expresses the most general, most basic aspirations of the crowds, and translates them into conscious actions. It attracts, mobilizes, staffs and disciplines the most active elements of the class it represents. It selects from these the administrators, agitators, and leaders. It establishes between the leaders and the masses a network of continual contacts and exchanges, be it through great assemblies, congresses, meetings, or the daily work round. Finally, it ensures the predominance within the working class of the conscious element over the backward strata, the victory of intelligence and the higher instincts over alien influences, ancient vices, and the baser instincts. The Fifth Congress of the Soviets. The Anglo-French expedition landed at Murmansk on July 1, the Whites entered Orenburg on the 2nd, the Czechs entered Ufa on the 3rd. The Fifth All-Russian Congress of Soviets met on the 4th. 1,164 delegates were present. Of these 773 were communists, 353 left socialist revolutionaries, 17 maximalists, 10 non-party, 4 anarchists, 4 internationalist social democrats and 3 representatives of nationalities. The Congress opens with an urgent statement from the Commissar for War, Trotsky. The political battle is now on with a vengeance. In the Kursk region, close to the Ukrainian frontier now held by the Germans, a disquieting agitation is being conducted among the Red troops. They are being incited to war against the Germans. Some units are demanding an offensive. One commissar has been killed and a brigade leader wounded. Guerrilla strikes into Ukrainian territory have taken place. Certain fanatics have threatened the head of the peace delegation in the Ukraine, Rakovsky, with their grenades. All this must stop. I have given the order, states Trotsky, to shoot the agents of the enemy who are fomenting these disturbances. I demand the approval of Congress for this action. The hall echoes with shouts. Executioner! Kerensky, cry the left SRS. From the rostrum their leader Kamkov openly endorses the broad, healthy movement which is leading the revolutionaries of Russia irresistibly to the aid of their brothers in the Ukraine. This explicit backing for the guerrillas who are seeking to create a state of war as an accomplished deed excites indignant objections. The vehemence of the left SRS at once breaks into a kind of paroxysm. "Allow us to speak," they shout, "before you shoot us." Zinoviev defends Trotsky's proposal, which is carried by a two-thirds majority. The safety of the Republic, it is proclaimed, is the supreme law. Those who oppose it will be put down. The SRS demonstratively leave the meeting, then return to it, and the duel is resumed even more violently. Maria Spiridonova 7 now attacks the Bolsheviks with a passion bordering on hysteria. She speaks of the martyred and betrayed Ukraine, accuses the Bolshevik usurpers of ruining the peasantry, of sending the German secret trains loaded with gold, of being in the service of Germany. Lenin shakes his head as he listens. His rebuttals, which are sometimes drowned in interruptions, are notable for their common sense. A party which drives its sincerest representatives to wallow in this mire of lies and errors is a doomed party. 8 To want to tear up the Brest-Litovsk Treaty is to put the peasant's neck into the big landlord's noose. It is essential to gain time, the Republic is getting stronger, the rival imperialisms are at their last gasp. Civil war is necessary to socialism, but the parties must not base themselves on the standpoint of the starving individual, but on that of socialism. The left SRS are setting the peasantry against us, merciless war upon those socialists who desert us while some are cornering all the grain and others are dying of hunger. We shall not shrink from any struggle whatsoever. We shall subject everything to state audit and nationalize everything, if necessary. Our practical solutions are, monopoly and taxation of grain, fixing of a maximum price, reduction of the prices of manufactured goods by 50% for the poor peasants and 25% for the middle peasants. It is at this point in the debate, with the atmosphere electric with opposing currents, that the news comes, at 4 a.m. on July 6, that Count Merbuk, the German ambassador in Moscow, has just been assassinated in his legation by left SR terrorists belonging to the staff of the Chaikha. The Congress, which is meeting in the Bolshoi Theater, immediately suspends its deliberations, but the left SR deputies are prevented from leaving. They spend the evening in a state of mortal anxiety, expecting at some moments to be delivered by the insurrection that they have organized, at others to be massacred by these Bolshevik agents of Germany. Assassination of Count Merbuk. The left SR rising. On July 6, at about 3 a.m., 2 functionaries of the Chaikha arrived by car and presented themselves at the German legation. They brought with them papers concerning an obscure Lieutenant Merbuk, who was a prisoner of war. The ambassador, a secretary, and the 2 visitors sat together in a drawing room decorated with grey and pink silk hangings. One of the visitors, Blyumkin, opened his briefcase smartly, saying, "Look, here is an item," which pulled a Browning automatic out of it and fired point-blank at Count Merbuk. The ambassador, wounded, rushed into the neighboring reception room, where he fell. The terrorists followed close behind him. One of them threw a grenade onto him, which failed to explode. The other, Blyumkin, picked it up and threw it again, with more force, at the man lying at his feet. The wounded man was blown to bits. The explosion threw the terrorist out of the window, an official fired at him but his companion dragged him to the car. They got away without pursuit. 9. Dzerzhinsky went to see the Central Committee of the Left SR Party, there he learnt that the party assumed the entire responsibility for the assassination, and was taken prisoner. A detachment of special troops from the Chaikha under the command of Popov formed the principal nucleus of the Left SR forces, which that evening took the offensive at several points of the city. They took the central post office by surprise, and made haste to send telegrams everywhere decreeing as null and void any decisions of the Council of People's Commissars, the Socialist Revolutionary Party being from now on the only governing party. The people want war with Germany, declared the left SRS. Meanwhile the population watched the operations of the troops in the streets with an indifference tinged with hostility. The left SRS had at their disposal from 800 to 2,000 men, 60 machine guns, half a dozen field guns and 3 armored cars. Some squads of anarchists and Black Sea sailors joined their forces. They had, as it appears, concealed from their own partisan forces the project of forcibly seizing power from the Bolsheviks, right up to the last moment, and so the confusion of morale among their troops condemned them to inactivity within a very short spell. Their whole strategy was limited to a few blasts of cannon fire at the Kremlin. The Bolsheviks could call on the Lettish riflemen, a serviceable remnant from the old army, commanded by an officer named Vatsidis, 10 non-party but loyal, and on an international brigade composed mainly of Hungarian prisoners of war, headed by a communist by the name of Belikun. The local commandant, Murilov, also had available some detachments of the Young Red Army. These forces were put under the direction of 2 of the men who had seized the Winter Palace in 1917, Antonovo Vzienko and Podvoisky. By midday on the following day, the rising was crushed. A few shells on the headquarters of the Left SR Central Committee had put the insurgents to flight. Nearly 300 of them were arrested. Several of them were executed, among them Alexandrovic, an excellent young militant who had participated in all the actions of 1917 and enjoyed a general esteem. An assistant of Dzerzhinsky's at the head of the Chayka, he had deceived his chief and his comrades in accordance with his party's discipline, in order to prepare the insurrection. He died bravely. His death was much more than the penalty paid for a breach of duty, it was the ransom exacted by the peace with Germany. The end of the Soviet alliance. The Left SR party had committed suicide. What had it been aiming after? Its speakers at the Fifth Congress had defined its aims: to tear up the Brest-Litovsk Treaty, which is fatal to the Russian and the international revolution, in revolutionary style, to appeal to the solidarity of the German workers, and to modify the peasant policy of the Soviet government. This party claimed to represent the interest of the toiling peasants. This last point is of considerable importance. During the debates in the Vitsik in mid-June on the committees of poor peasants, advocated by Lenin and bitterly attacked by Martov, the Left SRS had stated their position in vigorous terms. We agree, they said, that the civil war must be taken into the countryside against the kulaks, but we think it is nonsensical to try to distinguish between the poor and the middle peasantry, in the attempt to enlist the poor, proletarian or semi-proletarian masses. It is necessary, they said, to count not on the poor peasant but on the middle peasant, who will be the most reliable support of the socialist revolution in the countryside. Point 11. Against Lenin's formula the poorest peasantry, the Left SRS wished to substitute the expression laboring peasantry. In other words, whereas the Bolsheviks founded their policy in the countryside on the interest and the energy of the rural proletariat, the Left SRS defended the interests of the rural petty bourgeoisie, the mass of middle peasants whom they hoped to involve in the struggle against the kulaks. Hence their differences with the Bolsheviks on the problems of food supply. While the latter worked for centralization in order to combat anarchy and the free play of local and personal egoisms, the Left SRS would have liked to leave the maximum initiative, authority, and command to the peasant Soviets, which were obviously, for the most part, under the control of middle peasants. Point 12. These differences became sharper and clearer during the discussions on the decree concerning the supply of manufactured goods to the committees of poor peasants. This decree, Karelin declared, harmed the interests of the laboring, i.e. middle, peasants. It opposed the populations of infertile districts to those infertile districts. It was part of the system of bureaucratic dictatorship which was undermining the local Soviets. It was criminal to counterpose committees of poor peasants to the Soviets of laboring peasants. Point 13. These facts allow us to characterize the Left SR party as the party of the middle peasantry. Hence we can immediately understand its vacillations. 14. Its anarchistic tendencies, its aversion towards the centralized state and the regular army, its penchant for guerrilla warfare, its democratic mentality which was so often opposed to the dictatorial spirit of the Bolsheviks. But were the middle peasants, then, in favor of war? Of course not, since it was they, more or less, who had imposed the peace. The fact that their party committed political suicide for the sake of provoking war was due to its having become the plaything of other forces, which we shall see working out later, through the lack of political independence so characteristic of the petty bourgeoisie, the feverishness of its emotions and the fuzziness of its politics. In July 1918 the peasantry, which had from July the previous year up till January and February supported the Bolsheviks as instruments for the expropriation of the landlords, had now as a whole become hostile to them. On the key question of the trade in grain, peasant interests allied the middle peasants with the kulaks. The Left SR Party, whose leading circles were made up of sincere socialist intellectuals, had by now lost its social base. Between the intentions of its leaders and the aspirations of the class which lent it strength, the gap was widening. All that could issue now was some kind of adventure. In such situations all that remains for revolutionary idealists is to try their luck for the last time, to fall and break their necks. The defeat of the SRS, coming as it did after the disarmament of the anarchists, marked, in Trotsky's words, the end of the Soviet alliance that had been cemented the previous November through the combined efforts of the peasant masses and the proletariat. Once the bourgeois revolution carried out by the rural masses had run its course, the contradiction between these aims and the aims of the socialist revolution made itself felt with increasing cruelty. The ideologues of the petty bourgeoisie, torn by contradictory interests and sentiments, split from the party of the proletariat, not without much inner turmoil. It is the moment chosen by influences from abroad to intensify their pressure. The end of the Soviet alliance produces in its wake a formidable concentration of power. Up till this time, the dictatorship was in a way democratic, constitutional forms were spelt out within its structure. The multiplicity of local activity, the existence of parties and groups, the demands of public opinion, the democratic traditions of revolutionaries trained in the school of Western democracy, and the weakness of the central authority all worked in this direction. The debates within the Bolshevik Party, too, have shown us the vitality of its internal democracy. But everything changes at this point. The Allied intervention, striking simultaneously with the rebellion of the kulaks and the collapse of the Soviet alliance, poses an unmistakable threat to the survival of the Republic. The proletarian dictatorship is forced to throw off its democratic paraphernalia forthwith. Famine and local anarchy compel a rigorous concentration of powers in the hands of the appropriate commissariats. The catastrophe of the transport system compels a recourse to draconic methods of authority on the railways. The war, the total encirclement of the revolution and the inadequacy of spontaneous foci of resistance compel the establishment of a regular army, to supplement and supplant the guerrilla formations. Bankruptcy compels the centralization of financial policy. Conspiracy compels the introduction of a powerful apparatus of interior defense. Assassinations, peasant risings and the mortal danger compel the use of terror. The outlawing of the socialists of counter-revolution and the split with the anarchists and left SRS have as their consequence the political monopoly of the Communist Party and the extinction, for practical purposes, of the Constitution. With the disappearance of political debates between parties representing different social interests through the various shades of their opinion, Soviet institutions, beginning with the local Soviets and ending with the Vitsik and the Council of People's Commissars, manned solely by communists, now function in a vacuum, since all the decisions are taken by the party, all they can do is give them the official rubber stamp. The defeat of the Left SR Party is final. Many of its organizations and members break with it. Up till 1923 it retains the mere ghost of a legal existence, with a small review and a few deputies in a few of the Soviets. After the bloody days of July it splits into three tendencies. Certain of its militants found the People's Communist Party, shortly to be absorbed by the Bolshevik Party. Others, persisting in the anti-Bolshevik struggle, will engage in dreams of a third revolution, cooperate with Makhno and the Ukrainian anarchists, and assist in 1919 in the anarchist attempt to kill the Moscow CP Committee. 15 Spiridonova and Kamkov will adopt an attitude similar to that of these activists, and be interned. A third group, led by the former People's Commissar for Justice, Steinberg, will try to keep for the party some legal existence as a loyal opposition, seeking a liaison with those socialists in Western Europe who attempt, in vain, to found a left socialist international between the socialist and the communist internationals, which is sometimes called the 2.5 International. 16. Yaroslavl. During the street fighting in Moscow, the counter-revolutionary forces took over Yaroslavl. This ancient city, situated on the Volga on the Archangel railway line between Moscow and Vologda, is an industrial concentration, 16,000 workers out of nearly 100,000 inhabitants, and a religious center, celebrated for its fine 16th and 17th century churches. Reactionary influences had been so successful in this provincial environment that in the spring of 1917 officers had been known to murder Jewish soldiers and non-believers had been lynched by the mob. The Mensheviks were able to provoke strike movements there, and the Bolsheviks were hated like the plague. It had been necessary to break the resistance of the post and telegraph offices and the employees engaged in food supply. The populace was rationed, the Soviet raised forced levies from the bourgeoisie. Public processions were organized by the clergy, who were held personally responsible by the Soviet for any disorders. The town was actually held by 200 or 300 determined communists led by Nakimson, a young doctor of philosophy from Bern University who had fought in the 1905 revolution, and the watchmaker Zakiim, both being Jews. Meanwhile, the Fatherland and Freedom Defense League was concentrating its forces there secretly. The League, which could count on several thousand reliable supporters, had at first intended to start simultaneous insurrections in Moscow, Rybinsk, Murom, Kostroma, Yaroslavl, and Kazan. The preventive measures taken by the Cheka in Moscow and Kazan forced it to abandon this extensive plan of operations. At the beginning of July, Boris Savinkov arrived at Yaroslavl accompanied by his assistants, including Colonel Perkurov, who had been appointed to the command of the local forces. This high-ranking officer had served the Red Army on a number of occasions and had only recently been an inspector of artillery with the partisan corps. He now had 200 or 300 ex-officers in his organization. On the night of 6 to 7 July, 110 of his men assembled not far from the town. Their arms amounted to about a dozen revolvers. They began by seizing the artillery depot and getting themselves armed. The mounted militia surrendered without a struggle, and a Red Regiment decided to stay neutral and allow itself to be disarmed. The Whites had been promised the support of several hundred workers. In the event they got hardly a few dozen. Arrests of the communists began. Nakimson and Zakiim were captured when just out of bed, and shot on the spot. The town awoke to find itself in a state of siege, and under the authority of the Volunteer Army of the North, commanded by the old revolutionary Boris Savinkov and Colonel Perkurov, acting on behalf of General Alexeyev, then away organizing the Volunteer Army of the South, with Denikin. Several commissars, including one Bolshevik, went over to the Whites. Intellectuals, high school pupils, middle-class youngsters flocked to enlist in hundreds under the banner of order. News of sweeping Czechoslovak victories was being given out. The Whites arrested around 200 communists and suspects and, not knowing what to do with them, interned them on a barge moored between the two banks of the Volga. These 200 captives, men, women, and children, wounded, sick and dying, were crammed on top of each other in their floating prison, in which they spent 13 days, exposed to the fire of the belligerent forces. They received nothing in the way of food. The Mensheviks, who had been informed of the reactionary coup that was being organized, had decided to observe complete neutrality. The Communists, although surprised by this attack, delivered at the moment when the political conflict with the local left SR branch was occupying all their attention, soon recovered and concentrated around the city all the red units they could call in. They made use of the powerful artillery they had at their disposal to begin immediately with a bombardment that was to last 12 days. A ferocious battle ensued. When the promised descent of the Allies from Archangel failed to materialize, the Whites knew they were lost. They tried in vain to call the surrounding countryside to insurrection, but the peasants demanded arms for the sole purpose of defending their villages against the Bolsheviks and were unwilling to engage in any further operations. Prokhorov managed in the end to escape from the city by boat, under cover of fog, at the head of 50 officers. 17 Most of the whites refused to risk a breakthrough, hoping to escape the vengeance of the revolution by a subterfuge. They surrendered on July 21 to a German lieutenant who headed a committee of prisoners of war, and declared themselves to be the prisoners of Germany. The town, full of corpses and smoking ruins, had now exhausted its bread supply. The extraordinary Red General Staff for the Yaroslavl front issued an order to the population decreeing that any person who wants to save his life must leave the city within 24 hours and surrender on the American bridge. Those who remain in the town after this interval will be treated as rebels. After 24 hours, no quarter will be given to any person. The town will be mercilessly bombarded by heavy artillery, using poison gas shells. Any who remain in it will perish in the ruins, along with the rebels, the traitors, and the enemies of the workers and poor peasants. Revolution July 20. The population, terrified at this announcement, came out into the fields in throngs to surrender at the designated point. There they filed in their entirety past the tables of the Chaika, which had been drawn up in the open air. 350 whites were arrested in the course of the summary tribunal and shot without delay. 57 officers had already been executed when the Reds entered the town. It was the first serious episode of the terror. The feudal Battle of Yaroslavl left 4,000 workers without jobs and 40,000 persons homeless. 14 factories had been destroyed, 2,147 houses out of 7,618, 9 out of 10 schools, 20 public buildings out of 47.18. The politics of Emnulans. The Battle of Yaroslavl was, as a matter of fact, no more than one episode in the Allied intervention in Russia. In the previous chapter we have already mentioned the plan for encircling Moscow which had been envisaged by General Laverne. The testimony of Boris Savinkov before the Moscow Revolutionary Tribunal in 1924, which moreover accords fully with all the written sources in this affair, and there are many of them, is absolutely clear. I thought at first, said Savinkov, of operating in Moscow, but the French consul Grenard and General Laverne, the latter speaking on Emnulens's behalf, told me that the Allies felt that it was possible to continue operations against the Germans on the Russian front. They informed me that a sizable landing of Anglo-French forces would be taking place at Archangel, with this purpose in mind, and that it was necessary to support this expedition from the interior. The plan was to occupy the north of the Volga basin, when the British and French would support the insurrection. We were to take Yaroslavl, Rybinsk, Kostroma, and Murom. The French would concentrate on Vologda. But they deceived us. The Allied landing did not take place and we found ourselves on our own at Yaroslavl. The French knew all the resources we could call on. I saw Grenard and Laverne several times. The French put money at my disposal. Our own funds, those of the Fatherland and Freedom Defense League, which were on a relatively small scale, came from 3 sources. There were insignificant donations. I had 200,000 rubles, Kerensky issue, via a Czech intermediary named Kulpendo. The French gave about 2.5 million Kerensky rubles. 19 An official brought me the money, in small amounts at first. When the insurrection was in the offing they gave a huge sum all at once, 2 million I think. 20. The French advised me to seize Yaroslavl, Rybinsk, and Kostroma. I hesitated, as I felt that our forces were insufficient. For a while I was thinking of transferring them all to the Czechs, and even gave the order for a section of them to go off to Kazan, which was still held by the Reds, to start a rising there when the Czechs came near. But I had a message from Vologda via Grenard in which Nulens confirmed categorically that the landing at Archangel would be taking place on 5 and July 10, or else 3 and July 8, I cannot remember exactly, and asked me at all costs to begin the action on the Upper Volga precisely on that date. The British did not land at Archangel until a month later, on August 3. There was never any question of a French landing. All the indications are that Emnulens wanted popular insurrections against the Bolsheviks as a means of influencing his government to support his own interventionist policies. 21 Savinkov's activities on the Upper Volga were to complement those of the Czechoslovaks and the Right SRS farther down the river. A kind of SR government had been functioning for a month in Samara, receiving its directives likewise from Emnulens. One of the leaders of the SR party at this time, who was also a leading figure in the so-called constituents movement, wrote, "In June we received an official note from Emnulens, giving a categorical confirmation of the Allied government's decision to supply forces for joint action against the Germano-Bolsheviks. Such forces were to be large enough to take the weight of the struggle in the first stage and to enable the anti-Bolshevik contingents to form themselves into a big regular army. The Allies rejected any possibility of coexistence with the Bolsheviks and proposed the formation of a single coalition government, to take the form of a directorate of 3 persons, armed with dictatorial powers until the existing Constituent Assembly could meet. The Allies, in addition, intended to recognize the Assembly only in respect of its right to invest the directorate with its authority and to prepare fresh constituent elections. 22. A letter from M. Stephen Pichon, then Foreign Minister in Clemenceau's cabinet, to the Foreign Minister of the Samara government, Videnyapin, a Right SR, written at the same time or shortly afterwards, contains a note to exactly the same effect. 23 The Right Center, Prince E. N. Trubetskoy, P.B. Struve, Gurko, and the League for Renewal, dominated by the liberal bourgeoisie, equally collaborated with the French. The left SRS, too, though sincere and determined adversaries of all these counter-revolutionary groups, appear to have had relations with the French military mission. I have been assured from several quarters that the latter supplied the grenades which were used in the murder at the German legation. Savinkov testified, "I remember one conversation that I had, I think, with Grenard. He told me that the French had given facilities for the assassination of Count Merbach by the left SRS. We can be certain that the Soviet regime's pro-war party was in contact with the Allies. One is therefore led to conclude that the French, being as much informed of the left SR's plans as they were of Savinkov's and the Czechoslovaks' activity, managed to apply a certain division of labor between the various parties, unbeknown to one another. It was they who, after a certain fashion, achieved a unified command over 2 rival fronts. The betrayal of Muraviv, to be related below, strengthens this conviction of ours. Menaces and treason. For several days Russia lived under the menace of a renewed war with Germany. In spite of some reassuring statements made to the Reichstag by the Chancellor, Germany presented the Soviet Republic on July 14 with a note demanding that a battalion of uniformed troops be allowed into Moscow to ensure the security of the Imperial Embassy. It would have amounted to an occupation of Moscow. The Russian reply, drafted by Lenin, was an outright refusal. We would have been obliged, Lenin told the Vitsik, to reply to this action as we have already replied to the Czechoslovaks mutiny and the British military operations in the north, by an expanded mobilization, calling on all adult workers and peasants to resist and, if a temporary retreat should become necessary, to destroy by fire all stores without exception to prevent them falling into enemy hands. War would then be for us a fateful but absolute and unconditional necessity, and this would be a revolutionary war waged by the workers and peasants of Russia, shoulder to shoulder with the Soviet government until their last breath. But Germany, preoccupied by the failure of its last offensives on the French front, was no longer in a fit condition to invade Russia. All that happened was that the German legation was transferred to Pskov, in occupied territory. The attempted insurrection of the left SRS had one jarring echo on the Eastern Front. There the Red troops operating against the Czechs and the counter-revolutionary bands had been placed under the supreme command of Colonel Muraviv, whose role in the defense of Petrograd after the October victory and in the capture of Kiev a little later we have already recorded. He was a born adventurer. He considered himself to be a left SR. Membership of this party was a convenient solution for a number of people who wanted to be adopted by the Soviet regime without demeaning themselves by submission to Bolshevik discipline. He had, I believe, lectured in tactics at a military academy. A bluffer and a braggart, Muraviv was not lacking in certain military capabilities, quick-witness, daring and the art of addressing soldiers and giving them heart. Trotsky. As an organizer he was a spirited character. Having received the directive of his party, and being still ignorant of the outcome of the Moscow coup, Muraviv suddenly announced that he considered himself to be at war with Germany, ordered his troops to wheel round towards the east, had the Simbirsk Soviet surrounded and presented himself there to demand their support. 24 He was received in the Soviet by angry shouts, insults, and threats. Completely isolated, he was killed on the spot, July 12. A young officer named Tkakhevsky 25 continued with the operations against the Czechoslovaks on his own initiative. The Letvatsidists took over the high command of the front. The Soviet Constitution. When it resumed its sessions on July 10, the Fifth Congress of Soviets adopted the draft constitution for the Russian Federative Soviet Republic which had been drawn up by Sverdlov. Article I consists of the Declaration of the Rights of the Exploited and Laboring People. Article II states the general principles, dictatorship of the proletariat and the poorest peasants in order to abolish the exploitation of man by man and to build socialism which will have neither classes nor a state. The Russian Republic is a free association of toilers. The supreme authority there is to belong to the Congress of Soviets, and between Congresses to the All-Russian Soviet Executive, Vitsik. The Church is separated from the state and education from the Church in order to guarantee freedom of thought to the workers. In order to guarantee the toilers the real freedom to express their opinions, the Republic abolished the subjection of the press to capital and offers to the working class and the poor peasantry all the technical and material means for publishing newspapers, etc. and for distributing them freely in the country. The freedoms of assembly, association, and education are guaranteed by similar measures. The Republic considers labor to be an obligation for all its citizens, and adopts the motto, "He who does not work, neither shall he eat." There is to be compulsory military service, with only the workers having the privilege of bearing arms. Foreign workers living in the Republic are to enjoy all political rights. The Republic offers asylum to all those in foreign countries who are wanted for political or religious crimes. All nationalities are to be equal. Individuals or groups who make use of their rights against the Republic may be deprived of them. Article 3 concerns the structure of authority. The All-Russian Congress of Soviets consists of representatives of local Soviets, the towns being represented by one deputy for every 25,000 inhabitants and the country areas by one deputy for every 125,000. This article formalizes the dominance of the proletariat over the peasantry. Congresses will be held at least twice a year. Extraordinary congresses may be summoned either by Vitsik or on the demand of Soviets representing one-third of the country. The Congress is to elect its all-Russian executive of 200 members at the maximum, responsible to itself. This executive selects the Council of People's Commissars and enjoys legislative power. Its members are to perform specific missions or do other work in the commissariats. The executive may annul or suspend any measure taken by the Council of People's Commissars, which is to submit its most essential decisions to it for approval. The People's Commissars are to number 17, Foreign Affairs, War, Navy, Interior, Justice, Labor, Social Insurance, Public Education, Posts and Telegraphs, Nationalities, Finance, Communications, Agriculture, Commerce and Industry, State Control, Supreme Council of the Economy, Public Health. At the head of each commissariat is placed a collegium whose members are nominated with the approval of the Council of Commissars. The members of the collegium can appeal from it to the Council and to the Vitsik Bureau. The Council of People's Commissars is responsible both to the Congress of Soviets and to Vitsik. The All-Russian Congress of Soviets authorizes, amends and supplements the Constitution, directs general policy, declares peace and war, fixes the plan for the nation's economic life, votes the budget, regulates financial and similar agreements, legislates and amnesties. In between Congresses, Vitsik enjoys all these powers with the exception of amending the Constitution and ratifying peace treaties. Matters of emergency importance are thus anticipated as falling within its domain. The various Soviet congresses are laid down as follows. Regional congresses are to have one delegate from town or district Soviets per 25,000 inhabitants, and one per 5,000 electors on town registers, with 500 delegates at a maximum. These norms are to form a limit on the deputies elected to the regional congress from the provincial congresses. The provincial congress is to have one delegate from the ward or district Soviets per 10,000 inhabitants, and one delegate per 1,000 town electors, with 300 delegates as a maximum per province or gubernia. The ward congress is to have one representative per 1,000 inhabitants, to a maximum of 300 deputies, and the county congress, in the rural areas, one deputy for each 10 members of local Soviets. These congresses will constitute the supreme local authorities and will elect executive committees. The Soviets, or councils, are constituted in the towns in the ratio of one deputy per 1,000 inhabitants. They are to number not less than 50 nor more than 1,000 members. In the country areas and in towns of less than 10,000 inhabitants, one deputy is to be elected per 100 inhabitants, with a minimum total of 3 and a maximum of 50 for each village. The period of election is 3 months. The Soviets are to elect executive committees. Their local powers are very extensive. The right to vote is enjoyed by all toilers of both sexes, soldiers and sailors. The following may not vote or stand for election: persons who exploit the labor of anyone else, persons living off unearned income or engaged in commerce, priests, monks, former police officers, members of the former ruling dynasty, the insane and those condemned to deprivation of civil rights. Elections are to take place according to custom, which amounts to specifying a vote by show of hands, in the presence of an electoral commission and a representative of the Soviet. The credentials of those elected are to be verified by a mandates commission appointed by the Soviet. Electors may at any moment recall their deputy and proceed to fresh elections. Article V of the Constitution deals with the budget. Section 79 makes it clear that the financial policy of the Republic works towards the expropriation of the bourgeoisie and prepares the general equality of all citizens, without hesitating to infringe on private property in the pursuit of this end. The Congress is to delimit the income of the state and that of the localities. All expenditures of the exchequer are to be controlled by the central government. Article 6 concerns the emblem of the Russian Socialist Federation O.F. Soviet Republics, sickle and hammer on a red background, within the rays of the rising sun, the whole surrounded by a crown of wheat ears. Motto: Proletarians of all lands, unite. The red flag is to bear the initials of the Republic. This constitution was not debated. Its role was purely that of sanctioning and codifying the organization of a new form of state which had been born, as it were, spontaneously, from the base to the summit. Its distinguishing features were: unification of legislative and executive powers, political monopoly for the laboring classes, dominance of the proletariat over the peasantry, participation of the masses in public life and class dictatorship. The profusion of electors, deputies, Soviets, and Congresses, and the rights that these enjoyed, appeared to provide the most substantial guarantees of a labor democracy. The dictatorship was assured by the multi-stage character of elections and the centralization of powers. But, as we have seen, the bloc between the Soviet parties had just collapsed precisely at this moment. Soviet democracy gave place, through the force of irresistible historical necessities, to the dictatorship of the Bolshevik Party. The constitution was to become increasingly a project for an ideal proletarian democracy for whose realization neither the time nor the means was available. Any normal functioning of this array of institutions, so simple in their social character, yet of an enormous scope and practical complexity, since they implied a mobilization of the political activity of millions of laboring people, would have presupposed, in default of an actual revolutionary upsurge, at least peace, security, and a level of sufficient prosperity to permit a free, rich, variegated and constant political life to be conducted in the nation reflected in innumerable initiatives. but it was just at this moment that mortal peril converted the Republic into an entrenched camp, defended by a phalanx of staunch and conscious revolutionaries in the front rank, in whose hands the dictatorship was to function as the decisive weapon. We must note that up to this time no one had formulated the theory, later to acquire the force of law, according to which the dictatorship of the proletariat is naturally exercised by the Communist Party. This theory will be imposed later, by Life. 26. Consequences of the Czechoslovak victories. The situation on the front was worsening daily. The Czechoslovaks entered Ufa on July 5, Verkhny Uralsk on the 7th, Zlatist on the 8th, Sezran on the 10th, Simbirsk on the 22nd and Ekaterinburg on the 25th. They crowned this series of successes on August 6 with the capture of Kazan. In the meantime, counter-revolutionary attempts on the lines of Yaroslavl had taken place at Murom, Rybinsk, and Arzamas on July 11, and Nizhny Novgorod on the 14th. The British occupied Onega on the 31st and, with support from the Whites, Archangel on 2 August. The Czechoslovaks thus occupied the middle stretch of the Volga and the Ural Mountains. They held down the country's most important river artery, the granary of European Russia, the mining and industrial region of the Urals and the roads of Siberia. Farther to the south, General Dutov's Cossacks were occupying Uralsk and Buzoluk, so that communications with Turkestan were practically cut off. The strategic aims of the Czechoslovaks were to link up with the Allies who were landing on the White Sea coast, and to support the Japanese intervention, which might very easily be extended, it seemed, as far as the Ural region via the Trans-Siberian Railway. The regular, efficiently commanded Czechoslovak formations, which aroused support everywhere from the counter-revolutionary elements of the population, found themselves faced in battle only by improvised, indisciplined and anarchical units, good at most for a guerrilla war against an adversary exposed to the hatred of the masses. One corps of 1,105 bayonets, for instance, which held the front near Myas, not far from Chelyabinsk, was made up of 13 local detachments, the smallest of which contained 9 men and the largest, from Perm, 570. It had 24 horsemen and 9 machine guns. However, the 4 companies that came from Perm had not a horse among them, while the 39 volunteers from Katai had 12. Each detachment had its own leaders and tried to act as it liked. The basis of their organization was the local factory. Some data concerning a certain Simonov brigade give some idea of their military preparation. Here there were about 100 experienced soldiers, about 100 who had done some drill 5 times or less, and about 600 totally ignorant of the handling of weapons. Armed to the teeth, after any fashion they could manage, they did not know how to make use of their arms. These bands sometimes fought very well, and sometimes very badly. They knew almost nothing of the art of reconnaissance, of the main forms of defense, of the most elementary precautions to be taken in a march across country. They might abandon a position simply to carry on a leisurely debate about what to do a little further off, or retreat before the enemy, without bothering to warn other comrades, simply to take a rest. We're fed up with it. We shall quote a passage from a report on some operations on the river Kishtima. At about 11 the firing slackened off. The leader of the detachments from Rozdestvensko telephoned to say that his men had learnt that the enemy had captured some villages close to their own and had decided to leave the line and defend their own village. The workers had taken the same view, so the orders that had been given could not be carried out. The 7th Ural Regiment left its positions to take a breather without telling anybody. When asked about it, its leader answered, "The men wanted to get themselves dry and have a sleep. They decided to go off only for half an hour but are still sleeping. I can't do any more." After one very ragged battle it was found that out of 2,200 troops only 900 were left, many of them barefoot and without rifles. Out of 4 cannon 3 remained, out of 50 machine guns 12 working and 5 damaged, 2 detachments were missing without trace. The T detachment stationed machine gunners around its village and decided not to budge. 27. These partisans were beaten with ease by the Czechoslovaks. At the same time, a general drive towards mobilization was taking place, battalions, regiments, and divisions sprang up almost spontaneously on the initiative of hosts of militants. These mobilized officers in their service, and created general staffs and the machinery for supplies. The Red Army was born as much from these numberless initiatives as from the organizing effort directed by Trotsky. In a speech before the Moscow Soviet on July 29, Trotsky defined the tasks of the moment: our troops lack cohesion. The servile drill of the old army must be replaced in the Red Army by a sharp, clear consciousness of the absolute necessity to fight. This was the revolutionary master idea of the Red Army's creator. All the regular armies of modern times have had a triple backbone to stiffen them: the state, the court-martial, with the death penalty, and the cult of the fatherland to complement the rest. The anti-militarist joins the colors like any other citizen. The Red Army must be, above all, the organized expression of the workers' collective consciousness. Its discipline must rest on the soldiers' personal convictions. The force that the old armies acquired through long months of drill, training, and practice with weapons, cementing units mechanically together, must be provided by us in the spiritual plane, by introducing into our army the best elements of the working class, that will ensure us victory, despite the weakness at command level. In each unit a corps of communist revolutionaries must be placed to be its life and soul. 5 to 10 workers will suffice. Moscow had already given the army 200 or 300 agitators, commissars, and organizers. It must give twice as many again. The Petrograd Soviet has resolved to send a quarter of its members, 200 men, to the Czechoslovak front. If we pay this price, the treacherous officers will be broken down over and over again. We will shut them up in concentration camps at the front. We will case them in with commissars whose revolvers are at the ready. The commissars will be the living incarnation of the army, the force that determines power. Let him who feels he is not of the stamp be off and packing. Let him who remains give his life. The communist backbone of the Red Army goes off to organize a vast service of political agitation, propaganda, education, and action, such as no army has known before. In place of passive obedience, the proletarian revolution substitutes the obedience of a discipline that is based on political consciousness. In Petrograd, Moscow, and other industrial regions, the working class youth is mobilized. Victory or death is the slogan issued to all. Sons of the working class, we have made a pact with death, and therefore with victory. Trotsky. These are not idle words, for death is everywhere. The end of the Romanovs. The Czechoslovak intervention settled the fate of the Romanovs. Ever since the first days of the revolution, the royal house had been the field of a persistent battle between those who wanted to preserve the dynasty and those who wished to annihilate it. This struggle had begun on March 16, 1917, when the Soviet had demanded that Prince Lvov's provisional government should arrest Nicholas II. Shortly afterwards, the British ambassador in Petrograd sounded out the government on the possibility of transferring the imperial family to Britain. These discussions went on while the Romanovs were interned in their usual residence of Tsarskoye, now Dietskoye, close to the capital. After the serious riots of July 1917, the Kerensky cabinet, in order to give some satisfaction to the revolutionary masses, and also to whisk the August captives out of their reach, exiled the imperial family to Tobolsk. Nicholas II, his closest relatives, his retinue of 5 courtiers and 35 servants left Tsarskoye on August 14 in a special train that flew the pennant of the Japanese Red Cross. They were lodged in Tobolsk in the mansion that had belonged to the Governor-General on Liberty Street. The instructions of the provisional government placed them under the protection of their escort. The soldiers performing this duty decided of their own accord to take all possible measures to prevent an escape. In this large Siberian town the former emperor enjoyed a tolerable existence, like a man of modest property under surveillance. There, while the civil war was raging across the country, he spent quiet winter evenings, a good bourgeois at his fireside. Nicholas II read through the foreign reviews. Alexandra Fyodorovna played bezique with old General Tatishchev. The 4 grand duchesses devoted themselves to the proper occupations of ladies. In the night and the snow, revolutionary soldiers kept guard on the doors. A commissar from the provisional government, a socialist revolutionary who had known exile in Siberia, lent every attention to the desires of his deposed majesty. Archbishop Hermogens of Tobolsk, an old friend of Rasputin, assisted by his clergy, succored the martyr emperor with their active solicitude. Meanwhile, monarchist officers were preparing to liberate him. This situation lasted even after the October Revolution. However, among the guarding party a group of soldiers came together, who swore that they would never allow the Romanovs to escape alive. The soldiers of this court searched the ex-emperor's quarters, confiscated his Cherkessian dagger, compelled him to remove his braid of office, and rationed him. The Ural Regional Soviet insistently demanded of Vitzik that the royal captives be transferred to Ekaterinburg, and sent Red Guards to watch over the points through which they would have to pass, in case of an escape. Some Bolsheviks from the Ural arrived at Tobolsk with the object of arranging the execution of the Romanovs there, at their own risk and on their own responsibility. The prisoners were thus enveloped by two opposing conspiracies, one for their rescue, the other for their death. The officers and the monarchist clergy lacked energy, intelligence, and even dedication to their aim. At one point, it seems they had available a force of several hundred men as well as considerable funds. Quarrels over money and influence between a Lieutenant Soloviev and a priest named Vasiliev caused them to miss the moment to act. The Ural Soviet at last obtained Vitzik's authority for the transport of the Romanovs to Ekaterinburg. Vitzik entrusted an adventurer by the name of Yakovlev to conduct the transfer at the head of a troop of workers on horse. Simultaneously, the Ural Executive Committee dispatched another party, under more reliable command, to bring back Nicholas II dead or alive. This was the end of April. From the start, Yakovlev's behavior aroused such suspicions that the Ural executive resolved to take the Romanovs off him, by force if necessary. The soldiers from the Tsar's escort were also afraid that this might be an escape attempt, and made Yakovlev take 8 of them with him. Yakovlev took the Tsar, the Tsarina, their daughter Maria and 5 other persons in sledges over the frozen Irtish towards Tiamen. The extraordinary caravan passed through Pokrovskoe, the village in which Rasputin had been born. Nicholas II and Alexandra Fyodorovna received the last homage of their last subjects on the threshold of the house of that holy man who had been so instrumental in bringing about their downfall. Their last chance now came. Yakovlev tried to change the itinerary given in his instructions, and to take the Romanovs not to Ekaterinburg but towards Moscow via Omsk, Chelyabinsk, and Samara. His plan was to offer them asylum in the mountains during the journey, and await events there. The Omsk Soviet refused to let the party cross their territory and ordered him to turn back. Faced with the threat of being outlawed, he complied. 28. In the meantime, the Regional Congress of the Communist Party had met at Ekaterinburg and demanded the death of the Tsar. Nicholas II was received in the working-class capital of the Ural region by an energetic Bolshevik, Byeloborodov, chairman of the Regional Soviet Executive, who had directed the conduct of the whole matter. The former Tsar was housed in the sumptuous mansion of the engineer Ipatiev, who had been given 24 hours to move out. The other members of the imperial family arrived at the end of May with an entourage of 23 persons. However, they were allowed to keep none of these except Dr. Botkin, who was needed for the Tsarevich Alexei, always in bad health, a cook, a scullery boy, a footman and a maid. From now on their guard was composed of factory workers. 3 sentries watched night and day in the corridors next to their rooms. The prisoners were allowed out into the garden only for half an hour each day. The Ural Soviet was now demanding the Tsar's death. The left SRS were insisting on it. Certain anarchists and left SRS, mistrusting the Bolsheviks, prepared an assault upon the Ipatiev house. The Bureau of Vitzik had different ideas. It wanted to conduct a trial of the last Tsar before the proletarians of the Ural. This was to open at the end of July, and Trotsky was to take the role of public prosecutor. Further developments were cut short by the approach of the Czechoslovaks. The Ekaterinburg Chayka had just uncovered an officer's plot and arrested a number of agents sent by the ambassador of Serbia, Spalikovic. On July 12 the Soviet noted that it was impossible to proceed with the trial. The Czechoslovaks were approaching the town from both sides and could capture it before the end of the week. The decision was taken to execute the Romanovs without delay and to destroy their remains completely so that no relics might be left for future use. A worker from the Verkhnilsetsk factory, Peter Zakharovich Ermakov, was deputed to carry out the execution with a squad of reliable men. On the night of 15 to 16 July, around midnight, Nicholas II, the Tsarina, the Tsarevich Alexei, the four young Grand Duchesses, Dr. Botkin, and the former heir's governess and tutor, 11 persons in all, were asked to assemble in a ground floor room. They expected to be transferred again somewhere else. They stood in a row facing a group of armed men. The sentence of death, in the name of the Regional Soviet, was read out to them, and they had no time to take it in properly. All that Nicholas II said was, in a surprised tone, "So we're not being transferred to another place." He was never to recover from his surprise. Moments later, the Romanovs were no more than a heap of corpses hurled against a bullet-pitted wall. Their remains were taken, rolled in bedclothes, by lorry to an abandoned mine 8 versts from the city. There their clothing was meticulously searched. The garments of the Grand Duchesses were found to contain a large number of diamonds, the bodies were burned, and the ashes buried in a nearby swamp. This destruction was so effective that the Whites, despite 2 years of obstinate searching, found almost nothing. The Grand Duke Mikhail Alexandrovich, the Tsar's brother, in whose favor the latter had abdicated, had disappeared for some days. He was living at liberty in Perm. A group of workers, headed by Myasnikov, a determined old Bolshevik, had kidnapped him on the night of 12 to 13 July, pretending to make an arrest. The local authorities believed that he was in flight, but he had been shot. A number of other members of the royal house were interned in a disused school in the small factory town of Alipovsk, 250 miles to the northeast of Ekaterinburg. The Grand Dukes Sergei Mikhailovich, Igor, Konstantin, and Ivan Konstantinovich, Prince Pele, Elisabetta Fyodorovna, widow of the Grand Duke Sergei assassinated in 1905, and Princess Helena of Serbia. These were shot on the night of 17 to 18 July and their remains thrown down a mine shaft. The Bureau of the All-Russian Soviet Executive learned of the Romanovs' execution during its session on the 18th. A draft decree on public health was being debated. Semashko was giving the report. Sverdlov entered and sat down at his place, just behind Lenin. When Semashko had finished, Sverdlov leaned over towards Lenin and murmured a few words to him. "Comrade Sverdlov requests a moment to make a communication." Sverdlov said, with his level voice. "I have been informed that Nicholas has been shot at Ekaterinburg, on the order of the Regional Soviet. Nicholas wanted to escape. The Czechoslovaks were approaching. The Bureau of Vitzik approves." There was silence. "We will pass," said Lenin, "to the detailed examination of the draft." A decree confiscating the property of the Romanovs was issued on the 19th of the month. 29. This ebook is licensed to Will Yang, williamyang1997@hotmail.com on September 21, 2019. 9. The Terror and the Will to Victory. The Samara Constituent Assembly. A democratic government was being established in the Volga region under the protection of Czechoslovak bayonets. It was born at Samara on June 8. The Czechoslovaks captured the town at dawn, and a committee of 4 SR members of the Constituent Assembly, I. Brushvit, V. Fortunatov, V. Volsky and I. Nestorov, assumed power the same evening. In the name of the Constituent Assembly it proclaimed the dissolution of the Soviets and the restoration of democratic liberties. Meanwhile the Bolsheviks were being massacred in the streets. The committee informed the local court-martial of the names of any person resisting the authorities. A state security department with extraordinary powers was set up on August 9. The SR Constituent Assembly Committee assumed power in the towns of the Volga following in the train of the Czechoslovaks. Each town became, as it was captured, the scene of a protracted massacre of communists and suspects. At Sembersk, most of the Red soldiers captured in the town were shot. There was a real epidemic of lynchings, wrote the Vestnik, Monitor, of the Constituent Assembly Committee on July 28. In Samara itself the committee had to order an end to the summary executions on pain of having to answer for these acts. This democratic government was reduced to begging the Czech commander in the town to protect the workers from the violence of reaction in their own districts. At Kazan, while the Czechoslovaks pursued the retreating Reds, men with weapons and white armbands roved the streets searching houses and arresting suspects, armed with previously prepared lists and led on by informers. They cut every Bolshevik throat on the spot. For several days the streets were strewn with disfigured, undressed corpses. Any Reds found wounded were killed. Some of the bodies had their documents pinned to the chest. The title Commissar was displayed to explain why a man had his eyes poked out. After the passing of the first fury the reprisals go on, hardly less summary and not a whit less harsh. Class hatred is let off its leash. Each Red prisoner who walks the street, flanked by guards, is delivered to the rage of a well-dressed mob. Young women slapped them and spat in their eyes. The corpses were trampled underfoot, the eyes of the dead were gouged out, writes one witness. The trial of any Bolshevik amounted to the formality of a brief interrogation before execution. The old municipal institutions were born again, and the bourgeois newspapers reappeared with their announcements of the flight of Trotsky, the Allies' irresistible intervention, the atrocities of the Chinese, Lets, and Germans who made up the Red Army. The Metropolitan Bishop of Kazan summoned the faithful for the defense of the church. The university placed itself patriotically at the disposal of the government. The professors, the generals, the students, and the old people of all classes are forming a militia so that the young men can go off to the front. Monitor of the committee. The organization of a national army was set going. Russia's gold reserves, which were deposited at Kazan, had fallen into the hands of the counter-revolution, and were to provide a financial base for its cause over a long period. These reserves came to 657 million gold rubles, 6,500 million rubles of the existing currency, and 100 million in banknotes, plus an enormous hoard of securities and stocks of gold and platinum. 1. The Constituent Assembly Committee passed decrees ratifying the nationalization of the land and the expropriation of the big landlords, but restored to their former owners all industrial enterprises that had been nationalized, municipalized, or seized. It took vigorous measures to organize the bourgeois classes, and abolished workers' control over production. Its program can be summarized in a few words: neither a monarchist reaction nor socialist experiments, restoration of bourgeois democracy. The foreign policy of the Constituent Assembly Committee is already sufficiently known to us through a letter from M. Stephen Pichon to Videnyapin, the Minister of Foreign Affairs at Samara. It also formed the subject of negotiations between Timofeyev, a member of the SR Party's Central Committee, and the French agents, Charles Dumas and Ehrlich. Military operations assumed more importance. Commander Alphonse Guinet, of the French military mission, was influencing the Czechoslovak National Council. It was he who advised a quickening of the offensive against Sembersk, Kazan, and Saratov in order to give assistance to the Allied effort. Another French officer, Captain Condat III, paid a visit to Sembersk for the purpose of hastening the capture of Kazan. In the eyes of the Allies, the Constituent Assembly Committee was the embryo of Russia's future national government. What were the social forces on which the committee relied? The Menshevik Maisky, a former member of this government of democratic counter-revolution, has drawn a precise portrait on this point. The hostility of the working class towards the committee was so great that the latter's attempt to create a docile Soviet with Menshevik assistance collapsed miserably, with the Soviet promptly passing a Bolshevik resolution. Mobilization was a dismal failure in the countryside. It got together scarcely 15,000 men, who had to be put away in barracks under the guard of white officers, instead of the 50,000 expected to respond to the appeal. These units, formed of young peasants dragged by force from their own villages, were quite unreliable. Sometimes they surrendered to the Reds after tying up their own officers. Only the petty bourgeoisie gave a rapturous reception to the new government. However, its democratic fancies, its attachment to the Republic and the red flag, which the socialist revolutionaries still flew on public buildings, very quickly upset the officers, who were mostly monarchists, the liberal industrialists and the clergy. The bourgeoisie, which hankered for some kind of military dictatorship, began to view democratic illusions more and more as a watered-down variety of Bolshevism. It was waiting for its own moment. Towards the terror. Little by little, more and more completely, the class war enveloped the whole of the countryside. The kulaks hid the grain, sounded the alarm when the food brigades approached, sometimes engaged in standing battles, but more often stole out at night to murder the workers who had come looking for grain. The poor peasants formed committees which worked as a substitute for the food supply organization, and conducted requisitionings themselves. In the smallest villages, a war to the death flared up around the corn. There were interventions by Red troops. The newspapers were full of reports of this kind. Smirnovo district, Orel gubernia. When a detachment of Red soldiers came to take the grain, the kulaks raised loud shouts of "By what right do you come to take what you have not sown?" It was impossible to persuade them. They fired upon the brigade, killing the commissar and several soldiers. The provincial executive sent along a strong detachment accompanied by armored cars. The kulaks have been taught a good lesson. August 21.4. There were incidents of priests refusing burial to those who were assailing the property of the church. At Livny, not far from Orel, a whole district rose in rebellion, with more than 300 counter-revolutionaries killed in the struggle and the subsequent repression, 20 to 23 August. In the cities the famine was dreadful. Often the food services had to distribute raw grain instead of bread. When there was bread it came mixed with straw and various assorted grains. Private bakeries were closed, and the prices of all foodstuffs and manufactured goods were fixed by decree. Nevertheless, the population was forced to resort to speculation with its high prices, which, though illegal, took place openly in the squares occupied by the huge standing markets, sometimes surrounded by squads of soldiers ready to carry out summary confiscations. Increasingly barter replaced commerce in the stricter sense, and payment in kind eliminated the use of paper money. The Krasnaya Gazeta of Petrograd discussed the problem of the fuel which the city needed but could not pay for, and noted, "We have stocks of copper which we can give to foreign buyers in exchange for coal." Issue of August 1. The towns continued to empty. The wealthy converted their riches into diamonds or foreign bank notes, acquired on the black market, and crossed the frontier, a journey not without risks. Anybody who could move into the countryside did so, lured by the presence of grain there. The population of Petrograd fell from 2,319,000 on November 1, 1915 to 1,480,000 on July 1, 1918, and continued to decline with great rapidity. 5. Among the populace, hatred simmered and brooded. The Council of People's Commissars decreed that anti-Semitism was outlawed. Whole groups of counter-revolutionaries, chiefly officers, corrupt officials, and bandits were being shot, 5, 10 or 15 at a time, with increasing frequency. It was not yet the terror, only its unmistakable prelude. At night the town slept under a suffocating darkness of ambush and conspiracies. The commanders of the Petrograd garrison had to issue a special order to their troops instructing them to be economical with the ammunition, for the night patrols were firing in utter confusion in the darkened streets. August 17. The population of the factories and workshops was enlisted in the detachments of the food brigades and the Red Army. Often the Soviets introduced compulsory labor for the bourgeoisie on public works projects. On August 3, Kuzmin, press commissar of the Northern Commune, of Petrograd, suppressed all bourgeois publications, in a departmental minute of 3 lines. Some were still being published up till then. The Chayka announced that food saboteurs would be ruthlessly annihilated. On August 24 a decree was issued abolishing private property in housing in all cities. It is difficult to catalogue the various counter-revolutionary organizations unmasked and promptly destroyed by the Chayka, which wasted no time in any profound analysis of their nature. The case of the Polish legionaries, for instance, ended with 600 or so arrests at Vologda. To this town the French military mission had dispatched, and equipped with French documents, counter-revolutionaries of Polish origin who were supposed to be members of a Polish corps then in formation. Two large organizations, mainly composed of officers, were uncovered, one devoted to the disorganization of transport, similar to Savinkov's apparatus, with which it was doubtless linked, the other consisting of constitutional Democrats, i.e. an agency of the liberal bourgeoisie. There were 150 arrests in Moscow. The Chayka proceeded noiselessly. These cases, which were scarcely mentioned in the press if at all, were snuffed out in darkness. Actual executions, however, were still exceptional. Eventually Zinoviev, as chairman of the Council of People's Commissars of the Northern Commune, published a warning that enemies of the Republic would from now on be executed. Counter-revolutionary agitation, incitement of Red soldiers to disobedience, the giving of assistance to the Whites or the foreign powers, espionage, corruption, pogroms, thefts, banditry, sabotage, and other crimes would be immediately punished by death. The Chayka would conduct the shootings, and the names of those shot would be communicated to the press, August 18. No preliminary trial was envisaged in these rules. The list of crimes was so long and vague that the redoubtable commission actually enjoyed unlimited power. The weapon of the terror is now ready, but it will be used by the revolution only after the attempts at assassination that are at the moment being planned. The return of El Khamenei to Russia shattered any remaining illusions, if any still lingered, on the attitude of the great powers to the revolution. Khamenei had left for Western Europe in April, charged by the Communist Party Central Committee with the task of informing Western socialists and public opinion of the truth about the Soviets, and doubtless too with the opening of official negotiations with the governments. He was surrounded by spies wherever he went, and assailed with slanders in the European press. France had refused him entry and Britain had expelled him. On his return the Whites of Finland had kept him in prison for several months. He came back now, to tell the proletarians of Russia, "Comrades, we are alone." Speech to the Petrograd Soviet, 7 August. The Republic, too, now changed its tone towards the foreign powers. An appeal, under the signatures of Lenin, Chicherin and Trotsky, went out to the workers of France, Britain, America, Italy, and Japan, exhorting them to stop the intervention. If the Allies wish to help us in our sacred task of resistance, let them assist us in restoring our railways and our economic life, for a weak Russia is in no position to defend itself. But the Allies have not replied to our appeals. All they think of is to make us pay back the interest on the loans assigned in other times by French capital to Tsarism to lead it into the war, for which the Russian people has already paid in rivers of blood and in heaps of corpses. Too long we have tolerated the impudent insults of the representatives of imperialism and permitted to remain in Russia those who not long ago licked the boots of Tsarism. We have taken no reprisals against them, even though their hand in the conspiracies was clearly visible. The Ukraine, still occupied by the Germans, at this juncture became a blazing furnace. A left SR terrorist, Boris Donskoy, shot Field Marshal Eckhorn at Kiev on July 30. From the middle of July till the middle of August, the railway workers struggled against the invader through strikes and acts of sabotage. German railwaymen had to be imported in order to keep the main lines open. On August 7 the Military Revolutionary Committee of the Ukraine, a clandestine body naturally, declared war upon Hetman Skoropadsky and the occupying forces. Peasant risings burst out simultaneously everywhere. The regions of Poltava, Kiev, Chernigov, Ekaterinoslav were ablaze with war. An anarchist schoolmaster and former political prisoner, named Nestor Makhno, opened up guerrilla warfare at Gulepali, with 15 men at his side. These attacked German sentries to obtain weapons. Later on, Makhno was to form whole armies. 6 The Germans repressed these movements with the utmost vigor, executing prisoners en masse and burning down villages, but it was all too much for them. The counter-revolution attempts assassination. With the Republic surrounded, starving, and infested with conspiracies, it remained to deal a decisive blow at its head. The role of the proletariat's true leaders is crucial precisely because they cannot be replaced. Personal merit, authority, influence, all are historical products formed by the working class with the assistance of time and of the events for which nothing can substitute. The dominant classes which have attained a high degree of culture are in a position, during their periods of good fortune, to create in large quantities the leaders that they require. Whereas the working class, given its present state of oppression and lack of culture, can make up for the absence or the death of its leaders only by political organization. This is one of the grave problems confronting it in periods of crisis. The German working class movement has still, after 10 years, failed to find a replacement for Karl Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg. It remained, then, to strike down the revolution in the person of its leaders. The terrorist traditions of the Right SR Party were awakening persistent initiatives in this direction. The SR Central Committee, it is true, had declared that individual assassinations were impermissible now that Tsardom had fallen, but, following on the dissolution of the Constituent Assembly, the Brest-Litovsk Treaty and the pressure of the Allies, the mentality and the politics of the party had undergone a profound change. Meeting from 7 to May 14, the 8th National Council of the SR Party had solemnly approved the principle of foreign intervention in Russia, in terms that were scarcely modulated even by hypocrisy. Considering that the policies of the Bolshevik government threaten the very independence of Russia, this 8th SR Party National Council is of the opinion that this danger can be removed only by the immediate liquidation of the Bolshevik government and the transfer of authority to a legitimate government elected by universal suffrage. Such a government could permit, for purely strategic purposes, the entry of Allied troops onto Russian territory, on condition that non-interference by the foreign powers in Russian domestic affairs and the territorial integrity of the country were guaranteed. This amounted to yet one more statement, sufficiently clear in its own terms, that against the Bolsheviks all means are good. The terrorists' Browning automatic is not so different as it may seem from the aeroplane of the Czechoslovaks. There existed at Petrograd an SR battle organization, a small compactly organized terrorist group. This group remained somewhat independent of the Central Committee, which reserved the right to disavow it if the necessity arose. It kept a close watch on Uritsky and Zinoviev, ready to put them out of the way. It had already assassinated the tribune Volodarsky. The chief of the group was K.I. Semyonov, who later, in 1921, was to cross over to Bolshevism and shed a clear light on the terrorist activities of his old party. The terrorists, there were about 10 of them, grouped themselves in Moscow in order to make simultaneous preparations for the assassination of Lenin and Trotsky. They divided Moscow into 4 sectors, in each of these one observer and one executioner, assiduous in their attendance of the public meetings at which Lenin spoke on Fridays, waited for the opportunity to shoot him. This surveillance lasted about 5 weeks. The executioners consisted of 2 women, Konopleva and Kaplan, and 2 workers, Usov and Kozlov. This last pair both encountered Lenin and lost their nerve. I faltered, Usov recounted later, I had lost my faith, I had to leave the organization. On August 30th, as on the preceding Fridays, terrorists waited for Lenin at all the big workers' meetings. Novikov, an old SR worker, who had been posted outside the Michelson works, saw him arrive. The terrorist Fanny Kaplan, a former anarchist, was in the hall armed with a pistol, whose bullets Semyonov, the group leader, had tried to poison. Lenin arrived alone, no one escorted him and no one formed a reception party. When he came out, workers surrounded him for a moment a few paces from his car. It was at this moment that Fanny Kaplan fired at him, 3 times, wounding him seriously in the neck and shoulder. Lenin was driven back to the Kremlin by his chauffeur, and just had the strength to walk upstairs in silence to the 2nd floor, then he fell in pain. There was great anxiety for him. The wound in the neck could have proved extremely serious. For a while it was thought that he was dying. The wounded man's own strength carried him through. Lenin was back on his feet in around 10 days. 5 days later, the SR Party's Central Committee declared that it was completely dissociated from the attempt. It had made a similar declaration after the murder of Volodarsky. This disavowal, which was evidently impelled by the fear of terrible reprisals and by the party's awareness of its unpopularity, had a most distressing effect upon the terrorists themselves. The party's tradition was one of claiming and glorifying the attempts committed by its battle organization. "We were going to our death," one of them said, "in the name of the Central Committee, and the Central Committee was disowning us." So shameless was the duplicity of the SR leaders, Gotz and Donskoy, that at the very hour when they were drafting this repudiation their men were preparing to derail Trotsky's train. They believed that the disappearance of the Red Army's leader would cause the total collapse of the front. Watch was kept for Trotsky near the Kremlin, the War Commissariat and the military departments. 5 agents, with the task of blowing up his train, went on a technical course prepared for them by an experienced terrorist. Trotsky was to leave for the front on the 6th. 2 terrorists, one of them a woman, waited for him at the station. If he escaped their bullets, Helena Ivanova was to make sure that his carriage blew up. All night long she waited in vain on the line to Kazan. Trotsky had gone by the Nizhny Novgorod line. Both capitals came into the scheme together. On the very day that Lenin fell in Moscow, the president of the Petrograd Chayka, Mais Salomonovich Uritsky 7 was killed by Kangisser, an SR student, who tried to seek refuge in the British club. Kangisser was a member of the People's Socialist Party, which was even more right-wing than the SRS proper. Did these actions have any direct links with the forces of foreign intervention? Pierre Pascal, who was in charge of coding at the French military mission, reports, "I personally deciphered a telegram which had to do with the use of terrorism. I declare categorically that the French military mission encouraged the acts of assassination that were committed in Russia. 8 We shall see shortly how, for their part, British agents were making preparations to have Lenin and Trotsky put out of the way." Finally, Savinkov declares that the agents of the Czechoslovak National Council, who kept him supplied with funds, wanted him to spend the money in organizing terrorist attempts. The September days. Coming at such a moment, these simultaneous outrages could not fail to provoke a terrible wave of fury in the party and the proletariat. The feeling was that the moment of reckoning had now come, in which the revolution had no alternative but to destroy or be destroyed. Before the enemy from abroad could be subdued, it was necessary to vanquish the enemy that lay within. The Krasnaya Gazeta of Petrograd wrote, "Now it is the time for our turn. We used to say that we would answer the death of one with the death of 1,000, now we are obliged to act. Out of the way with the sentimentalists who are afraid to shed innocent blood. What bourgeois does not have on his conscience the ruined lives of working-class women and children? There are no innocents among them. Each drop of Lenin's blood must be paid for by the bourgeoisie and the whites in hundreds of deaths. The interests of the revolution demand the physical extermination of the bourgeoisie. They have no pity, it is time for us to be pitiless." August 31st. The same article emphasized that only those representatives of the bourgeois classes who had shown positive loyalty towards the regime deserved any mercy. Another editorial in this journal, on the same evening, went on. "Blood for blood. But no, we are not going to have a massacre, in which individuals hostile to the bourgeoisie might be killed and real enemies of the people would get away. It will be in an organized manner that we shall seek out the bourgeoisie, the well-fed ones and their hirelings. To organize the terror means to limit it." On September 2nd, as the Chayka is carrying out its summary executions, the Soviet government, determined to take decisive steps against the foreign intervention, has the British missions raided and the British charge d'affaires, Lockhart, arrested. The Anglo-French conspiracy is thus summarily unmasked. A proclamation from Vitebsk converts the country into an armed camp whose defense is entrusted to a Revolutionary War Council headed by Trotsky. We shall use the terms Revolutionary Council of the Army and Revolutionary War Council interchangeably, since both are accurate translations. Readers will have to remember that only one organization lies behind these two names. On the next day, Red Terror is instituted in a decree signed by Petrovsky, People's Commissar of the Interior. Up till now, the order runs: the Soviets have taken only minor reprisals against the massacres of proletarians in Finland, the Ukraine, and the Czech-occupied areas. An end to this clemency and slackness. All right SRS known to the local Soviets are to be arrested immediately. From among the bourgeoisie and the officers, large numbers of hostages are to be seized. At the least sign of White Guard resistance or activity, mass shootings are to be the rule, without further discussion. Provincial executive committees must take the initiative along these lines. These measures are to be instituted at once. The commissariat is to be informed immediately of any local authorities who drag their feet in these matters. On September 7 the Chayka of Petrograd announced that 512 counter-revolutionaries had been shot, including 10 right SRS. Several days later the Petrograd newspapers appeared carrying interminable lists of the names of hostages, Grand Dukes, aristocrats, officers of all ranks, right-wing journalists, financiers, industrialists, merchants, between 500 and 600 in all, had been arrested in this way. At Kronstadt, 500 counter-revolutionaries were shot, according to an oral report delivered in mid-September at the Northern Commune Conference of Extraordinary Commissions. Executions were much fewer in Moscow, where lists of those shot were released to the public. In the first 10 days of the terror there were around 60 executions, several Grand Dukes, the former ministers Khvostov, Protopopov, Shcheglovitov, and N.A. Maklakov, some officers and ex-policemen, a blackmailer and a lawyer charged with possession of weapons. It is difficult to come by even an approximate picture of the scale of Red Terror in the provinces. Information of a highly fragmentary, almost random character was available in the newspapers. At Perm, we learned that 50 hostages were shot, followed by another 36. At Tver, nothing happened except the imprisonment of 150 hostages. From Penza, where one nobleman and some officers were shot in the first days, a telegram came on September 25. The murder of the worker Yegorov has been avenged by 152 lives. From Kostroma they wrote that 7 whites had been executed and that the big bourgeoisie is in our power and we are keeping them busy cleaning the barracks. At Nizhny Novgorod, 41 priests, officers, policemen and capitalists were killed. At Orlov, near Vyatka, 23, at Shway, 8, at Kursk, 9. The Chayka of a little place called Kermaz sent Moscow a list of 12 counter-revolutionaries, bandits, thieves and defrauders who have been executed. At Ivanovo-Voznesensk, a large textile center, 184 hostages were arrested and a concentration camp was established, but only a small number of executions took place. After September 5, the party made visible efforts to moderate the terror. Petrograd's Krasnaya Gazeta wrote, "The bourgeoisie has been taught a cruel lesson. Let our enemies leave us in peace to build a new life. If they do so, we shall ignore their simmering hatred and stop hunting them out. The Red Terror is over, until the White Terror begins again. The destiny of the bourgeoisie is in its own hands." On the following day it asked, "Are the White Guards going to risk the heads of their hostages? The front at home has been secured, the bourgeoisie is terrorized, its fighting organizations are destroyed, its plots revealed, its plotters punished. From now on, let us deal with the military front." But in fact, these September days, so reminiscent of their parallel in the French Revolution, mark like their predecessor, and for similar reasons the inauguration of the era of the terror. The Lockhart affair. The Chayka had known for some while that the threads of all the counter-revolutionary conspiracies could be traced back to the foreign missions stationed in Russia. On the very day of Uritsky's murder it raided the British consulate at Petrograd. There were some bloody incidents. Captain Kromy resisted and was killed. 1 Chayka agent was killed and 2 were wounded. As a result, several counter-revolutionaries who had taken refuge at the consulate were arrested, and arms and documents were seized. The British charge d'affaires in Moscow, Lockhart 10 was closely watched over a period of some weeks, even in his most secret activities. Like most foreign observers, he was principally interested in the Red Army squadrons whose formation was then underway, and most of all in the Lettish contingents, whose qualities of discipline and organization were exceptional. Lockhart established contact with a Lettish officer, whom he introduced to Grenard, the French consul, and to Lieutenant Sidney Riley, all without suspecting that he had landed himself with a Red counter-espionage agent. The VChika was thus admirably informed from the beginning. Organizations for espionage and counter-revolution existed in both the capitals. Two officers, the Englishman Riley and the Frenchman de Vertemont, together with an individual named Colomediano 11, were put in charge of the operations in Russia that were to be set in hand after the military missions had left. There were plans for the occupation of Vologda and for a coup in Moscow in the middle of September. The People's Commissars were to be arrested in the Kremlin during one of their council meetings. Riley, who was well informed on the Commissars' mode of working, laid special importance on the simultaneous arrest of Lenin and Trotsky, and was confident that he could bribe the Kremlin Guard. Lieutenant Sidney Riley was to be shot on the territory of the Soviet Union in 1928. After their arrest, the two leaders of the revolution were to be conveyed immediately to Archangel, although, as Riley added, the safest thing would be to shoot them on the spot. 12 Mr. Lockhart transmitted sums of money to Red officers on various occasions, to a total of 1,200,000 rubles. He also supplied them with false papers with the heading and seal of the British mission. 13. Explosives, lists of conspirators and military documents were discovered by the Red authorities, who also learned that the British and French were planning to destroy two bridges in order to cut off Petrograd's food supply. On the night of August 31 to September 1, the VChika raided a clandestine meeting. Among those picked up was an Englishman who at first refused to disclose his name. It was Mr. Lockhart. He was released shortly after, but a few days later was interned again in the Kremlin, where he was treated with such consideration that he made a special point of thanking Peters, one of the members of the Extraordinary Commission. General Laverne and Consul Grenard only escaped arrest by taking refuge in the Norwegian legation, which was kept under the strictest surveillance by the Reds. At this moment Litvinov and some other Bolsheviks were being detained in Britain and France. The Commissariat of Foreign Affairs successfully proposed an exchange of prisoners. The press of the whole world ran indignant commentaries on the Bolsheviks' criminal assaults against the sacred diplomatic rights of extraterritoriality and immunity. The Bolsheviks had put themselves outside the code of civilization. The governments of London and Paris threatened to take reprisals against any Bolsheviks who fell into their hands. Nevertheless, on Soviet territory the conspiracy of the powers was defeated. 14. Sviazhsk. The fate of the revolution was being decided at this very time at a small, obscure railway station, about 40 miles from Kazan on the route from Moscow. There the victorious advance of the Czechs and the Whites was halted against a line of pathetic, hastily dug trenches, behind which stood nothing but a will of iron. On August 8, with the Eastern Front in complete disarray, Trotsky's special train left for Kazan, carrying nearly 200 communists picked from the most determined cadres. The train journeyed slowly, since it had to smash the resistance of the railway workers in its path. The line was so insecure that the passengers, who were organized on a strict military discipline, were put on the alert several times. The Whites had just captured Kazan. Some Red regiments of comparatively recent formation had been betrayed by their officers and disintegrated before the enemy. The chaos among the Reds had almost resulted in the capture by the Whites of Vatsidis, the commander-in-chief of the whole front. With a handful of men to support him, he managed to clear a path for himself among the fugitives and the pursuers. What now remained of the Soviet forces hung on to the little station of Sviazhsk, on the bank of the Volga. It was here that Trotsky's train stopped. Its locomotive drove off, and in the decrepit yard nothing was left but this group of carriages that held the staff headquarters, the Revolutionary Tribunal and all the departments of an army that did not yet exist. This train of Trotsky's was to become legendary. It was to be seen over the next 4 years on all the fronts, with the Revolutionary Army Council holding permanent session there. Its carriages were fortified by armor plate or sacks of earth, and equipped with machine guns and a cannon. However, the train at Sviazhsk at this time lacked organization and equipment of this kind. Another train followed, manned by 300 cavalrymen, along with an aeroplane, a garage truck for 5 cars, a radio telegraph office, a print shop and a tribunal, in short, a small military settlement. 15. Sviazhsk barred the Czechoslovaks' access to the riverbed road to Nizhny Novgorod and the railway line from Kazan to Moscow. Its defenders knew it was the key to Central Russia, the final bastion for which they must be prepared to die to the last man. Those who slept on the station floor, in straw strewn with broken glass, were afraid of nothing, and almost past any hope of victory. Nobody wanted to know when the business would be over. Each hour of life had the fullness and freshness of some miracle. A plane came to drop bombs on the station, the sickening bark of machine guns came nearer, and then went away again, as did the murmuring voice of the big guns, and the soldier in his ragged cape, with a floppy old hat on his head and worn-out boots. This was the image of the defender of Sviazhsk. Would consult his watch with a grin and say to himself, at 0300 hours, or at 0400 hours, or at 0620 hours, I am still alive, then. Sviazhsk is holding on. Trotsky's train is over there, with a lamp shining in the window of the political department. Another day over. There were practically no medicines. Heaven knows how the doctors managed to dress wounds. The misery of our situation banished shame and fear. As the soldiers went to get their soup, they passed before the dead and the wounded lying in the open on their stretchers. Then came the rainy days of August. Our thin, badly armed lines never yielded at any point. The bridge stayed under our control, and the reinforcements began to arrive from the rear. 16. Communications were now restored. Trotsky's organizing genius now became apparent. Across railways that were openly sabotaged he could get to Sviazhsk not only fresh artillery but everything that was needed for resistance and for offensive. This, it should be noted, was in 1918, in a period when the excitement of demobilization was still strong, when the sight of a squad of well-dressed soldiers walking in the streets of Moscow would cause a sensation. To do this was to beat back the current, to fight against the weariness of 4 years of war, and against the stormy waters of the revolution itself, which over the whole country was sweeping aside the old hated discipline like so much flotsam. Against all odds, the rations, the newspapers, the boots, and the capes reached us. What sort of men were the defenders of Sviazhsk? Suddenly around Rosengolds, there in his carriage, maps and typewriters seemed to shoot up from God knows where. The offices of the Revolutionary War Council had arrived. Rosengold set himself about building a powerful organizing apparatus, along lines of geometrical exactitude, its branches precisely defined. A simple, indefatigable character, Rosengolds, despite the huge pistol that hung from his belt, had nothing at all martial either in his bearing or in his pale, rather gentle face. The great strength he emanated came from his personal capacity to regenerate, to reorganize, to rouse the circulation of a sluggish bloodstream to a feverish pace. Ivan Nikitich Smirnov, an old Bolshevik from Siberia and a former worker, was the communist conscience of Sviazhsk. 17 Even among the non-party soldiers, and among communists who had not known him before, his absolute honesty and correctness were instantly recognized. It is likely that he never realized how he was feared, how men were afraid to be found cowardly and weak before him of all men, before this man who never raised his voice and was content to be simply himself, calm and courageous. We knew that in the worst moments of danger he would be the bravest, the most fearless. At Trotsky's side we could die in battle with the last cartridge gone, oblivious of our wounds, for Trotsky incarnated the holy demagogy of battle, with words and gestures summoning up the most heroic pages of the French Revolution's history. but with Smirnov beside us we could feel calm and clear-headed when we were right up against the wall, facing interrogation by the whites in some hellhole of a prison. That is what we used to whisper among ourselves on those nights of a quick freezing autumn, lying jumbled in our heaps over the station floor. These sketches by a woman fighter from Sviazk have seemed worth quoting. They sum up a whole spirit. A personal caliber and a moral nobility of this level makes men invincible, and it is the privilege of the greatest causes to raise men precisely to this level. Little by little, faith in victory, against an enemy who had been enormously superior in numbers, arms, and organization, began to crystallize. We could capture Kazan again. Fresh troops were arriving, a small airfield was laid down, though the aircraft at its disposal numbered only a squadron. The enemy began to realize that a force was being assembled at Sviazk that might soon prove formidable. The white attacks were regularly beaten back. Then two of the most remarkable leaders of the counter-revolution, Savinkov, and a talented young strategist named Kapel, who was later to be killed in Siberia after ferocious battles, conceived an audacious plan of taking Sviazk by surprise. The whites made an extended circling maneuver, cutting the line to Moscow, and marched on Sviazk from behind. An armored train mounted with naval guns was sent to intercept them, but being badly commanded it was captured and burnt. The enemy was now less than 6 miles from Sviazk, cutting off any retreat overland. Panic now seized the Red forces. The army's political department thought only of ensuring its own speedy evacuation along the Volga. A regiment which held the front by the river broke and scattered in flight. Commanders and commissars headed the rout. These mobs of deserters invaded the ships of the Volga flotilla. The disarray seemed to be total. All that remained at Sviazk consisted of the offices of the Fifth Army's headquarters, Trotsky's train, and the staff in charge of the stores. Leon Davidovich mobilized the entire manpower of the train, office boys, telegraphists, ambulance men, in short anyone who could hold a rifle. These were about 500 men, the whites numbered double this. The offices were emptied, the rearguard no longer existed. Everything was thrown into the battle against the whites. The whole of the road down to the first houses in Sviazk was ripped up by shell fire. The battle lasted for several hours. The whites thought they were up against some formation of fresh, highly organized troops that their intelligence services did not know about. Wearied after a forced march of 48 hours, they exaggerated the strength of their opponents, not realizing that what faced them was no more than a handful of improvised troops who had only Trotsky and Slavin, an old officer who commanded the Fifth Army, at the back of them. They drew back. In order to make it quite clear that his troops were there to stay, Trotsky had deliberately omitted to have a locomotive coupled to his train. The bulk of the Fifth Army, numbering some 10,000 men, was gathering in front of Sviazk and on the further bank of the Volga for the offensive against Kazan. If Sviazk had been lost, the result would quite possibly have been the destruction of this army. The decisive effect of the victory of Sviazk was consolidated on the following day by a further exploit. A number of small torpedo boats had been brought from Kronstadt along the canals, to form the Red Volga flotilla under the command of Raskolnikov, a young Bolshevik naval officer, and Markin, who was to die a hero's death. Trotsky and Raskolnikov had concocted a scheme of extraordinary daring, to burn the enemy's small fleet, which was anchored at Kazan. The Red flotilla sailed down the Volga in the depth of night, with all lights doused. The torpedo boat carrying Trotsky and Raskolnikov was the only one that succeeded in passing the narrow entrance to Kazan harbor. With her rudder broken, the boat was for a moment in fantastic danger, caught against the side of an enemy vessel. The whole of the white flotilla was set in flames, the Reds retired without losses. First victory, the capture of Kazan. On the following day, 27 communists who had yielded to the panic and taken flight were tried and shot. Several of them were old militants. A measure of this extreme severity was undoubtedly necessary. The whole army, writes Larissa Riesner, was saying that the communists were cowards, that they were exempt from the law, that they could desert and get away with it. Without the extraordinary gallantry displayed by Trotsky, the commander-in-chief, and the members of the Revolutionary War Council, the prestige of the communists working in the army would have been finished for a long time. The communists were the heart and soul of the army. This ruthlessness was no novelty. Over the 25 days that Trotsky's train had been at Sviazhsk, revolutionary enthusiasm, or more exactly fanaticism, had been waging a merciless struggle against indiscipline and disorder. On August 14 Trotsky published the following order. I learn that the detachment of partisans from Petrograd has deserted its positions. I have ordered Commissar Rosengoltz to investigate the facts of the matter. The soldiers of the Red Army of Workers and Peasants are neither cowards nor scum. They want to fight for the liberty and happiness of the toiling people. If they retreat or fight badly, it is the fault of their commanders and commissars. I give a warning, if a unit retreats, first the commissar will be shot, then the commander. Courageous soldiers will be rewarded according to their merits and will be given commissions. Cowards, profiteers, and traitors will not escape bullets. I answer for this pledge before the whole Red Army. The Petrograd partisans, who had perhaps imagined that their status as volunteers from the capital would give them some indulgence, were sternly dealt with by a military tribunal. Several dozen of them were sent to their deaths. No army on active service has ever avoided measures of such rigor. War has always forced men to stand between the bullets of the enemy and the bullets of their comrades if ever through faint-heartedness they become the enemy's allies. The collective's instinct for self-preservation needs this iron law in order to vanquish the individual's identical instinct. And so these actions require no comment. At the very most we are bound to emphasize once again the nature of the conditions in which the discipline of the Red Army was forged. At the beginning of his stay in Sviazhsk, Trotsky had to draft a long document in order to have a few typewriters sent across to his headquarters. On August 19, he addressed a long reproof to the sailors of the Red Flotilla. When I paid a visit yesterday to the flotilla headquarters, I was dumbfounded by the spectacle that was presented to my eyes. The boat is full of strangers, but nobody is there to check passes. These indeed do not even exist. Anyone who pleases can go in. It is impossible to tell who is in charge of the vessel, or to know who runs the communications section. Men are sent out to various places and nobody knows who sent them. When they go off they leave their dinghies abandoned for someone else to collect. No organization, no sense of responsibility. There are numerous women and children on board. No practical work is possible in these conditions. No military secrets can be kept. I have seen Commissar Markin with a mechanic who did not know how to start an engine. It's always the same, Markin said. When we have to retire to the rear the engines work perfectly, when we have to advance to the line of fire the engines go on strike. Comrade sailors, this state of affairs cannot go on. Let us think of the position of the country. If we capture Kazan we will have breached the enemy front, Simbirsk and Samara will simply fall into our hands. This persuasive argument ended with these words: everything must be set going militarily. Do not yield an inch of ground. Take from the enemy every inch you can manage. Take the offensive boldly and courageously. He who risks nothing always possesses nothing. I shake you fraternally by the hands, comrade sailors. The leader who used this language and signed orders of the strictest inflexibility had to expose himself to fire, with his men, from time to time, in the front rank. This builder of an army worked his way through persuasion, through example, and through rigor. His inward certainty of victory gave him a self-assurance that could be terrible. In towns occupied by the enemy he had notices of warning scattered in the following terms. Citizens of towns which are temporarily captured by the White Czech forces remain subject to the laws of the Soviet Republic. No person has the right to invoke the duress of the invaders to justify acts of treason committed against the power of the workers and peasants. Whoever, during the rule of the White Czechs, lends assistance to the enemy, will be shot. The personal goods and estates of any participants in bourgeois sedition, as well as of their accomplices, shall be confiscated. These goods will be used to compensate the families of the workers and peasants who have fallen under the blows of the counter-revolutionaries and, more generally, the toilers who have suffered under the bourgeois rebellion. August 15, 1918. Workers mobilized by the whites were ordered, on pain of death for any default, to pass over to the Reds, order of August 27 on mobilization. The persuasion, the example, the harshness, the assurance, the organizing skill of the communist chiefs accomplished a miracle within 4 weeks. At the time when Trotsky's train arrived, all that existed at Sviazhsk, according to the report of one able member of the Revolutionary Council, Sigasev, 18, was a formless mass of 10 to 15,000 men, divided up into several dozen regiments, some formed long ago, others made up from little partisan groups. Some of these formations were so demoralized that they refused to enter battle, as was the case with the 4th Latvian Regiment, whose 2 leaders, both communist, were sent before the Revolutionary Tribunal. The other units, if they fought at all, often gave way before an enemy that was less numerous than they, but active and better organized. The political departments, the tribunal, and the intelligence services were staffed by inexperienced people. To sum up, little or no self-confidence, lack of initiative, passivity, indiscipline from top to bottom. Trotsky's special train imbued the doomed station of Sviazhsk with the determination to win, strong initiative and an active rhythm in all departments of the army's machinery. From the very first days it could be sensed that a sharp change had taken place. It began to be felt first in matters of discipline. The severe methods practiced by Trotsky were supremely adequate and necessary in this time of partisan warfare, indiscipline and insufferable conceit. Out of the straggling horde of beaten soldiers from Kazan there came a powerful, self-assured army which was to enter Kazan once again. When the news of Fanny Kaplan's attempt arrived, Trotsky returned for a few days to Moscow. There he was able to inform Vitsik that the situation was stable and in hand, and that the Red forces were able to cope with any unpleasant surprises. On September 9, the sailor Markin knocked out an enemy battery inside Kazan itself. On the following day the Reds recaptured the city. The workers in the arsenal at Kazan had risen against the whites a few days previously, and been massacred. All young men in the city had been conscripted by the Constituent Assembly Committee and marched away by force. The bourgeois population had been in flight during 4 whole days, in interminable convoys of fugitives, taking away with them everything that they could. In the courtyard of the prison, a row of fresh corpses, the arrival of the Red Cavalry commanded by the legendary Azin had interrupted the executions. Trotsky's voice echoed out in the Soviet. Now that the workers are being charged with committing cruelties in the Civil War, we must reply, instructed by our experience, the only unpardonable sin which the Russian working class can commit at this moment is that of indulgence towards its class enemies. We are fighting for the sake of the greatest good of mankind, for the sake of the regeneration of mankind, to drag it out of the darkness, out of slavery. 19. The Volga, the Ural, the Kuban. 2 days later, on the 12th, the First Army under the command of Tkhachevsky captured Simbirsk. On the following night it forced a way across the Volga. To do this it had to gain control of an iron bridge, 1 kilometer long, which was straight in the enemy's line of fire. A driverless locomotive was sent towards it, full steam ahead, followed by an armored train, then by an infantry brigade. Artillery thundered from both banks of the river. The battle was lit up by barges set aflame by the whites. The enemy, unnerved by this frontal attack, retreated in disorder. The army which achieved this exploit was a youthful one. Tkhachevsky, coming to his command at the end of June, had found it living inside trains from which it never ventured out, being content to do its fighting along the railway tracks. The general staff was composed of 5 comrades. No administration existed. No one knew how many troops there were. The provision of food was entirely due to the ingenuity and energy of one comrade who intercepted all trains passing through the region. 20. The plan drawn up by the Revolutionary War Council was now being put into operation. From the White Sea to the Black Sea, 12 armies had been successfully formed. Their disposition was as follows: in the north, blocking the advance of the British past Shenkursk, in the Dvina region, was the 6th Army. Between Perm and Ekaterinburg lay the 4th, between Perm and Kazan, the 2nd. At Kazan, the 5th, farther south, now threatening Samara, was the 1st, under Tkakhevsky. At Saratov, the 4th, at Tsaritsin, the 10th, under Voroshilov, in the northern Caucasus, the 11th and 12th. These armies all number between 8 and 15,000 men, except for the 10th, an imposing force of 40,000 men, 240 cannon, and 13 armored trains facing Ataman Krasnov's Don Cossack army, which was almost equally matched, and the two North Caucasian armies, the latter, over 100,000 Reds, kept a similar number of Whites occupied with a mobile war that was prodigal in exterminations, sackings of towns, atrocious reprisals, and deeds of valor. The Red Army came into being in a class struggle that, owing to the terror, had turned into a primitive, even though organized, version of the struggle for life. We will dwell for a moment on a few brilliant pages of this epoch, which are far too little known. Better than any lengthy exposition, they will provide an understanding of what this war was, and of why the Reds were bound to win. In May, the workers of Ekaterinburg and the miners of Chelyabinsk had assembled their first contingents to do battle against Yutov's Cossacks close to Orenburg. When the Czechoslovaks marched towards the Ural, all the factories rose to arms, creating new brigades which massed around the earlier volunteers. The people of Ekaterinburg, Verkhny Uralsk, and Troitsk thus formed a small army of some 10,000 men, possessing 60 machine guns and a dozen cannon, but with so few officers that commissions had to be conferred on Communist Party members, members of the Soviets and former officers. The command of this force fell upon a Bolshevik worker who had been an NCO, Blyukher. The Czechs captured Verkhny Uralsk, and Blyukher's small army was swollen by some 2,000 refugees. The proletarians of the captured town came out in carts, bringing their families and all their most treasured possessions, the samovar, the bedding, the household linen. They also brought a gold reserve of 130 kilos. The army was practically surrounded. Where could they go? Should they try and reach Turkestan? Or work back along the lower Volga? They decided to cross over the ridges of the Ural range so that they could link up with the Red Army in the north. It was both a guerrilla war and a people's migration. At every big factory the army was reinforced with fresh partisans and new contingents of fugitives. Just by Verkhny Uralsk itself, at a point where it was necessary to force their way through, the partisans, short of ammunition, had to make a charge with bayonets and pikes against an eminence defended by Cossacks, officers, and high school pupils. Face to face the combatants stood and recognized one another, inhabitants of the same streets, neighbors, cousins, workers, and bosses, sometimes fathers and sons. They wavered for a moment, reluctant to seize each other's throats. Then body tangled with body in frenzied battle. The Reds passed on. The armament of both sides was appalling. Old rifles were wrenched from museum displays, hunting rifles were brought along, pikes and clubs were crudely fashioned, like those of the Jacques Ries of medieval times, bullets were molded by any apparatus that came to hand, wooden rattles were used to simulate machine gun fire. In the rear, children of 10 drove the carts, where the women and the wounded lay keeping up a hail of gunfire. Neither the Whites nor the Reds took any prisoners. Perfect discipline and superb organization sprang up in this army, where soldiers and leaders received the same pay, 150 rubles a month, where the commanders went into battle like everyone else, where cartridges were in such short supply that they became a precious object of barter. At the end of a month of privations and struggles, with the Urals behind them, they reached the factories of Bogoyavlensky and Arkhangelsk, close to Ufa. There a new act of heroism became necessary, since the breakthrough at this point looked extraordinarily difficult, they had to abandon their families. The immense sacrifice was voted by a mass of raised hands, in a crushed silence. On September 2 at Krasny Yar, Blyukher's army, swept with constant machine gun fire from the Whites, was trapped by the side of a deep river, the Ufa. A bridge was constructed in a single night, with tree trunks crudely joined together. Again, the Reds passed on. They had imagined that every man among them was doomed to perish. Their command, determined to make a stand till the last cartridges were gone, had made the final arrangements. Each soldier was to keep his last bullet for a comrade. The army commander, the last to be left standing, was to be the only one to kill himself. When the other side of the river was reached, 200 prisoners were taken, not one of them was spared. Finally, on September 13, the Ural partisans effected their link with the Third Red Army, near Kungur to the south of Perm. In 50 days of fighting over the Urals peaks they had covered about 1,000 miles. 21. Some 1,200 miles from them, during approximately the same dates, another Red Army was performing a similar exploit. 16,000 guerrillas, followed by a population of refugees, some tens of thousands of souls, who had been separated from the Red forces of the Kuban as the result of a defeat, fought a long retreat over the Taman Peninsula which takes the mountains of the Caucasus towards the Crimea. There they found themselves blockaded in a hopeless position. Only one path was open to them, the dike that extends towards the south alongside the azure waters of the Black Sea. The sea was patrolled by German cruisers, the mountains overhanging the dike were full of enemy soldiers. Along the shore were small towns, ruined and famished, no chance of obtaining food from here. Overhead, a scorching sun. This human flood followed the line of the dike. They had to march without stopping so as not to die of hunger. Their necessity created discipline, order, leaders. A former captain, a peasant's son named Epifani Kovtyuk, laid down the law of common safety for the partisans. His column, breaking through every obstacle in its way like a battering ram, soon felt irresistible. The army and the refugees kept alive on maize, nuts and wild fruit. Half naked in their rags, leaving stragglers to die by the roadside, they journeyed on in the burning dust. On August 16, after a fortnight of marching and fighting without quarter, they found their path barred by the impregnable outpost of Twas, which was defended by a Georgian garrison. The enemy, there in his eagle's nest bristling with guns, was sure of victory. But some of the partisans managed to scale the rock face with the help of bayonets driven into the winding crags. At dawn, the Reds rushed into the fortress, and were merciless. Then the army marched against Mako, where General Pokrovsky was engaged in an orgy of bloodlust, hangings, saberings, shootings, to an estimated total of 4,000 dead. The town has 45,000 inhabitants. In the glades on their journey the Reds found crucified women. They smashed Pokrovsky's cavalry, they captured Mako, they captured Armavur, September 25. Epifani Kovtyuk's retreat from Taman has been described by the writer Serafimovich in a novel which both sticks fairly closely to the historical truth and effectively reconstructs the atmosphere, The Iron Torrent. There is a translation of it in French. 22. No decisive military importance can be attached to the heroism of the Ural fighters, nor to that displayed by the partisans of the Kuban, but these things should be known if the victory of the Reds is to be understood. Sviazhsk, the Ural, Twas. These three simultaneous feats of daring witness the same social imperatives, the same drive to win, or, more simply, to survive. Rise and decline of the democratic counter-revolution. The Ufa Directorate. Meanwhile, as the Reds were gaining strength, the democratic revolution was correspondingly finding itself in the midst of increasing difficulties. The Constituent Assembly Committee in Samara had received a warm welcome only from the wealthy classes. It now had to suppress revolts inside the factories and disturbances in the country districts, which had become indignant with the mobilization and the requisitionings. Even the bourgeoisie detached itself from the Samara regime and began to look towards Siberia, where reaction appeared predestined to assume a dominant role. The socialist revolutionary government enjoyed, in fact, two sources of support: the bayonets of the Czechoslovaks and the White Terror. The most significant episodes of the struggle in this phase were, the massacre of the insurgent workers from the Kazan arsenal, a few days before the Reds entered the city, the massacre of the workers of the munitions factory at Ivashchenko, near Samara, who had also revolted here. 1,500 men, women, and children were sabred down. 23. The massacre of the 306 political prisoners who had been evacuated towards Ufa following the fall of Samara. The white officers who were sent into the countryside to mobilize conscripts treated the peasants according to the old customs of Tsardom. They arrested suspects and sometimes gave estates back to the expropriated landlords. They ordered floggings for the recruits, the local dignitaries, suspects and complainers. Here, as an illustration, is a passage from one of the many reports published in the Constituent Assembly supporters' own newspapers. District of Klyuchevsk. A Cossack brigade of 200 men surrounded the town and stopped everyone from going out until the workers had returned from the fields. In the evening 18 persons were arrested. Those due for recruitment had hidden away, their fathers and mothers were flogged. In the morning, those arrested were taken into the square, where they were forced to undress and lie down on their clothing. All of them were then flogged, and 2 peasants were taken into a courtyard and shot. Colonel Galkin, the organizer of the National Army, ordered trials for the relatives of peasants who had deserted, and for any local authorities who displayed insufficient energy in the campaign against desertion. The growing unpopularity of the Constituent Assembly supporters in the countryside materially assisted the activity of the Reds. At this time, about 20 counter-revolutionary governments existed between the Ural and Vladivostok. The Committee for the Constituent Assembly seemed to be the one with the most authority. It was the only democratic one, with the greatest support from the Czechoslovaks, and the most influential in European Russia. Its principal rival was the regional government of Siberia, whose seat was at Omsk and whose territory extended as far as Chelyabinsk. The government of the Ural, headed by a liberal industrialist, L.A. Kral, had cordial relations with the open reactionaries at Omsk, bourgeois cadets and Cossack generals, these last with real effectives at their command enjoying the use of sabers and horses. The Czechs kept up their end of the front only to give the Russians an opportunity to establish a national army, and were pressing for the creation of a Russian central authority. There thus arose the idea of a conference of the various anti-Bolshevik governments. The Ufa Conference, meeting from 8 to 25 September, assembled the representatives of the Constituent Assembly, the Samara Committee for the Constituent Assembly, the regional government of Siberia at Omsk, the provisional regional government of the Ural, the Cossacks of the Ural, Siberia, Eastern Turkestan, Yenisei, Astrakhan, and Irkutsk, the Bashkirian government, the Alashorda-Kyrgyzian government, the National Council of Turks and Tartars, a provisional Estonian government, the Congress of Towns and Zemstvos of the Volga, Ural, and Siberia, and the central committees of the following parties: SR, Menshevik Social Democrats, People's Socialist, Unity Social Democrat, Edinstvo, Plekhanov's Group, People's Freedom, Cadet Party, League for Renewal. The several governments of the Far East were not represented. The SR Democrats from Samara, N. Avksentiev, Gendelman, Arganov, Zenzanov, Catherine Breshko-Breshkovskaya, Valsky and Videnyapin, set the tone from the first in this variegated assembly, which brought together, elbow to elbow, sincere socialists, former terrorists, monarchist generals, Cossack atamans, businessmen, industrialists, liberal professors, bourgeois leaders of national minorities, foreign agents, and adventurers. The conference, with a benediction from the Archbishop Andrei, opened with a religious service held in the cathedral square. In it 2 tendencies were immediately at loggerheads: on one side the SRS, who wanted a democratic, parliamentary, republican counter-revolution led by a government responsible to the Constituent Assembly; on the other, the generals, the bourgeoisie and the most far-sighted men of action, who wanted a military dictatorship at first, followed by a regime based on the reactionary forces. Each of these tendencies leaned for support upon a government. It was Omsk versus Samara. The cadet orator L.A. Kral advocated an authority that will be strong, supreme, personal, uncontrolled, and responsible to no one. The capture of Kazan by the Reds weakened the position of the SRS. However, the Czechoslovaks were hostile to the monarchist reactionaries. The conference adopted a compromise solution by establishing a directorate of 5 members, armed with the most extensive powers pending the convening of the Constituent Assembly. These 5 were, the most right-wing Oft-Right SRS, N. Avksentiev, the party's outstanding orator, a cadet bourgeois, N.I. Astrov, a liberal general, Boldyrev, a liberal representative of the Siberian government, Vologodsky, and the old populist socialist Tchaikovsky. Tchaikovsky was absent from the proceedings, and was to be called on to head the national government of the North at Archangel, under the British occupation. Among the deputy members were the SRS, Argunov and Zenzinov, and the old monarchist general Alexeyev. The directorate set itself the following tasks: the abolition of the Soviet regime, the return of the lost territories to Russia, the cancellation of all treaties concluded by the Bolsheviks, the implementation of the treaties linking Russia with the Allied powers, the resumption of the war against the German coalition, the formation of a powerful national army, the establishment of a democratic regime. This program received the approval of the representatives of Czechoslovakia and France, in the person of M.G. Nott, and Mr. Alston, the British charge d'affaires in Siberia, sent his government's best wishes to the conference. The British people observes with relief that Russia, justifying the trust that the Allies have never ceased to place in her, is returning to the field of battle. They offer her a helping hand, in a spirit of joy. May the Conference of Ufa succeed in founding the new Russia, strong and free. The counter-revolutionaries' rear was in a state of ferment, stricken by demoralization. Their front line was caving in under the Red Army's battering ram. The Czechs, tired now of bearing the brunt of resistance to the Reds almost unaided, were giving way. The Japanese were beginning their systematic plan of conquest in the Far East. 24 The forces of outright reaction, encouraged by the Allies, were engaged in establishing military dictatorship in Siberia. But the party of the middle classes, utterly unable to draw any lesson from its own experiences, totally blinded by its democratic illusions, continued to build on sand in the midst of the hurricane. The terror becomes permanent. After the September days, the terror does not die away, it slackens and becomes systematic. The newspapers are already publishing several times a week the communiques of the extraordinary commissions. These, in every corner of the country, are proceeding with summary executions of criminals and counter-revolutionaries. One issue of Izvestia, for October 24, 1918, which we cite simply as an example, contains 2 columns of information of this sort. It is worth going through. The Chayka of Yegorievsk district has had a counter-revolutionary priest interned in a monastery for 3 years. That in Ivanovo-Voznesensk has sentenced a speculator, who insulted a commissar during a search, to 5 weeks of imprisonment and a fine of 30,000 rubles. That in Meskovsk district has shot a former police official, a Keen Black Hundreds member, and adds, the population is calm. That in Kozel announces simply that it is suppressing agitation among the priests and kulaks. At Mynievsk, a right SR has been executed. At Perm, they are mainly using fines. The Commission is publishing a bulletin to keep the population informed of what it is doing. Then comes a new headline, War Against Corruption. An investigating magistrate from the All-Russian Central Commission, and his office boy, have been convicted of bribe-taking and been shot. There follows a list of 16 criminals executed by order of the Central Commission, forgers, bandits, a Chayka soldier who forged a stamp from a cooperative, a Chayka commissar who tried to sell a revolver. The commission at Kotlas has shot a citizen guilty of conducting counter-revolutionary agitation. The commission in Shui announces the execution of 7 thieves, assassins, and provocateurs. This cutting from Izvestia gives quite a good picture of the Red Terror, which is not only a necessary and decisive weapon in the class war but also a terrible instrument for the inner purification of the proletarian dictatorship itself. The Extraordinary Commission, writes one of the men who directed the Terror 25, is neither an investigating commission nor a tribunal. It is an organ of struggle, acting on the home front of the civil war by the methods of investigation, the tribunal, and armed force. It does not judge the enemy, it strikes him. It is not concerned with establishing and grading the guilt of individuals, it asks itself what social class, what background the adversary belongs to, whether he is dangerous and if so in what measure. The commissions conducted investigations that were sometimes summary, sometimes long and complex, always in virtually total secrecy, without admitting the right of defense. The investigating judge reached his conclusions on his own responsibility, the commission pronounced sentence without hearing the accused. When there was any question of the death penalty, the verdict had to be agreed unanimously. At the beginning the commissions were composed of 12 members, with a single vote sufficing to veto a death sentence. Executions usually took place in absolute secrecy, to avoid arousing untoward emotions among the populace. In large cities they were often carried out in cellars, by revolver. The local commissions were gradually, though not without friction, made subordinate to the Central Commission. 26 A special section was established to combat espionage and counter-revolution in the Army and Navy, and another for the surveillance of the transport system. The commissions undertook a census of the whole bourgeois population for the purpose of selecting hostages from them. Dzerzhinsky and the other chiefs of the Vychayka repeatedly instructed them to avoid arrest except in cases when it was really necessary. An order number 83, sometime in November 1918, even ordered the release from confinement of those members of the KD, Constitutional Democrat, Party, the organization of the big bourgeoisie, who had not engaged in any noteworthy political activity. The commissions held a number of local and regional conferences. One of these, in mid-October in Petrograd, brought together the heads of all the Chaikas in the northwest. It transpired there that the commissions still had only very spasmodic sources of funds, such as fines and levies. Zinoviev, who presented the report, mentioned the left SRS, who had just incited a disturbance in the city, and stressed that from now on only the Communist Party could function freely. In addition, he pointed to the dangerous vices and pretensions of certain commissions who were tending to substitute themselves for the local authorities. A tendency towards a dictatorship of the extraordinary commissions was becoming visible. He emphasized sharply how necessary it was to punish corrupted commissars with the severest rigor. Peters, one of the heads of the Vychayka, protested in the same month at the undesirable forms that the system of terror was assuming in the provinces. Izvestia, October 29. A dispute arose over the respective spheres of competence of the Commissariat for the Interior and the Chaikas. There can be no doubt that a large number of abuses were committed. The running of the prisons, in this epoch of famine, epidemics, and an extreme hardening of personal behavior, was simply detestable, and provoked several interventions in the press from influential communists. Many cases dragged on for ages, others were polished off crudely. Karl Radek was one of the first to propose new forms of terror, more rational than summary executions. The bourgeoisie, he declared, must be hit in its economic privileges. Before winter begins, let us requisition the warm clothing, the comfortable houses, all the surplus that comes from individual affluence, let us give it all to the army, to the workers. Let us pass draconic legislation against conspiracy. It is impermissible for there to be luxury restaurants in Moscow like the Praga, it is impermissible that the bourgeoisie should muffle itself in costly furs while the red soldier at the front suffers from the frost. That was the state of things still. Izvestia, October 6. What was the scale of the Red Terror? All that we have available to answer this question is very incomplete data. No regular statistics were issued in the first months. The official figures published by Latzis 27 are based on information often of a random character. With these reservations in mind, let us examine them. The extraordinary commissions were set up, as we know, in December 1917. In the first 6 months of their activity they executed only 22 people. In the last 6 months of 1918, more than 6,000 executions were proceeded with. The monthly average of executions for 1918 is, counter-revolutionaries, 380, dishonest and criminal officials, 14, speculators, 3.28. The Red Terror, in 4 years of revolution, perhaps spilled less blood than what flowed on certain days during the Battle of Verdun. Outline of a parallel, 1793 and 1918. Some striking parallels can be traced between the French Revolution and the Russian Revolution, even in the details of events and actions. Even the dates provide some impressive coincidences. Thus, the days of 2, 3, 4, 5, and September 6, in 1792 and 1918, are marked in both cases by the extermination of domestic enemies inside the prisons. The Paris of 1792 rose to arms mercilessly when the news came of the entry of the Prussians into Verdun. The proletarians of Petrograd and Moscow took up the sword once the Czechs had captured all the major towns on the Volga, and when the British were seizing Archangel and Murmansk. In both revolutions, decisive crises appeared in the summer months, July, August, and September. This was true of France in 1792 and 1793, in Russia in 1917, 1918, and 1919. Doubtless these months are the most propitious for the waging of war, for reasons climatic, biological, human energy reaching its peak of expression at this time, and social, the closeness of harvest time. The crisis of July-August-September 1918, whose direct and necessary result was the Red Terror, vividly recalls the situation that beset the French Revolution during the same months in 1793, after the betrayal of Dumouriez and the Vendée Rebellion, with Normandy, Bordeaux, and Lyon all in revolt. Charlotte Corday had murdered Murat, the coalition powers were invading France, the British were capturing Toulon, conspiracy, treason, and famine were undermining the revolution from within. William Pitt was organizing the coalition of Europe for the defense of civilization against the sans-culottes. The London press was supplying horrifying details on the Jacobin atrocities. The Commune of Paris and the Committee of Public Safety gave the enemies of the revolution their reply, the mass call to arms, the terror, the law of the maximum. The revolutionary tribunals were no less prompt in their operation than the extraordinary commissions. In France as in Russia, it was necessary to galvanize the spirit of the army, subdue the generals by demanding their heads in case of defeat, and send members of the convention into the armies. Carnot fulfilled the same role as Trotsky. The Jacobin terror seems to us to have been much bloodier than the Bolshevik one. Certainly it was crueler. At Angers the condemned were led to the place of execution. To the sound of music, with the roads lined with members of the revolutionary authorities dressed in festive costume and with soldiers 29 at Nantes and Lyon and in the Vendée, the revolution cut off heads by thousands. In Paris, 1,376 fell in 9 days after the decree of 22 prairial 30. It should be noted that France at this time had between 25 and 30 million inhabitants. But historic necessity needs no justification. There has never been a war, never a revolution without terror. In the class war, terror has from time immemorial been the favorite weapon of the propertied classes. Turn back to the history of the Reformation and the religious wars, of the Jacques Rise, of the English Revolution in the 17th century, of the War of Secession in the United States. 31. And remember above all the experience of these last 10 years. The discipline of all the armies of the Great War, all of them so lavish in heroism, rested in the end on terror. Does anyone know the number of those sent to the firing squad by courts martial? In Central Europe, in Finland, in Spain, in Italy, in the Balkans, capitalism when threatened has resorted to the white terror, which is elevated by fascist dictatorship into a permanent system. Besides, it is out of white terror that red terror is born. The workers and peasants, little enough inclined to take to the sword, in view of their inexperience in power and the generous idealism of many revolutionaries, learned their lesson from the defenders of tsardom and of capitalism. It is even somewhat disconcerting to see the leniency of the victors towards the vanquished, both after the fall of the autocracy and after the October Rising. After the Red October, the ultra-reactionary leader Purishkevich was quietly set at liberty. The Cossack Ataman Krasnov, captured with arms in his hands, was released on parole. The Moscow Junkers who massacred the workers in the Kremlin arsenal were simply disarmed. It took 10 months of bloodier and bloodier struggles, of plots, sabotage, famine, assassinations. It took foreign intervention, the White Terror in Helsinki, Samara, Baku, and the Ukraine. It took the blood of Lenin before the revolution decided finally to let the axe fall. This in a country where over a whole century the masses had been brought up by the autocracy in the school of persecutions, flogging, hangings and shootings. During the same period, in the territories occupied by the counter-revolution, the White Terror claimed infinitely more victims. There are no statistics to enlighten us on this point. But the facts reported in great profusion in the memoirs both of white and of red combatants are truly frightful. We have pointed out a few: General Pokrovsky massacring 4,000 men at Mako, Northern Caucasus, 1,500 workers killed by the Whites and Czechs at the Ivashchenkovo factory near Samara. In the small town of Troitsk, Ural region, the White Czech forces slaughtered several hundred Reds. Bands of Kornilov's officers passed through the little town of Lazanka, in the Don region. They had just received casualties of 3 dead and 17 wounded. They left behind them, in this one village, 507 corpses. 32 Larissa Riesner's account tells us that in the time of the Czechoslovaks the corpses never stopped drifting along the Volga. But with these numberless victims the civilized world, that is to say, the capitalist world, has scarcely ever concerned itself, except to make sure that the numbers went up. It shut its eyes to the White Terror, the work of its own soldiers. It was the Red Terror that plunged it into a holy fury. The theory of terror. The writings of Lenin contain no more than a few references, incidental and formal, to the terror. The stark necessity to break, ruthlessly and decisively, the resistance of the propertied classes was self-evident in the eyes of Lenin and the Bolsheviks, who for this very reason thought it superfluous to prove the matter theoretically. From the first days of the revolutionary government, Lenin had pressed for stern measures and fought against the pacifist illusions and impermissible weaknesses of his immediate circle. Stupidities, stupidities, he would repeat. Do they think they can make a revolution without shooting people? Do you think that you can master your enemies by disarming yourself? What other methods of repression are at your disposal? Imprisonment. Who, during a civil war, will allow himself to be deterred by that when both opponents have the same hope of coming out top? 33. He added a footnote to one page of his pamphlet Left Infantilism and the Petty Bourgeois Mentality, written in May. Let us look squarely at the truth again. The pitiless harshness which is necessary for the victory of socialism is still lacking in us, and it is not that we lack determination. We are quite determined enough. But we have been unable to catch quickly enough a sufficient number of the speculators, marauders, and capitalists who break the Soviet laws. In the second place, our tribunals are lacking in firmness when, instead of shooting defrauders, they give them 6 months' prison. These two faults have the same social root, the influence of the petty bourgeois element, its flabbiness. 34. He was too realistic to avoid the conclusion that in a revolution, greater energy is equivalent to greater humanity. Trotsky. Hesitations and weaknesses have a heavy cost. The more decisively a struggle is waged, the less long and costly it is, the better chance of success it offers. The clemency which treats with tyranny is barbarous, Robespierre declared to the National Convention. The theory of terror was expounded by Trotsky in 1920, in a book devoted to the refutation of a work by Karl Koski with the same title, Terrorism and Communism. The Red Terror, Trotsky writes, is not to be distinguished in principle from the armed insurrection, of which it is no more than a continuation. The terror of a revolutionary class in power can be condemned from the moral point of view only by a person who, verbally, to be sure, condemns all violence on principle. Terror is powerless, and even then, only in the ultimate reckoning, when it is exercised by reaction against a class which has rebelled through the laws of its historical development. Against the reactionary class, on the other hand, which is reluctant to leave the stage, it cannot but be efficacious. It is for this profound reason that the Red Terror is always far less bloody than the White Terror. The toiling masses use terror against classes which are a minority in society. It does no more than complete the work of newly arisen economic and political forces. When progressive measures have rallied millions of workers to the cause of revolution, the resistance of the privileged minorities is not difficult to break at this stage. White terror, on the other hand, is carried out by these privileged minorities against the laboring masses, whom it has to slaughter, to decimate. The Versailles accounted for more victims in a single week in Paris alone than the Cheka killed in 3 years over the whole of Russia. The key to victory in civil war is basically the same as that in wars between states. It is a question of annihilating apart the best part of the human forces of the enemy and of demoralizing and disarming the others. Modern warfare tends increasingly to nullify any distinction between combatants and non-combatants. The destruction of the railway centers and industrial complexes of the enemy is as important as the task of destroying his armies. The destruction of the proletariat working in the rear to supply the front line with machinery and munitions will be, in all wars of the future, an objective quite as important as the destruction of the soldiers in the first line of battle. On all these points, civil war anticipates the code of war between states. It recognizes no non-belligerence. It searches everywhere, without quarter, for the living strength of the hostile classes. Before a social class can be struck to the heart and admit its own defeat, terrible losses must be inflicted on it. Its sturdiest, bravest, most intelligent sons must be cut down. The best of its lifeblood must be drained. So we have, in the first days of interstate warfare, the holocaust of the fighting armies, of the flower of the nation's youth, which would otherwise be quite absurd. That is how it has always been in the past. Must it be always so in the future? Certainly the regimes of white terror now installed in many countries of Europe are doing their utmost to ensure that tomorrow's reckoning for today's ruling classes will be truly frightful. Nonetheless, let us have confidence in the power of the proletariat to spare humanity, in the social wars of the future, from too great a bloodletting. Like the Jacobin Terror, the Red Terror was directly provoked by foreign intervention. In 1918, international working-class solidarity was still not strong enough to prevent all foreign intervention from moving in against the revolution. If it had been, revolutionary Russia would easily have been spared 4 years of civil war. A victorious proletariat which is shielded against foreign invasion by the international solidarity of the workers will need no terror, or else will need it only for a very short time. It will be the responsibility of the possessing classes to gauge the balance of the contending forces with sufficient realism to avoid initiating disastrous battles against a proletariat which is assured of victory. Proletarian organization, class consciousness, fearless and implacable revolutionary will, active international solidarity, these, we believe, are the factors which, if they are present in a certain degree of strength, may make the Red Terror superfluous in the future. This ebook is licensed to Will Yang, williamyang1997@hotmail.com on September 21, 2019. 10. The German Revolution. The collapse of the Central Empires. July and August had been no less decisive in the West than in Russia. The great spring offensives of the Germans, begun at a moment when the American forces were still away from the battle and Russia had opted out of fighting, had failed to break the Allies' will to resist. The German pincer movement had managed only to get nearer to Paris. At the end of April, Hindenburg's and Ludendorff's troops had moved from their positions at Cambrai, Saint-Quentin and La Fère and advanced as far as Albert, Montdidier and Noyon, Battle of the Somme. At some points they penetrated 50 kilometers ahead, and their progress threatened Amiens and the link between the British and French armies, as well as Compiègne and the road to Paris. At the end of May, A further effort had taken them on from L'Islet on the Marne, another advance of 40 kilometers which was marked by the capture of Soissons and Château-Thierry. However, now that the greatest industrial and financial power in the world, the United States, had entered the war, it had become impossible for the Central Empires to achieve victory, so long as the Allies did not slacken. The ruthless submarine warfare which might have brought Britain to her knees before the American intervention was now no more than a pointless waste of forces and money. The American and British shipyards were every month building more vessels than the U-boats sank. The exhaustion of the Allied armies was more than recompensed by the arrival of the excellent human material sent from the USA, since the end of April, at a rate of 300,000 men per month. Germany and Austria were at the limit of their strength, while the United States had scarcely begun its own effort, marked by a calculated enthusiasm. The occupation of the Ukraine had yielded only a little grain for the benefit of the Central Powers, and the Russian front continued to immobilize considerable German forces, 22 divisions, and these all the more vulnerable, as events would soon show, to the contagion of Bolshevism since they were composed of reservists. Around the middle of July, Chancellor von Heinz had asked Ludendorff about the chances of bringing off an unmistakable victory, and had received the astonishing reply, "I answer categorically, yes." This pronouncement, excessively categorical as it happened, resulted in the offensive of July 15, which was the start of the catastrophe. A sharp attack was launched between Reims and Château-Thierry, towards Epernay. After crossing the Marne, however, the Germans ran up against a new and immovable front. Their effort was crushed within 24 hours. 2 days later, Foch turned to the offensive against the Château-Thierry pocket, beginning his action at Villers-Cotterets with a formidable tank attack. It was the beginning of the end. In the closing days of July, the Germans retreated back over the Vesle. The 8th of August was the German army's blackest day in the whole of the World War, as Ludendorff remarked. On it the Third Battle of Picardy began, between Albert and Moruil. There the tank established irrevocably the superiority of the Allies' military technology. The Second German Army broke, and its losses were so great that several divisions had to be reformed. The extraordinary new fact, which brought the leaders to a realization of the approaching end, was that the soldiers were no longer willing to fight. Events occurred which would have been thought impossible in the German army. Our soldiers surrendered to enemy horsemen, whole units laid down their arms when a tank approached. A fresh division going bravely up to the firing line was met by the retreating troops with shouts of, "Strike breakers, and they still haven't had enough of the war." The officers, who had often lost all their influence, tailed behind the movement. The war had to be ended. Ludendorff. 1. From now on the Germans were falling back along the whole front, under the insistent, measured pressure of an enemy that was increasingly coming to dominate them. From one week to the next their resistance seemed about to collapse altogether. The General Staff demanded that the government should seek peace without further delay. 2. On September 15, the Allies attacked in Macedonia, between Vardar and Cherna. From the American diplomatic staff, who were still, most conveniently, accredited to Sofia, they knew that Bulgaria was at her last gasp. The peasant soldiers were refusing to fight, and the 2nd and 3rd Divisions abandoned their positions without any resistance. The Bulgarian army disintegrated in the space of a few days. Tsar Ferdinand, enraged at the state of affairs, sent Stambolisky, the leader of the peasant opposition, who was just out of jail, to the front. A Republican army was marching on Sofia. These events are still obscure. What is certain is that in order to strangle the revolution, energetic intervention was necessary, first from the German forces, who kept the rebel army off Sofia, and then from the Allied forces. Tsar Ferdinand abdicated in favor of his brother Boris. The opposition party got control of the government. Under the cannon of the foreigner, the peasant revolution continued to trouble the nation. Bulgaria's official surrender, made to Franchet d'Espira, was on September 27. Austria, on the verge of collapse, was already suing for peace. Note to the USA of September 14. On October 4 Germany and Austria made a joint proposal for an armistice to President Wilson. A new government came into power in Berlin, with Prince Max of Baden as Chancellor and Scheidemann, the Social Democrat, as Deputy Chancellor. Long weeks went past in arduous negotiations with President Wilson. The Central Powers accepted the 14 points he had put out in January: open diplomacy, freedom of the seas, commercial equality, right of self-determination of peoples, independence of Poland, League of Nations. Wilson declared that he would parley only with a democratic Germany. The work of the blockades and the tanks was completed by propaganda for democracy and the rights of nationalities. It was a revelation of the superiority of the structurally most advanced capitalist countries over empires that were burdened down with survivals of an ancien regime. Germany, now beset by the specters of invasion and revolution, agreed to all conditions. Emperor Charles of Austria suddenly discovered a reformer's soul within himself and proclaimed, on October 16, a federative state. He was too late. The Czechs, tired of waiting on his edicts, organized themselves into an independent state. On October 31, revolution descended on the streets of Vienna and Budapest. In Sofia, in Budapest, in Vienna, in Berlin, all eyes are now on Russia. It is the example, the hope, the faith. Clandestine or open Soviets are being established everywhere. An illegal conference of the Spartacus League at Berlin, on October 7, decides that Soviets must be founded. Liebknecht is amnestied and released from prison while the General Staff draws up detailed plans for the repression of disorder. The signal for the outbreak of the revolution is an insane decision by the Admiralty. The fleet is ordered to sail out and engage in a final battle, self-evidently hopeless, with the Allies for the sake of German honor. The Kaiser's admirals want to end with a flourish. The sailors do not have the same reasons for dying, on the contrary, they have found new reasons for living. The crews, now organized around clandestine Soviets, mutiny, and the workers of Kiel support them in a general strike, October 28 to November 4. The Social Democrat Niski makes speeches to the insurgent sailors in vain. The flame of rebellion is spreading nearer. On November 6 the Social Democrat statesmen confer under the chairmanship of Prince Max of Baden with General Groener on the best means of maintaining the monarchy. The obstinacy of Wilhelm II, who refuses to abdicate, compromises the dynasty in the eyes even of its last defenders. Max of Baden assumes the regency on November 9. Fritz Ebert, a Social Democrat deputy and former saddler, becomes imperial regent. 3. The Kaiser hastily leaves the army headquarters at Spa by car and departs for Holland, while Karl Liebknecht, from a balcony of the imperial palace in Berlin, proclaims the Republic and the coming of socialism. From the Scheid to the Volga, the councils of workers and soldiers deputies, the Soviets are the real masters of the hour. Germany's legal government is a council of people's commissaries, made up of 6 socialists. All events in Russia from the end of September to the end of January 1919 take place against this glowing background. This period is marked by a victorious offensive of the Russian Revolution on all fronts, simultaneously with the immense victory which the German Revolution means to the revolutionary Marxists who have prophesied and anticipated its coming. It is the realization of their deepest hopes, the beginning of the revolution in the West. Everything for the German Revolution. The Vitsik and the Moscow Soviet met in joint session on October 3, the day on which a new German cabinet was formed under the auspices of Prince Max of Baden and of Scheidemann. Lenin, who was still recovering, could not attend, but a short letter from him was read out. The German crisis, he declared, means either that the revolution has begun, or that it is imminent and inevitable. The government is wavering between a military dictatorship, which has existed de facto since August 2, 1914 and has ceased to be feasible now that the troops are unreliable, and a coalition with the socialists. The admission of Scheidemann into the cabinet will only hasten the explosion, because the impotence of the miserable lackeys of the bourgeoisie will soon be exposed. The crisis is only beginning. It will end infallibly in the seizure of power by the proletariat. The proletariat of Russia must bend its every effort to aid the German workers, who are called on to wage a most stubborn struggle against their own and British imperialism. The defeat of German imperialism will for a while have the effect of increasing the arrogance, cruelty, reaction, and anxiety designs of French imperialism. The Russian proletariat will understand that soon they will have to make the greatest sacrifices in the name of internationalism. The time is approaching when circumstances may require us to confront British and French imperialism and come to the aid of the German workers, who are struggling against the yoke of their own imperialism. We must build up grain stocks for the German Revolution, and speed up our efforts to create a powerful Red Army. We had decided to have an army of 1 million men by the spring, now we need an army of 3 million. We can have it. And we shall have it. The sharpest changes in the situation are possible. It is still in the bounds of possibility that German imperialism and Anglo-French imperialism will ally together against the Soviet power. 4. Trotsky traced a broad outline of events. It can be said that, as materialists, we have understood the nature of these events and forecast their outcome. History is accomplishing itself, against our will perhaps, but following the curve that we have traced. And even though heavy sacrifices may be necessary, the end will be that which we have predicted, the downfall of the gods of capitalism and imperialism. It seems as though history has wanted to give mankind a final, shattering lesson. The workers were too lazy, apathetic, and indecisive. It is quite certain that we should never have been faced with this war if the working class had shown enough determination in 1914 to oppose the designs of the imperialists. But nothing of the sort happened. The working class needed to be given a cruel lesson from history. History permitted the most powerful, the most organized nation to raise herself to an inconceivable height. The 420 Canon dictated the will of Germany to the whole world. Germany seemed to have enslaved Europe forever. And now, see how history, having raised German imperialism to this height and hypnotized its masses, plunges her dizzily into an abyss of impotence and humiliation, as if to say, behold, it is destroyed, go and sweep Europe and the world free of its debris. Trotsky took pains to establish that the salvation of Germany lay in the seizure of power by the proletariat. Germany would then attract to itself a powerful current of sympathy from the peoples and oppressed masses of the world, above all from France. The French working class, which has shed more blood than that of any other nation, is waiting, deep in its revolutionary heart, only for the first signal from Germany. He concluded, if the proletariat of Germany undertakes the offensive, the first duty of Soviet Russia, in the revolutionary struggle, will be to take no account of national frontiers. Russia of the Soviets is no more than the vanguard of the German and the European Revolution. The German proletariat with its technical expertise, on the one hand, our ill-organized but vastly populated Russia, full of natural resources, on the other these will form a redoubtable block against which all the waves of imperialism will be smashed. Liebknecht has no need to conclude a treaty with us. We shall help him without a treaty, to the limit of our strength. We give everything to the worldwide proletarian struggle. Lenin has urged us in his letter to build an army of 1 million men for the defense of the Republic of Soviets. This program is too restricted. 5 History tells us, perhaps tomorrow the German working class will call you to its assistance, create an army of 2 million men. Such were the sentiments, and such the teachings, not only of the Bolshevik Party but of all the revolutionaries of Russia, be they left SRS, anarchists, or Menshevik internationalists. Had not Lenin written during the debates on the Brest-Litovsk peace that, in the presence of a German revolution which was threatened in its decisive battle, it would not only be expedient but a downright duty to risk a defeat and even the loss of Soviet power. 6 The Socialist Republic of a backward country might be called upon to sacrifice itself for the socialist revolution, which would be much more important for the international proletariat, in an advanced country, i.e. one with a far stronger industrial base and a more numerous proletariat. From the standpoint of proletarian internationalism, this proposition displays the simple rigor of an axiom. Lenin wrote on August 20, in his letter to American workers. He is not a real socialist who fails to understand that, for the sake of victory over the bourgeoisie, for the seizure of power by the workers, for the sake of beginning the world proletarian revolution, we cannot and must not shrink before any sacrifice, be it the sacrifice of territory, be it a sacrifice which inflicts on us heavy defeats at the hands of imperialism. He is not a real socialist who has failed to prove by deeds that he is willing for his country to make the greatest sacrifices so that the cause of the socialist revolution may take a real step forward. 7. The resolution adopted by Sedgwick pledged to the proletariat of Germany and Austria the unstinted support of the Russian working class. The Revolutionary Military Council was instructed to undertake an expanded program for the formation of the Red Army. The Commissariat for Food was ordered to set up a food fund without delay for the benefit of the German and Austrian workers. New dangers. Lenin, who had by then recovered from his wounds, spoke on October 22 at a joint session of Sedgwick, the Moscow Soviet and the Council of Trade Unions. He spoke to the theme that never have we been so near the world revolution and never have we been in such a perilous position, because this is the first time that Bolshevism has been regarded as a worldwide danger. Before the collapse of the Central Empires it could have been thought that the Russian Revolution was specific to Russia. But now the opposite was obvious. Bolshevism has become the worldwide theory and tactics of the international proletariat. The studied prudence of some of the formulations is to be noted. A popular revolution, and perhaps a proletarian revolution, in Germany has become inevitable. Let us take care not to interfere with the revolution in the Ukraine. One must understand the variations in growth of every revolution. In each country, and we who have seen and experienced it should know this better than anybody else, the revolution proceeds in its own way. Interference by those who do not know the rhythm at which the revolution is growing may hamper those intelligent communists who are saying, our principal effort must be to make this a conscious process. No revolution is worth anything unless it can defend itself, but a revolution does not learn to defend itself at once. 8. The decomposition of German imperialism was, paradoxically, causing immense dangers for the Russian Revolution. The Allies from now on had a free hand in their activities against the Soviet Republic. Bolshevism was now threatening them on the Rhine, not simply on the Vistula. The German and Allied bourgeoisies could perfectly well, in these new circumstances, become reconciled with each other against the Soviets. A tacit bargain had apparently been struck between Germany and the Allies over the occupation of the Ukraine. One must expect an attack by the Allies in the south, either through the Dardanelles and the Black Sea or through Romania. Lenin's vision was clear. The Allies were indeed thinking of occupying the Ukraine. General Franchet d'Espire was planning large-scale operations in southern Russia. As we shall see, this campaign began to be implemented, with serious and bloody consequences. Lenin's speech made no reference whatever to the recent dissension that had arisen around the Brest-Litovsk peace. This is a leader modest in his victories, so modest that they pass him unconcerned. The correctness of the ideas he expounded in February, in his polemic against left communist proponents of revolutionary war, is now unmistakably revealed. The great spring offensives launched by Hindenburg and Ludendorff on the Western Front had shown the enduring strength of German imperialism, which was still to hold on for 9 more months. We know today that General Hoffmann was trying to persuade the German General Staff to launch a decisive onslaught against the Soviet Republic. The precarious and painful respite that had been won through the Brest-Litovsk Treaty had allowed the revolution to gather strength, to master its enemies on the home front and to begin the construction of the Red Army, and during this same interval the troubles that were undermining German imperialism had reached an extreme intensity. 2 closely connected problems were on the agenda for the leaders of the Russian Revolution. 1. To ensure the victory of the proletariat in Germany. 2. To hold fast against the Allies, now the victors in the World War. For the Allied powers would be attacking Bolshevism with all the more energy now that the menace of the German proletariat had appeared. The triumph of the working class in Germany would achieve the united front of the workers of Europe against the capitalists of the world. The destiny of humanity was now at stake. The facts of the German Revolution. As far back as 1908, one of the most famous theoreticians of German social democracy had been at pains to demonstrate that Germany was ripe for the socialist revolution. 9 No other country at this time formed a better embodiment of all the preconditions for social transformation, a high degree of industrial concentration, an extraordinary development of technology, the social predominance of the proletariat, the rapid growth, still underway, of working-class organization. The total population of Germany was 61,700,000, of whom 27,420,000 were working adults. This active population was composed as follows: 6,049,135 property owners, 22.9%, 1,588,168 employees, 5.8%, and 19,782,595 proletarians, 72.3%. These statistics, from the official census of 1907, are still debatable. In particular, the category of property owners comprises, in addition to members of the middle and upper classes, a large number of small farmers whose social situation was very akin to that of the proletariat. At all events, the predominance of the industrial proletariat in Germany is not in dispute. One analysis of the class distribution of the working population, dating from 1925, gives the following picture. Proletarian 16 million. Semi-proletarian elements. Lower grade employees and poor peasants, 5,700,000. Petty bourgeois, artisans, rich peasants, middle and higher grade employees and officials, 10,100,000. Capitalists and managerial staff for capitalist society 2 million. This makes a total of 33,800,000, of these, 20,600,000 are calculated to be wage earners. 10. On the basic background of the German Revolution, social statistics are fraught with controversy, though the general trends are clear. To the 27.4 million fit adults of the 1907 census must be added a further 4.6 million in extra-occupational categories, the army, naval crews, rentiers, pensioners, and so on. The 1923 Yearbook of the Communist International, Russian edition, gave the following figures for the period predating the revolutionary mobilization of that year: independents, 4.43 million, semi-proletarians, 3.47 million, employees, 3.22 million, workers, 22.7 million. The noticeably smaller figures that we have reproduced for 1925 are from the same source, but were published in 1925, i.e. after the reverse suffered by the German Communist Party 11 in the Social Democratic parties. Preface by E. Varga. We will accept them with due reservations, trusting that our statisticians will show more care in the handling of their figures and perhaps less concern for their opportune presentation. In the general election of 1912, the Social Democratic Party had won 4,250,000 votes. It enjoyed the backing of wealthy cooperatives and the most powerful trade unions in the world, and by 1914 had 1,086,000 members. True enough, during the war, by 1917, this figure had fallen to 243,000, but this was overwhelmingly due to the suspension of public political activity. However, on August 2, 1914, no more than two heroic figures, Karl Liebknecht and Otto Rühle, could be found among 100 party deputies, to vote against the war. 12 All the others, the whole leadership and general staff of the socialist proletariat, had voted for. This was no more than the sudden climax of a long evolution. The great Workers' Party had been sapped by petty bourgeois opportunism, whose dominance had been facilitated by the economic expansion of capitalism, a national prosperity based in part on the profits of colonial exploitation and exports, and the existence of a working-class aristocracy that was satisfied, well-paid and linked, in aspirations and way of life, with the pushing middle classes. More and more, the leading circles of the party had become accustomed to identify their destiny with that of the empire. Upon this shifting terrain, complex struggles unfolded between the different tendencies of socialism. In these it was opportunism that always finally carried the day, backed as it was by all the forces of capitalist society. In these battles of ideas that were constantly renewed between small revolutionary minorities and the great realists of the party leadership, the invariable outcome was a further deception of the workers' consciousness, a new vocabulary with which to trick the masses, while continuing to employ a revolutionary language that had lost its basic meanings. Little by little, class collaboration was substituted for the class struggle. The theory of the peaceful conquest of socialism through parliamentary democracy consigned to oblivion the necessity for the dictatorship of the proletariat, as proclaimed by Marx. A phrase-mongering and lying patriotism draped the party congresses with the national flag, side by side with the red banner of the Workers' International. Erudite theorists even proposed to revise the basic principles of socialism in the light of the progress made by German capitalism. And these men, even as the empire poured its metal into cannons, devoted their energies to demonstrating that the journey to the city of socialism was now afoot, along the path of peaceful reforms. For over a quarter of a century the labor aristocracy, from among whom were recruited social democracy's leading sections, had gradually come to identify its own interests with those of the social system whose prosperity guaranteed their comfort. The vote of August 2, 1914 only revealed, brutally and openly, the crossing which the officer corps of socialism had long ago made to the side of the bourgeoisie. An independent social democratic party, dissatisfied with the unconditional support given to imperialism by leaders like Scheidemann and Ebert, had split off and constituted itself in 1917. It reflected both the protest of the worker masses against the sacred union and the old centrism that loved to use revolutionary phraseology to mask a politics of moderation, compromise, temporizing, and the golden mean. Its ideologues proved to be the very people who had worked hardest over the last 10 years to corrupt socialist thought: Edward Bernstein, inventor of revisionism, and the pacifist Koskai, now ready to become the prophet of Wilsonism. 13 In the absence of a revolutionary organization of the masses, it was with the influential left of this party, Hasse, Domig, Crispien, that Joff had to collaborate on the eve of the German Revolution. The only authentically revolutionary proletarian group that could be compared in class consciousness with the Russian Bolshevik Party was the Spartakusbund, Spartacus League, founded in January 1916 by the outstanding veterans of the struggle against opportunism. It included a tiny band of leaders who were capable of great things: the old Polish conspirator Leo Tyszko, a past master of clandestine work; the historian Franz Mehring, responsible for some of the most brilliant applications of the historical materialist method; Rosa Luxemburg, the only brain of Western socialism in the same class as Lenin and Trotsky; and the intrepid Liebknecht. But these leaders, habituated to a struggle against the stream, had no great army of masses behind them, for all their popularity. The Spartakusbund was more of an ideological tendency than a party, as Karl Radek put it. And it had had no alternative but to affiliate, in April 1917, to the Independent Social Democratic Party. Ranged against the German proletariat, so singularly lacking in that essential weapon for the class war, the Revolutionary Party, conscious of its task, stood the most educated, the most organized, the most conscious bourgeoisie of all, the bourgeoisie that had known how to train war leaders like Hindenburg, Ludendorff, Mackensen, von der Goltz, von Kluck, the bourgeoisie that had produced its Krupps, its Albert Bohlins, its Hugo Stins, its Walter Rathenaus, its Hugenbergs, its Klockners, its Thysens, and so many others. 14. The counter-revolutionary socialists win power. It was a bourgeoisie too wise to try and reverse the situation when the troops, exhausted, demoralized, without hope of winning the war, fled from the front. We have already seen how Ludendorff understood at once that the war was over and that not an hour must be wasted before making peace. Once the dream of a greater Germany had exploded, nothing was left for the hard-headed men who had dreamt it but to save the imperialist order. And this could only be saved by coming to suitable terms with the masses. What had never been comprehended by the Savinkovs, Kornilovs, Kerenskys, and Chernovs of Russia, or by Buchanan, Paleology, and Albert Thomas, 15 when the tide of Bolshevism ran high was grasped immediately by Imperial Germany's rulers in September to November 1918. Their guiding idea was to be swept along by the revolution in order to avoid being swept away by it. The German expression is here strikingly appropriate, sich in der Spitze stellen, die Spitze abzubrechen, put yourself at the spearhead of the movement in order to smash it. Nowhere in Germany did the military leaders resist the troops. When the soldiers' councils, Soviets, were formed, the staff chiefs were skillful enough to get their own creatures elected onto them in many places. The Kaiser's field marshals and the big bankers took it upon themselves to call into the government Ebert and Scheidemann, socialist leaders of the utmost decorum, but with influence among the masses. Prince Max of Baden's cabinet smoothed the way for the Council of People's Commissaries 16 of the Socialist Republic, which was formed on November 12. All Germany lay in the power of the Soviets. The very names, Council of Commissaries, Workers' Councils, Arbeiterrat, were an echo of the Russian Revolution. But these Soviets were paralysed by the dominant social democratic majorities. The Council of People's Commissaries was in reality only the demagogic camouflage for a normal coalition cabinet. In it 3 majority Social Democrats, Fritz Ebert, Landsberg, and Scheidemann, notorious for their loyalty to the bourgeoisie, cohabited with 3 indecisive independents, Hugo Hasse, Dittmann and Barth. It was this government that undertook the foundation of a democratic socialist republic for Germany. It prescribed order and calm for the citizens until the elections should take place. It was reluctant to accept the harsh armistice terms dictated by the Allies, and signed them only under the urgent pressure of the General Staff. From its inception, the government had 2 paths to choose from: social peace and peace with the Allies, in other words, defense of capitalism, repression of the revolutionary movement, united front with the Allies against the Soviet Republic, or civil war, alliance with the Russian Soviets, revolutionary war for the defense of Germany. In such a civil war, the victory of the proletariat was assured, but Wilson and Foch would never have agreed, at least, so it was believed, to sit down and negotiate with Bolshevism. 17 The interest of the nation would therefore have required the development of the struggle on a new plane, that of the proletarian revolution itself, but for this it would have been necessary to dare, and, in order to dare, to desire the victory of the proletariat, to wish it and believe in it. The whole of social democracies past ran counter to such a prospect. And the bourgeoisie and petty bourgeoisie preferred a capitalist Germany crushed underfoot by the Allies to a proud and strong proletarian Germany, born out of the ruins of imperialism. The People's Commissaries refused any appeal to Yoff. They turned down the Russian grain that had been offered to them by Wietzig. They steered clear of any interference with the old bureaucracies, and kept the reactionary generals in their posts of command. 18. The socialists of counter-revolution were in power. The struggle was now to open between them and that revolutionary minority of the proletariat, grouped around the Spartacus League and the left of the independent Social Democrats, which was demanding a dictatorship of the proletariat. Yoff, the Soviet ambassador, is expelled from Berlin. In Russia, the momentum of events quickens. The Red Army becomes organized, wins battles, captures cities. The extraordinary commissions are having enemies shot. The factories, the transport systems, the towns are locked in a desperate struggle against the famine. Daily life is completely dominated by the expectation of revolution in Europe. The eyes of the whole nation are turned towards the West. Famine, typhus, deaths, 1 town captured, 1 town lost. What do these matter? In Berlin, Paris, Rome, London, the world's future is being decided. The internationalism of Russia's Soviets runs deep and true, nothing breaks its attention. The newspapers of the period are astonishing. Each day, in large type with headlines across the page, they carry last-minute dispatches, vague rumors picked up in Stockholm by anxious ears, riots in Paris, riots in Lyon, revolution in Belgium, revolution in Constantinople, victory of the Soviets in Bulgaria, rioting in Copenhagen. In fact, the whole of Europe is in movement, clandestine or open Soviets are appearing everywhere, even in the Allied armies, everything is possible, everything. On October 15, Vorovsky telegraphs Zinoviev from Stockholm, revolution builds up in France, so runs the headline of his dispatch in the newspapers. A workers' popular movement began 2 days ago, and is spreading energetically in Paris. The workers are demanding the immediate release of all political prisoners. A Soviet of Allied soldiers has made contact at the front with the Soviet of German soldiers. On November 5, with the red flags already floating over Kiel, Chancellor Max of Baden decided to take a step which had been long demanded by the General Staff. He broke off diplomatic relations with Soviet Russia. Yoff was asked to leave Berlin within 24 hours. Some Russian diplomatic luggage had got opened by accident and was found to contain revolutionary leaflets in German. 19 In addition to these grounds, which might well set Russia in a bad light before the German masses, it was also alleged that there had been a reluctance to punish the assassins of Count Merbach. An interesting exchange of telegrams shortly afterwards, on December 10, shed some light on Yoff's activities in Berlin. The Soviet ambassador had in fact freely admitted helping the German revolutionaries with money, arms, and ammunition, via Hasse and Barth, the independent Social Democrats, who acted as intermediaries. Hasse and Barth, who were both members of the Reich Socialist government, felt obliged to deny the truth of this declaration, whereupon Yoff replied to them with a crushing letter whose principal passages we reproduce. It goes without saying that I was not so unwise as to deliver personally and directly to Comrade Barth, a newcomer to the working class movement who inspired in me only a limited confidence, the sums which were destined for the purchase of armaments. People's Commissary Barth, however, was perfectly aware that the hundreds of thousands of marks which he had admitted receiving from German comrades derived from my establishment as their ultimate source. He said as much in the conversation we had a fortnight before the revolution, when he reproached me for not having provided the 2 million marks he had asked for. If only I had provided this sum, he said, the German workers would have been armed long ago and ready for a victorious uprising. Herr Hasse and his friends have on many occasions been supplied by me with material by no means always of Russian origin for the speeches they made in the Reichstag. The Independent Social Democratic Party received material assistance from us for the publishing projects on which our writers collaborated with them. Does not Herr Hasse believe that we were acting together in the common interest of the German and international revolution? I would never have brought up these reminiscences of our work together if Herr Hasse had not adopted the viewpoint of the von Kohlmanns, who actually consider our cooperation with the German USPD a crime and have expelled us from Germany for that reason. If the new German government, which calls itself socialist and revolutionary, goes to the extent of openly denouncing us for the actions we undertook jointly with its members when they were still revolutionaries, then the political obligations which would constrain me in the case of party comrades or honest opponents lose all their force. I will now take the opportunity of informing the legal advisor to the Russian consulate in Berlin, Reichstag Deputy Oskar Kohn, that the sum of 500,000 marks and 150,000 rubles which he received from me the night before I left Berlin, in his capacity as a member of the USPD, is not now to be paid into the account of his party. The same applies to the fund of 10 million rubles which Dr. Kohn was previously authorized to draw upon for the service of the German Revolution. 20. Krasnov and the Grand Army of the Don. During these months the new perils that Lenin had warned against are manifested in all the regions where the civil war still rages. The Germans and the Allies take it in turn to join the war. After the victories of the Red Army on the Volga, the Revolutionary Military Council concentrated its attention on the Don. The Don country had been conquered easily enough by the Reds at the beginning of the year. The suicide of Ataman Kaldin may be recalled here, but rose in the spring with the approach of the German forces. Ataman Krasnov, the same general who had marched upon Petrograd on the eve of October 1917, was taken prisoner and then released on parole, set forth during April and May at the head of this Cossack counter-revolution. By July he had at his disposal 27,000 infantrymen, 30,000 horsemen, 175 cannon, 610 machine guns, 20 aeroplanes, 4 armored trains and 8 gunboats. The territory ruled by the Grand Army of the Don is a state enjoying the recognition of the Central Powers and a rather extraordinary constitution. It is bounded on the west by the Ukraine of Hetman Skoropadsky, to the north by Soviet Russia, to the east and the south by the Kuban Cossack territory, where Denikin's national army is being formed. This new state is no more than the personal fief of a military adventurer under the Kaiser's suzerainty. The Don Constitution voted by the Krug, the Cossack Assembly, decrees the ataman to be an autocrat. He exercises supreme command of the armed forces, is sole director of foreign policy, appoints all ministers and military leaders, can declare a state of siege, authorizes all laws and exercises both the right of veto against all legislative measures and the right of pardon. Private property is declared inviolable. In the religious sphere the Orthodox Rite has official precedence. All the same, the ataman moves with the times, he even speaks of the war of the capitalists. An agrarian reform is decreed for the benefit of the Cossack poor. The landlords are to be expropriated with compensation, and cultivated lands are declared to be common property. These concessions to the peasant revolution go along with some sham attentions given to the counter-revolutionary socialists, one of whom is given the Ministry of Public Education in the Novocherkassk 21 administration. An organ of the SRS, the Pryazovsky Krai, the land of Azov, appears in the capital there, side by side with a monarchist organ. As to the treatment of the workers, one military commander sends to the commandant of Yuzovka, a working-class city, 2 telegrams on the same day: it is forbidden to arrest workers. The orders are to hang them or shoot them. November 10. No 24-28, the orders are to hang all arrested workers in the street. The bodies are to be exhibited for 3 days. November 10. Number 2431. Signs Hirov. The same methods are used at Rostov. At Taganrog, General Denisov warns the population that he will use asphyxiating gas if there are any disturbances. Meanwhile, according to Articles 15 to 23 of its fundamental laws, the Don country was endowed with all the democratic freedoms imaginable. With disarming frankness Krasnov declared that all the so-called conquests of the revolution were swept away. On May 5 the ataman requested the Kaiser's partnership and protection against Bolshevism. He asked for arms, and for Wilhelm II's arbitration in the dispute that had arisen between the Ukraine and the Don over the possession of Taganrog. General von Arnim arrived in the Don country, which was being supplied with weaponry and ammunition in great abundance by Germany. On June 28 the ataman sent a fresh letter to the Kaiser, expounding his plan for the creation of a great Cossack state, in vassaldom to Germany, extending from the Sea of Azov to the Caspian. This enemy of anti-national Bolshevism, this patriot, calculates the best possible amputations of his own country. He asks the German invader to cede to him Voronezh and Tsaritsyn, Astrakhan, the Kuban, the Terek. 22 He proposes a treaty favorable to German business interests and offers the products of his land, grain, leather, wines, oils, tobacco, and livestock. He even stabs his brother-in-arms Denikin in the back. The Kuban is Denikin's base of operations. German domination, he tells the Cossack Assembly, will be easier to put up with than domination by the Russian Muzhik bandit. However, during November, at the very time when the rupture of diplomatic relations between Berlin and the Soviets sets off speculation about a full-scale German intervention in Russia, German imperialism collapses. Its armies of occupation in the Ukraine are in total disorder. Its soldiers now have only one desire: to get back home at all costs. Without losing a moment, the patriot Krasnov appeals to the Allies. In his memoirs he records the promises lavished on him by his new friends. At the conference at Jassy in Romania, M. Hainaut 23, a French consul, insists on a definite undertaking from the German command that order should be kept in the Ukraine, through their auspices, until the arrival of the Allies. General Berthelot promises to send several French divisions before the middle of December. It is no longer to the Kaiser that Ataman Krasnov sends his petitions, but to General Franchet d'Espirette. The Don he informs the latter is a democratic republic, at whose head I stand. The Don's only war is with Bolshevism. Without the aid of the Allies, the liberation of Russia is impossible. 3 or 4 army corps, 90,000 to 120,000 men, would liberate Russia within 3 to 4 months. The occupation of the Ukraine by foreign troops is becoming imperative. Equally imperative, it would appear, will be the presence of Allied garrisons at Tula, Samara, Saratov, Tsaritsyn, Penza, and Moscow. At Jassy General Berthelot gives formal assurances to the emissary sent by Krasnov, the Ukraine will certainly be occupied, either by an Anglo-French army, or by troops which Germany will be compelled to leave behind there. Further, if need be, the whole army from Salonika will be sent into Russia. A British military mission, headed by General Poole, pays a visit to Denikin's headquarters at Ekaterinodar. British and French officers, Dupré, 4, Hokane 24 Ehrlich, visit the Don country. They are welcomed with te-deums, faded by ancient Cossacks, decorated, cheered by rows of girls dressed in white. Poole is no less categorical than Berthelot. I will call in a brigade from Batum immediately, he declares. However, London recalls him. 25 At the end of January 1919, Captain Fouquet, the representative of General Franchet d'Espirette, finally presents the Ataman with the draconic conditions laid down by the Allies. The Ataman is to subordinate himself to General Denikin, the supreme head of the Russian armed forces. He will submit, in matters military, political, and administrative, to the authority of General Franchet d'Espirette. All his orders will be countersigned by Captain Fouquet. The Don government will reimburse all French citizens who have suffered any damages through the revolution. The average revenue of all businesses that were lost during the disturbances will be restored to them, plus a 5% indemnity over all the output of the said enterprises since 1914. Krasnov was undertaking a war of extermination against the Reds, using both surprise attacks and large-scale strategic operations. Twice, in October 1918 and January 1919, he managed to encircle Tsaritsyn 26, the gateway to the lower Volga, but it was heroically defended by the 10th Army, Tulyakov, Voroshilov, and Stalin. His attempt to mobilize the peasantry for his cause proved a failure. In the first days of November, Trotsky arrived on the southern front, visiting Voronezh, Tsaritsyn, and Astrakhan. He galvanized morale and lent his decisive impulse to the organization of a regular army. In these parts this was a particularly difficult task. The civil war set village against village and, often, rich against poor in the same village. Everywhere bands of guerrillas were being formed around leaders who became folk heroes. In order to replace these brave but bizarre squadrons by a proper army, it was necessary to break their resistance, their group cohesion, their personal traditions. Sometimes the villages were in a state of fortification for their own static defense, without regard for the rest of the front. When a particular band had to leave its district, it melted away. The leader heroes wanted to be independent of everybody else, and the first attempts at centralization provoked some dangerous reactions from them. In the Kuban, Sorokin took prisoner the Revolutionary Council which was being placed over his command, and sent it to the firing squad. Muranov, Avtonomov, Sakharov, Potapenko and many other local commanders mutinied against the central power, in the name of the revolution. Their rebellion was put down. Vigorous centralization was brought to the southern front by regiments recruited in Moscow, by the worker commissars and by a revolutionary council of the army headed by the metal worker Shlyapnikov. The army itself was commanded by a former Tsarist officer who had rallied to Bolshevism, P.P. Sitin. From now on, Krasnov's attacks broke against red lines that were becoming harder and stronger. At the beginning of 1919 the establishment of an efficient Red cavalry, commanded by a dauntless NCO named Budyani 27, testified to the rallying to the Red cause of the middle and even the wealthy Cossacks, the cavalry being a relatively wealthy branch of the armed forces. The task of the Red armies in the south was well defined by Trotsky. We have to move up into the space between the departing German imperialism and the approaching Anglo-French militarism. We must take over the Don, the northern Caucasus, the Caspian region, render assistance to the workers and peasants of the Ukraine, and get back to our own Soviet home where there is no room either for the auxiliaries of Britain nor for those of Germany. The pulse of our revolution beats on the southern front, there the lot of the Soviet power is being cast. The collapse of Samara. The liberation of the Volga region, achieved in early October with the capture of Samara and Stavropol, amounted to all that Trotsky said. The Red Army followed up its successes by penetrating the Ural province, capture of Bugulma, October 16. Ever since the fall of Kazan and Simbirsk, the SR constituents' capital had been living in a state of terror. Sudden panics arose in the city, stopping the traffic. The population was hiding in cellars, the shops were closed, the local bourgeoisie crowded itself into trains and went off. The Constituent Assembly Committee, increasingly aware of its powerlessness, decided to dissolve and hand over its power to the UFA Directorate, in which it had little confidence. The Czechs, worn out by long months of battle, did not want to see any more fighting. The white volunteers were too few to be of any use. The mobilized peasants deserted en masse or went over to the Reds. To cap it all, Adam Dutov would not let the SRS have any help from the Cossacks at Orenburg. The Directorate was wasting its days hopelessly in a succession of intrigues. It was not even possible at Samara to find a military leader who was capable of organizing the evacuation of the city. The various liberal societies passed resolutions declaring resistance to the death, the SRS formed combat groups or decreed the conscription of the whole masculine population, but nothing serious was done, and the Reds approached inexorably. The order for evacuation, issued on October 4, was the signal only for a general rout. It was a nightmare. General Trugubov, the military governor, took flight on the first train out. The commission for evacuation disappeared. There was nobody to issue documents and passes. Every man made straight for the station without thinking of anybody else, to secure a place in one of the trains. The chaos was unbelievable. There were no carriages or locomotives. The luggage from state institutions or private persons was piled 3 floors high on the yard in front of the building. Thousands of state functionaries, members of the various parties, influential personalities, and terrified small gentry crushed their way into the station, amid the sobs of women and children. On every face, panic and ruthless egoism. Each one thought, me first, and brutally beat his way towards the coveted berth in a goods wagon. 28. A few details may be noted. The government's special train, packed with passengers, found itself abandoned at the last minute on a perilous stretch of line. The Czechs cornered all available rolling stock in order to evacuate their own troops. The delegates from the Constituents Committee, who visited the Czech Chief of Staff to ask him for a locomotive, found only insults to meet them. The scene is recorded for us by Maysky, a Menshevik member of the Samara cabinet. The delegates had just left Volsky, the SR head of the government, drunk and despairing in the remains of an alcoholic orgy, breaking glasses and shouting, "I drink to dead Samara. Can't you smell the corpse?" The city was gripped by terror and depression. When they arrived at the Czech HQ, an officer there greeted them with an outburst of laughter, "Where's your army?" He. Go on, tell me now, where's your army? The word government sent him into fits of mirth. Government, he spluttered, you the government. He rolled a paper pellet and threw it contemptuously. We have dwelt on these details of the collapse at Samara because they are typical. The contrast between this degradation and the heroic tenacity of the Reds at Sviazhsk, the Ural, Twas, springs from the difference in human quality manifested by the contending social forces. The Red's superiority in spiritual resources, confidence, energy, intelligence, and endurance is strikingly evident. The same will be observed during the whole course of the revolution. Later on, other bankruptcies, more serious and more bloody, will cause the collapse of Samara to be forgotten, and Sviask will be eclipsed by other exploits. The world will see the proletarians of Orenburg withstand a lengthy siege till their victory, Petrograd holding against all odds under Trotsky's defense, Tsaritsyn twice invested by the Whites and twice victorious, the Red Army taking by assault two impregnable fortresses, Kronstadt and Periko. On the other hand, the Romanian and French occupiers will undergo the debacle of Odessa, the British occupiers, the debacle of Archangel. Denikin will end his career by the hideous evacuation of Novorossiysk, Kalkuk by his flight down the Trans-Siberian Railway, Rigel in the disaster of the Crimea. We have already noted the character of the primacy in social forces to which this moral superiority corresponds. We will add, from the events of the Don and Samara, one further characteristic which will be reproduced again and again in all the episodes of the counter-revolution, the brutally self-interested attitude of the foreigners, British, French, and Czechoslovaks. The Allied officers arrogantly dictate their commands to the counter-revolutionary chiefs, desert them as soon as the situation worsens, lash them with their contempt when the moment of reckoning arrives, and clear off to save their own skins on the first trains in any evacuation. Without foreign bayonets the counter-revolution is impotent, yet national Russia is treated by its allies as a conquered territory. Here is one of the most curious apparent paradoxes of the Civil War. In it, bourgeois patriotism will be seen constantly enslaving itself to the foreigner, while proletarian internationalism fulfills its mission by excelling in the defense of the nation. The Allies in Siberia, Kalkuk. The fall of Samara reveals the decay of the democratic counter-revolution. The reactionary forces are now concentrated in Siberia, around the government at Omsk. The conflict between the SR constituents and the Siberian counter-revolution, headed by the cadets, who support a right-wing dictatorship, sharpens from day to day. The Siberian government keeps the UFA directorate under severe constraint. At Omsk, the officer corps is playing an unusually powerful role. No administration can stay in power without its support. Its very influence demoralizes it, for public life becomes a sequence of military plots and intrigues. Any politicians with a liberal reputation risk arrest, kidnapping or murder at any moment, thus the SR minister Novoseltsov disappears at the end of September. The Siberian capital at this time offers a complex spectacle of military anarchy. The directorate, allegedly the supreme authority, is respected by nobody. A council of ministers, purged by assassinations, is at loggerheads with the Liberal Duma whose majority consists of socialist revolutionaries. The Czechoslovaks, Democrats but dedicated to order as their first priority, reserve their allegiance. Juntas of officers legislate in the shadows. Industrialists and generals, who are agreed on the principle of a personal dictatorship, meanwhile come up with the formation of a national united front. The Directorate and the Omsk government reach agreement as an exception rather than a rule on the appointment of Admiral Kalkuk as Minister of War, November 4. These internal dissensions are compounded by the schemes of foreign powers. The Japanese, supported by Adam and Semyonov, pursue their operations in the Far East. The Czechs rule the Trans-Siberian line as conquerors. Their leader General Gajda humiliates the Russian officers, conducts requisitionings, shoots Bolsheviks and suspects. 5 people were shot without trial on October 25 at Krasnoyarsk. The Allies sent Generals Knox and Janin 29 who are officially invested by Lloyd George and Clemenceau to take the command of all Allied forces in Siberia. Point for point, the experience of the Ukraine, where the democratic parties of the middle classes could do nothing except open the path for black reaction, is repeated in Siberia. Such, indeed, is the inevitable function of these parties in civil wars, since the peculiarity of the petty bourgeoisie is to have no politics of its own. It is always situated between two dictatorships, that of the proletariat, or that of reaction. Its destiny is to prepare the latter, up to a certain point, and then to submit to it. The SR Directorate has nothing to offer except the empty eloquence of its leaders. At Omsk, these gentlemen feel just as distressed, just as powerless, under the threat of the military, as they did in Petrograd not so long ago, in the days of the Constituent Assembly under the threat of the proletariat. The very same illusions fortify their spirits. The vocation of the parliamentary martyr rises in their breasts. The Menshevik Maisky, who has fled from Samara, has a conversation with Avksentiev, the great man of the Directorate and the SR Party, impressive beard, idealists for it, and austere rhetoric. Avksentiev told me bluntly, "We are living on top of a volcano, we expect every night to be arrested." I asked him, "Do you think your policy is right?" He replied, "Yes, it was impossible for us to act otherwise. We are the martyrs of compromise." Do you laugh at that? There are such martyrs, and perhaps Russia needs them more than anything else. A few minutes later Maisky asked another member of the Directorate, "But aren't you going to try to resist?" "And what could we do?" was the answer, with a gesture of despair. On the night of 18 to 19 November, the members of the Directorate and their political associates were at last arrested by the Cossacks. The strategic points of the city were dominated by the machine guns of the British Colonel Ward. On the same day a decision of the Siberian government bestowed upon Admiral Kolchak the title of Supreme Ruler. The Admiral, accepting the Cross of Office, declared that he intended to follow neither the path of reaction nor that of the factions. His sole object would be the formation of a strong army to fight Bolshevism. The Russian people would thenceforth organize its own liberty. The coup had been prepared with the agreement of the Allied representatives, Colonel Ward, the French consul Regault, the American Harris and the Czech Stefanik. 30 The members of the Directorate left for exile a few days later, escorted by Russian and British soldiers. General Janin arrived at Omsk on December 14. The Allied order paper actually made the supreme ruler of Omsk a subordinate of this general. The SR constituents tried in vain to oppose this turn of events. Their resistance committee, headed by Chernov, allowed itself to be arrested. The SR party decided to abandon the struggle against Bolshevism and to return to its insurrectionary and terrorist methods, this time against the Siberian reaction. It was too late. A few of its militants got shot, and that was all. A study of the Siberian counter-revolution, which reached its maximum success in 1919, is beyond the scope of this book. The military dictatorship and the Allied intervention achieved these results. By the spring of 1919 Kolchak found himself at the head of an armed force strong enough to appear temporarily superior to the Red Army. But, as with all the White Armies, this was a class army, formed principally from officers and youngsters from the well-off classes. The regime instituted by the supreme ruler was one of white terror. The peasants deserted, refused to supply food, and resisted the requisitionings, the return of the landlords, and the arbitrary rule of the old authorities who had come back more arrogant than ever. Soon the whole of Siberia was streaked with columns of fire. Repression was everywhere the rule. In the rebellious villages, moujiks were shot in dozens, the women were flogged, the girls raped, the cattle stolen. The townships that were bombarded or incinerated can be numbered in hundreds. Soon, droves of red guerrillas began to swarm in the Siberian bushland. At the end of December, a workers' insurrection organized by the clandestine section of the Communist Party broke out in Omsk. Its repression cost 900 victims. In the general massacre, several SR and Menshevik members of the Constituent Assembly were executed. In cases of railway sabotage, the villages suspected of complicity were burned down. For each act of banditry from the Reds, between 3 and 20 hostages were shot. Kolchak's coup d'état answered the wish of the Allies for a united command over the counter-revolutionary forces. At the very moment when events at Omsk were unfolding their course, there was a conference at Jassy, Romania, whose host was the British ambassador, Barclay. It included the French ambassador, M. de Saint-Hilaire, an American diplomat, an Italian diplomat, the leaders of the liberal, Milyukov, and monarchist wings of the bourgeoisie, and the SR leaders, Fundamentsky. 31 The principal matter was the question of a military dictatorship in Russia. It may be said that it was the Allies who imposed on the Russian counter-revolution its principal leaders, Denikin and Kolchak, whose every least action was supposed to be invigilated by the generals Franchetti d'Espira 32 and Janin. 6th Congress of Soviets cancellation of the Brest-Litovsk Treaty. The first anniversary of the October Revolution was commemorated by the 6th, Extraordinary, Congress of Soviets, held from 6 to 9 November, at the very hour of the German Revolution. It was a singularly lifeless Congress, virtually an enlarged session of Vitsik. There was not, and could not have been, any controversy owing to the extremely homogeneous makeup of the Assembly, which out of the 950 voting delegates was composed of 933 Communists, 8 Revolutionary Communists, 4 Left SRS, 2 Narodnik Communists 33 1 Maximalist, 1 Anarchist and 1 non-party delegate. The only speakers were Lenin, Trotsky, Sverdlov, Radek, Steklov, Kamina, Kursky and Avansov. 34 The only reactions from the hall consisted of prolonged applause and unanimous votes. The Congress decided once again to propose peace to the United States, Britain, France, Italy, and Japan, countries that were at war with Russia even though they had never declared it. A resolution on amnesty was adopted, instructing the extraordinary commissions to keep under arrest only avowed and active enemies of the regime. There was a further resolution on revolutionary legality. During the proceedings the news came of the Red Army's capture of the factories at Ijevsk, Ural region. This was a great advance, since the munitions works at Ijevsk and Votkinsk had gone over to the counter-revolution under Menshevik influence. Trotsky announced that in the Kotlas district a party of 58 British soldiers had gone over to the Reds. The Congress showed extreme caution in its evaluation of events in Germany. The motion adopted after Lenin's report spoke of the need to instill into the masses a clear awareness of the new dangers that were present and the conviction that we shall be able to defend and preserve the socialist fatherland and the victory of the world proletarian revolution. Yov had just been expelled from Germany, and a two-pronged attack was now expected against Communist Russia from the Central Powers and the Allies. Lenin took the platform twice, to commemorate the first anniversary of the revolution and to explain the international situation. We have always realized, he said, that it was not because of any merit of the Russian proletariat that we happened to begin the revolution, which was impelled by the worldwide struggle. It was because of Russia's weakness, its backwardness, and the special influence of military strategic circumstances that obliged us to place ourselves at the head of the movement until the other detachments should come up. He drew the balance sheet of a year of struggles. From workers' control we had passed to workers' organization of industry, from the general democratic struggle of the peasants for land to the differentiation of classes in the countryside, from military impotence to the creation of the Red Army, from isolation to joint action with the proletariat of Western Europe. We began with workers' control. We did not decrease socialism at once, because socialism can only take shape when the working class has learned how to administer. He spoke of the peasant question, referring to the July crisis of Kulak revolts. We confined ourselves to leaving the way open for socialist transformation in the countryside, though we knew full well that the peasantry was still, at the time, irritable to enter on this path. No democratic republic had done as much for the peasants. It had not been until the famine struck that war broke out between the workers and the kulaks, of which the principal result had been the mass mobilization of the working people of the towns and the countryside. And now the alliance of the rural poor with the workers in the cities is laying the foundation for real socialist construction. No matter what happens to us, Lenin declared, imperialism will perish. In his second speech he said that international relations have been confronting us as a central question, not merely because the essence of imperialism is now the firm, stable linking of all the states in the world into one single system, or rather into one mass of blood and filth, but also because socialist victory is inconceivable in one country but demands the most active collaboration of at least several advanced countries, among which we cannot number Russia. Convinced of this conception from the very first moment, the Russian proletariat has bent its efforts towards enlightening the masses of other countries, without hoping for any immediate results. Even if we were to be suddenly wiped out, we would have the right to say, without concealing our mistakes, that we have made full use, for the worldwide socialist revolution, of the interval that destiny offered to us. Once again he repeated, as a rider to these general observations, that never have we been so near the world revolution, and yet never have we been in such a dangerous situation. Lenin's last remarks were: "We have no cause whatsoever for despair or pessimism. We know that the danger is great. It may be that fate has even sterner tests in store for us. It is not excluded that they can crush one country, but they will never be able to crush the world proletarian revolution." 35. Trotsky reported on the situation at the fronts, which gave grounds for considerable hope. The liberation of the South, he said, was now on the order of the day. The armistice of November 11, drawn up between the Allies and Germany, insisted as one of its conditions upon the cancellation of the treaties of Brest-Litovsk and Bucharest. 2 days later, Vitsik proclaimed that the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk was null and void. The Republic of Soviets offered its fraternal alliance to all the peoples liberated from imperialism. The Ukraine is reconquered. During the German occupation and under the rule of Hetman Skoropadsky, the Ukraine had never for a moment been free of trouble. The class struggle continued in all its fury. The effect of compulsory requisitionings was to force the peasantry to take up arms. The nationalist socialist parties of the petty bourgeoisie were offended by the condition of national humiliation and transmitted the discontent of the rural masses. In the working class centers, the illegal organizations of the Bolshevik Party kept up the good fight. The left SRS undertook their terrorist acts. The countryside was full of irregular bands called Haidamaks, part of the tradition of the Ukraine, of partisan forces under the red, Bolshevik, or black, anarchist, flag. In the middle of September, the nationalist groups that had officially declared war on the Hetman began to gather an army of volunteers around Beloyet Surkov. This insurrectionary movement was directed by two old nationalist socialist leaders, the writer Vinnikenko and the schoolteacher Simon Petliura, who had both been prominent figures in the Rada, of piteous memory. As soon as the members of the occupying forces heard the news of events in Vienna and Berlin, they only had one thought: to get back home. The only form of organization the Austro-Germans could now boast was that required to evacuate the country in good order, and this was provided by the soldiers' councils. The Germanized Ukraine disintegrated instantly. All over it Red forces sprang into being, while regular units of the Red Army marched upon Gomel, Kharkov, and Kiev. The troops of Vinnikenko and Petliura, who at the first moment of the collapse were stronger than the Reds, launched simultaneous attacks everywhere against the panic-stricken authorities of the Hetman. The Germans retreated without offering battle. Around November 15, Petliura felt strong enough to declare the Hetman an outlaw. In this bloody chaos, two rival powers arose at once, the Nationalists' Directorate and the Soviet government. Thus power became contested between the petty bourgeoisie, urban middle classes and wealthy peasants on the one hand and the workers and poor peasants on the other. The Directorate offered a program which at first sight was very close to that of Bolshevism: expropriation of the large estates in favor of the peasants, the land was declared to belong to the tillers, an 8-hour working day, labor legislation, the rights of combination and strike, recognition of factory committees, exclusive authority of the laboring classes, i.e. workers, peasants, and intellectuals, the speedy summoning of a Congress of Toilers. 36 Soviets were to be tolerated on condition that they limited their activity to the defense of local and corporate interests. This plausible revolutionism did not stand up for long to the shocks imparted by reality. The force of the revolution lay, in the cities, with the proletariat, in the country, after the hasty departure of the landlord, the gendarme, the hetman and the German commandator, it lay with the poor peasant, and the latter was immediately locked in struggle with the rich and middle peasantry, who proclaimed that the revolution was over now and that the only remaining task was to consolidate private property against the threat of Bolshevism. Scarcely did Petli Ura's soldiers plant the yellow and blue national flag in a town or village when the struggle flared out once again between them and the Soviet, the Communist Party, the workers, and the peasants. On the morrow of its ephemeral victory, the democratic counter-revolution once more found itself placed between two dictatorships. And, as usual, it opted at the decisive hour in favor of military reaction. The political suicide of the Ukraine's Directorate is pitiful to behold. Here is the text of the declaration it addressed in January to the French commanders. The Directorate places itself under the protection of France and requests the French authorities to guide it on all diplomatic, military, political, economic, financial, and judicial questions until the conclusion of the struggle against Bolshevism. The Directorate looks to the generosity of France and the Allied powers in the event of any fresh settlement of the frontier and nationality questions. According to the terms of the treaty signed at the end of January 1919 with France, represented by General d'Anselme, the Directorate declares the Ukraine to be an integral part of a single and indivisible Russia. So much for national independence. It transfers its powers to a coalition cabinet. So much for the exclusive authority of the toilers. It abandons the project of summoning a labor congress, promises to tolerate no Soviets on its territory, and entrusts the command of its troops to a general staff composed of General d'Anselme, the officer in charge of Allied troops, one representative from General Denikin's volunteer army, one representative of the Polish legionaries, and one representative of the Ukrainian Republicans. In return, the Allies pledge themselves to keep the Ukrainians supplied with munitions. The essence of this curious treaty was contained in two economic clauses, drafted in even harsher terms, which were divulged later in a note from Rakoysky to M. Stephen Pichon. France would acquire over the Ukraine, for 5 years, extended rights amounting to those over a protectorate. She would receive 50-year concessions on the Ukrainian railways. The seriousness of these plans for controlling the Ukraine would shortly be revealed by the occupation of Odessa and Kherson by the French, Greeks and Romanians, December-March, the activities of the French fleet in the Black Sea and the military engagements at Kherson and Sebastopol. These efforts failed in view of the purely temporary character of the victories won by the nationalists who had sold out the Ukraine. Petli Ura captured Kharkov on November 23 and Kiev on December 14. But, meanwhile, a Congress of Soviets held at Ekaterinslav had established the Bolsheviks' government of workers and peasants under the presidency of Yuri Pyatakov. 37 The Reds rallied the middle peasants behind them and slowly won back the country districts. The towns were already theirs. The units of partisans were absorbed into the Red Army. The anarchists and their sympathizers, who were going from strength to strength under the powerful leadership of Makhno, lent their support to the Soviet power despite many hesitations, while the Allied forces in the Black Sea ports became subject to the influence of revolutionary contagion. It remains true that the Soviet government, with Rakovsky as the chairman of the Council of People's Commissars, would be installed in the big Ukrainian centers only around January and February, and even then not definitively. Nowhere else in Russia would the civil war be so hot and fierce as in the Ukraine, where 14 governments replaced one another within 4 years. But, in this country, whatever men try to build against the proletarian revolution will prove to be built on sand, whatever blood they shed will be in vain, for always the sand will shift from beneath their feet. 38. Victory of the workers in Russia. The shortest path to linking up with the revolution in Austro-Hungary passes through Kiev, just as the roads through Pskov and Vilna lead us to the German Revolution. These words of Trotsky define the character of the great offensives which the Red Army launches at this moment in the Baltic countries and in the Ukraine. What are the forces in play at this moment? On September 15 the Red Army numbered 452,509 combat troops and 95,000 auxiliary or rearguard troops. By around the spring of 1919 it will reach and surpass the total of 1 million fighting men. Let us now try to reckon the enemy forces. Between 30,000 and 40,000 Allied soldiers, British, American, Italian, Serbian and French, were in occupation of Archangel, Onyega, Kern, and Murmansk, 40,000 Finns were threatening Petrograd and Karelia. In Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania the White Guard resistance was 30,000 to 40,000 strong, with assistance from the German Volunteer Corps, 30,000 men, under von der Goltz. The Polish army was being mustered, and would be over 50,000 in the spring. 20,000 French and Greek troops occupied Odessa and Kherson. 40,000 Czechoslovaks were spread out along the Trans-Siberian Railway. 3 Japanese divisions and 7,000 Americans were operating in the Far East. To these 300,000 foreign bayonets there must be added the forces of Russia's counter-revolution, the Don Cossack Army, 50,000 men, Kuban Cossacks, 80,000, Kolchak's National Army, 100,000, by the spring, Denikin's Volunteer Army in the Kuban, 10,000 to 15,000, the troops of the Ukrainian Directorate, 10,000 to 15,000, the counter-revolutionary bands of the Ukraine, over 20,000, all making a total of over 250,000 men. The two sides were therefore scarcely equal. The forces of counter-revolution are far better armed and provisioned but are dispersed and divided, and often reluctant to fight. This is the case with the foreign troops. The Reds, passionately defending their single stretch of territory, have control over the vast railway network that converges towards Moscow. The Allies are disunited, the Reds enjoy the formidable unity of the dictatorship of the proletariat. Red offensives are pushed to a victorious conclusion on all fronts. Pskov, the gateway to the Baltic countries, is taken on November 20th. Narva, the key to Estonia, falls on the 28th, Minsk, the capital of White Russia, on December 9th. The collapse of the Germans entails the bankruptcy of the nationalist semi-governments in the Baltic states. In Estonia, Lithuania, and Latvia, Soviet governments are constituted and are granted recognition in a decree from Vitebsk on December 23. Ufa is captured on December 31, Kharkov and Riga, January 3, Vilna, January 8, Mita on the 9th, Shenkursk, on the river Dvina in the Arctic Circle, and Ekaterinoslav, in the heart of the southern Ukraine, on the 26th. Through Uralsk, Orenburg, and Ilitsk, the way was clear again to link up with Turkestan, itself in the throes of civil war. The return of the Ukraine and the Baltic states to the Soviet fatherland appears as the first international consequence of the German Revolution. But, at the very hour when the Russian proletariat is making ready, through the force of its victories, to join hands with the proletariat of Germany, the latter is going down in defeat on the barricades of Berlin. The murder of Karl Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg signals the crushing of the proletarian revolution in Central Europe. Defeat of the workers of Germany. Here we can mark out only the principal stages of the German Revolution. Following on the armistice, the socialist government of People's Commissaries showed two main concerns: to appease the demands of the Allies, for fear of a foreign occupation, and to contain Bolshevism, which heralded new crises for them. Social democracy consolidated itself in power as the party of social conservatism, of the defense of the capitalist order. In the country at large, the only real authority lay with the workers' councils, Arbeiterrat, but in these the Social Democrats held overwhelming majorities. The Congress of Councils of Germany, meeting in Berlin from 16 to 25 December, rejected by 344 votes against 98 a motion proposed by the independent Social Democrat Ernst Dömig, which affirmed the principle of power to the Soviets. Instead it transferred all authority to the People's Commissaries, who were then instructed to convoke the Constituent Assembly. After this explicit abdication by the leading organizations of the working class, the sole opportunity for the revolutionary proletariat lay in an insurrectional initiative. If it had been organized and led by a communist party, it would without doubt have been strong enough to win this crucial battle. Future possibilities seemed to offer the chance of a striking recovery. The Spartacus Group, pursuing its propaganda for the dictatorship of the proletariat, was gaining in influence. The sailors from Kiel and the proletarians in the workers' quarters of Berlin dreamed only of following the example set by their Russian brothers. So long as these forces did not meet with a sanguinary repression, the social order was not safe. On this point, the Social Democratic leaders found themselves in accord with the military chiefs. We will turn to the memoirs of Gustav Niski, the former editor of the Chemnitz Social Democrats Volkstime, who, in the crisis of January 1919, at the head of the reactionary officer corps, took on the task of butchering the working class that he represented in the Reichstag. We find the section devoted to the joint session of the government and the Central Executive of Workers' Councils, on January 6, 1919, and read: "Nobody made any objection when I expressed the view that order would have to be restored by force of arms. The Minister of War, Colonel Reinhardt, drafted an order appointing as Commander-in-Chief General Hoffmann, who happened to be a short distance from Berlin at the head of several units of troops. It was objected that this general would be too unpopular among the workers. There we were, standing around in Ebert's office, all very nervous. Time was getting short, our people were gathering in the streets, demanding arms. I insisted that a decision must be taken. Somebody said, 'Perhaps you'll do the job yourself.' To this I replied, briefly and resolutely, 'I don't mind, somebody's got to be the bloodhound. I'm not afraid of the responsibility.' It was decided forthwith that the government would grant me extraordinary powers for the purpose of re-establishing order in Berlin. In his draft, Reinhardt struck out the name of Hoffmann and replaced it by mine. That is how I was appointed to the post of Commander-in-Chief. 39. On the same day, a bloody provocation lit the tinder for the explosion. Emil Eckhorn, a courageous revolutionary of the USPD, had filled the post of chief of the Berlin police since the beginning of the revolution. 40 He had turned the Polizeipresidium into a proletarian stronghold. Permanent conflict existed between this revolutionary headquarter, the government, and the Social Democratic commandant of Berlin, Otto Wels. A workers' demonstration which Eckhorn had authorized was met in the center of Berlin, on Wels's orders, by volleys of firing from the troops. Niski's appointment was thus countersigned in the streets by the blood of 16 dead workers. The government announced the dismissal of Eckhorn, who refused to resign a post he held not by grace of the ministers, but from the revolution. 41 These provocations precipitated the entry of the proletariat into the streets at a time when, as Karl Radek wrote to the Central Committee of the recently formed Communist Party of Germany, the Soviets had no more than a nominal existence, and had still not experienced any political struggle which could release the power of the masses. These, in consequence, remained in bondage to the influence of the Social Democrats. In these conditions it was out of the question to think of the seizure of power by the proletariat. 42 Radek's advice was to avoid the clash and to undertake an agitational campaign unmasking the treason of the People's Commissaries and the executive of the Workers' Councils. The aim of this campaign would be to seek fresh elections for the councils, thus enabling the revolutionary proletariat, as it prepared the offensive, to conquer the organs of power by legal means. The Central Committee hesitated. Liebknecht was drawn along by the mass current. Without consulting the Central Committee he signed a manifesto, along with the independents Schulze and Liebedur, deposing Ebert and Scheidemann from the government. Not only was this a grave lapse of discipline, it committed the very error that the Bolsheviks had been stern enough to avoid during the troubles of July 1917, when they held back the Petrograd masses who yearned to engage in a premature battle against Kerensky. The inexperience of the proletariat's best leaders here became one of the prime causes of its defeat. Liebknecht, without his party, initiated an untimely insurrection which he was unable to guide. The Central Committee, surprised by the turn of events, issued neither insurrectionary slogans nor strategic directives. 200,000 determined proletarians, a magnificent army ready for any sacrifice, who would have been formidable if only they had been backed by a well-led party, marked time for several long hours along the damp avenues of the Tiergarten. 43 Nobody gave them any orders. No revolutionary committee knew how to make use of their energy. The leaders were in conference, wrote Rosa Luxemburg on the following day. No, These masses were not ready for the seizure of power, or their initiative would have discovered others to stand at their head, and their first revolutionary action would have been to compel the leaders to stop their interminable conferences in the Polizei Presidium. 44 The testimony of Niski confirms this judgment. If these crowds, instead of being led by prattlers, had possessed resolute leaders, conscious of where they were going, they would have been masters of Berlin before midday. 45. No revolutionary leaders worthy of the name. A communist party that was too young, too inexperienced, without cadres, without a central committee capable of daring initiative. Masses of workers marching to do battle, but themselves too subservient to the traditions of social democratic discipline to make up with their own action for the deficiencies of leadership and party. The understandable impatience and great personal courage of Liebknecht, who is afraid to let the hour of action pass. Rosa, clear-sighted but powerless. Thus did the immediate causes of defeat congeal together. The insurrection was quelled by Niski's monarchist bands, composed in the main of officers. Karl Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg, denounced by Vorwärts as the instigators of civil war, were arrested on January 15 after the street fighting, and perished the same day. Liebknecht was taken in the evening to the Tiergarten and shot from behind while attempting to escape. Rosa Luxemburg was taken from the hotel where she was being detained, and put into a saloon car. There, her skull was shattered with a revolver shot by Lieutenant Vogel. Her corpse was thrown into a nearby canal. The murderers of Liebknecht and Luxemburg went scot-free. Principio. The defeat of Germany's proletarian revolution was reassuring to the Allies. Indeed, they had made their own special contribution to it. The Spartacists of Berlin were actually taking on the whole capitalist world. Wilson, Clemenceau, Lloyd George, Orlando 46 and Foch, whose remark "better Hindenburg than Liebknecht" became well known, gave discreet support to the socialist Niski, the Stins, the Krupps, the Groners and Hoffmans. The frontier of Bolshevism had now retreated from the Rhine to beyond the Vistula, where under Dasinski's socialist government the Polish Republic was being established as another bulwark of the old Europe. However, the bloodbaths of Berlin brought no remedy for the social crisis that gripped the continent. The situation continued to be revolutionary in the defeated countries and tended in that direction in the victor countries. France, Britain, and Italy lived in anxiety over a demobilization which would throw into unemployment millions of embittered and weary workers. These, moreover, were used to handling grenades and were not inclined to take promises for an answer. The year 1919 was to be marked by events of immense importance: the Soviet Republic in Bavaria, the proletarian dictatorship in Hungary, the worsening of the crisis in Italy, demoralization of the French troops in Odessa, mutinies in the French Black Sea Fleet. In addition, the difficulties of mounting an effective intervention were fully evident at the meeting of the Allies, Paris Conference, that was called to redraw the map of the world after the ruin of the Central Empires. Intervention could not bring all the fruits expected of it, i.e. the restoration of capitalism in Russia, except at the cost of a fresh war which would probably be both long and harsh. But the state of morale in the victor armies and the attitude of the working class in the belligerent countries on both sides made it clear that hostilities could not be reopened on a large scale against the revolution of the toilers. Hence the hesitations of the Paris Conference before the Russian problem, which was only an isolated aspect, scarcely isolated, at that of the international problem. Two tendencies came out clearly in the discussion. Clemenceau advocated a forceful policy, doubtless in the belief that a quick military victory was possible over Bolshevism. Lloyd George and President Wilson were more cautious. They envisaged long-term actions such as diplomatic sabotage, undeclared war, indirect war through bribed satellite states and blockades. It may be that they counted on the effects of famine, physical exhaustion, and the degeneration of Bolshevism itself. These differences of opinion were complicated by conflicts of interest. Of these last, the most serious was keeping the Americans and the Japanese neutralized, from fear of each other, in the Siberian Far East. 47. Such is the explanation of the contradictory tendencies among the Allies, at the point when the defeat of the German Revolution coincided with the victories of the Red Army. A radio message from the Paris Conference on January 23, 1919 invited all governments enjoying a de facto existence on the territory of the former Russian Empire to send representatives to a peace conference which was to be summoned on the island of Principe, near Constantinople, in the presence of the Allies. On February 4, the Soviet government notified the great powers of its agreement to the opening of negotiations, and showed itself as willing to offer a heavy price to gain peace. This amounted, or so it was assumed, to a continuation of the politics of Brest-Litovsk in transactions with the Allies, for the same reasons that had led to Brest-Litovsk. Chicherin's note stated, as some of its principal points: the government of the Soviets declares that it is ready to make concessions to the powers of the Entente on the question of debts. It does not refuse to recognize its financial obligations to those of its creditors who are citizens of the Entente powers. It proposes to guarantee the payment of interest on the loans by a fixed quantity of raw materials. It is ready to grant, to citizens of the Entente powers, mining, forestry, and other concessions, on condition that the internal running of these concessions does not interfere with the social and economic order of Soviet Russia. The fourth point, on which the Soviet government believes that the proposed negotiations might have a bearing, concerns territorial concessions, for the Soviet government does not wish to exclude in principle from the negotiations the question of the annexation by the Entente powers of certain Russian territories. This offer of annexations went a stage further even than Brest-Litovsk politics. Its causes doubtless have to be sought in the Berlin defeats. The limits of the retreat were, however, clearly defined. Indeed, with the exception of the territorial concessions, they still form the policy of the USSR, i.e. recognition of debts on certain conditions, economic guarantees for financial agreements, industrial concessions provided that these do not affect the Soviet regime. The very opening of negotiations at Principe signified the Soviets' recognition of the counter-revolutionary states that were in the course of construction in Siberia, the Don country and the Caucasus. This was an extremely dangerous policy, which fortunately came to nothing owing to the response of the leaders of the counter-revolution, Kolchak and Denikin, doubtless taken on the advice of the Allied generals. Relying on the forthcoming spring offensives, they refused to reply to the offer of the Entente powers and to Chicherin's note. That was a grave miscalculation on their part. The objectives of the rulers of the Soviet Republic at this point were very simple: to gain time, to consolidate Soviet power even in a restricted and amputated terrain, maintaining there the focus of the proletarian revolution, and to keep future options open, gaining time by ceding some space if necessary, and allowing the European Revolution, now increasingly imminent, to mature. Events since then have shown how far the Western proletariat was from matching the demands of the hour. The efforts of the revolutionary proletarians in the West would certainly not have been assisted by the crystallization of a number of counter-revolutionary states around a Soviet Russia mutilated by the terms of an onerous and humiliating peace. Consider the prospect of a Red Russia, deprived of the corn of the Kuban and Siberia, of the Donets coal, of iron from the Ural, of oil from Baku, thrown back on her own resources by the inactivity of the Western proletariat. Would such a Russia have succeeded later in conquering or even in holding out against a Siberia, a Caucasus, a White South in which capitalist states, more or less colonies of the Entente, would have become consolidated with the aid of the victorious powers? Through the intransigence of the White side, the dangerous diplomatic maneuverings of Lloyd George and Wilson turned out for the benefit of the Soviets. Once again it was demonstrated that the proletarian republic would not shrink from any sacrifice in order to declare peace to the world, even while its enemies were compelling it into a war to the death. The failure of the Principe proposals cost the Russian Revolution 3 further years of heroic struggle. But it was through these struggles that the historic grandeur of the Republic was durably forged. The territory of the USSR became extended from the Gulf of Finland to the Pacific, from the Arctic Circle to Asia Minor, across 1/6 of the globe. For the moment, the Allies continued to prepare their spring offensives, in Poland, Siberia, Archangel, the Baltic lands, the Don region and the Kuban, and planned the encirclement of the Russian Commune with a ring of counter-revolutionary states. All this while, not one country dared to declare war formally upon the Soviets. This unconfessed war found an official form in the perfidy of the blockades. Beginning with the first months of 1919, not one letter, not one food parcel, not one package of goods, not one foreign newspaper could enter Red Russia, except as contraband across the lines of barbed wire. This ebook is licensed to William Yang 1997 at hotmail.com on September 21, 2019. 11. War Communism. The blockade and production. 1918 was the first year of the blockade. Russia's imports in 1914 were 936 million poods and her exports 1,472 million. In 1917 they had fallen to 178 million and 59 million respectively. In the year 1 of the revolution, imports were no more than 11.5 million poods and exports 1.8 million. For 1919, the figures would fall to zero. The effects of this total blockage of trade between Russia and the outside world were worsened by the dismembering of the country which, with 2/3 of the population inside its boundaries, had only 45% of its grain, 10% of its oil production, 8% of its sugar output and 23% of its cast iron. 60% of the railway tracks were in the hands of the whites. The destruction of transport was catastrophic. Point 2. We have seen how the famine depopulated the large cities. Moscow and Petrograd had lost half of their population. Migration into the countryside, where food was easier to come by, was a general trend. The decline of production was uninterrupted. It should be noted that this decline had already begun before the revolution. In 1916 the output of agricultural machinery, for example, was down by 80% compared with that of 1913. The year 1917 had been marked by a particularly general, rapid, and serious downturn. The production figures for the principal industries in 1913 and 1918 were, in millions of poods, coal, from 1,738 to 731, 42%, iron ore from 57,887 to 1,686, cast iron, from 256 to 31.5, 12.3%, steel, from 259 to 24.5, rails, from 39.4 to 1.1. As a percentage of 1913 production, output of linen fell to 75%, of sugar to 24%, and of tobacco to 19%. Point 3. The large enterprises failed more easily than the smaller ones, since they were much harder to keep supplied and were more closely dependent on the general level of production. The importance of small-scale concerns and of artisan craftsmen therefore grew visibly. The railways, which were almost completely cut off from supplies of coal and oil, went over to burning wood, to the extent of 70% of the whole system. Wages doubled or trebled, the price of grain on the free market, which was illegal, but a necessary recourse for the proletariat for at least half of their foodstuffs, went up sevenfold. The part played by incomes other than wages in the workers' budget assumed a growing importance, from 3.5% in 1913 to 38% in 1918. What were the sources of these extras? Simply theft from factories and warehouses. The purchase of food absorbed 7/10 of the workers' earnings, instead of a half. It was this state of affairs that impelled the workers to return to the countryside. In December 1918, the factories of Kolomensk had no more than 7,203 workers on their books, as compared with 18,000. Even this roll call was largely one of absentees. On one morning in April 1919, only 1,978 showed up for work out of the 5,779 on the books. The state, the Red Army and the party continued to drain off the best forces from this exhausted proletariat. Strikes provoked by the famine would multiply till they reached the great outbreak of the following spring, 1919. The financial situation. The economy was, not surprisingly, in deficit. The extraordinary levies raised from the bourgeoisie played an appreciable role in the conduct of the Civil War by sharpening class alignments, but yielded no substantial revenues to the state. The pace of events was too quick, and the resistance of individuals too entrenched, for that. The war imposed extraordinary burdens upon the young republic. The army, the proletariat, officialdom, all had to be supported by the state, a total of 30 to 40 million persons. Let us look at the national budget for 1918. The principal headings are as follows. Income, 15,580 million rubles, of which 11,834 million are from taxes, in the proportion 68.9% from direct taxes, 5.1% from indirect and 1.9% from customs dues. Expenditure, 46,706 million rubles, subdivided as follows: central state institutions take 8 million, less than 0.1%, Supreme Council of the Economy, Commissariats of Food, Finance, and Agriculture 15,770 million, 33.8%, Transport 8,428 million, 18%, Public Education 2,994 million, 6.4%, War Commissariat, 15,133 million, 32.4%. It will be noticed that the war costs as much as food, industry, and agriculture put together. The deficit is colossal, 32,000 million, twice the total income. These figures reveal the disproportion between the state's needs and its resources. Its requisitions and issues of currency were ineffective in making up the deficit. Inflation reached fantastic proportions, unknown to previous history. 4 In November 1917 there were 18,917 million paper rubles in circulation. On January 1, 1918 there were 27,313 million, and on January 1, 1919 61,265 million. In the meantime, the value of the ruble had gone down 230 times. The real value of all these thousands of millions was inescapably shrinking. The 27,313 million in circulation on January 1, 1918 represented a purchasing power of 1,117 million gold rubles. The 61,265 million circulating on January 1, 1919 represented no more than 266 million gold rubles. 5 Never had monetary circulation been more feeble, and never, in consequence, were exchanges between the socialized productive sector and the peasant-based free market more difficult. Issues of notes in the year 1918 amounted to 33,952 million rubles, with a real value calculated at 523 million. The real value of the requisitioning undertaken for 1918-19 has been estimated at 127 million gold rubles. 6. The inflation and the requisitions bore down particularly heavily upon the countryside, from which basic foodstuffs and raw materials had to be extracted. Conditions of life there, however, were still relatively better than those in the towns. Agricultural production suffered from the ills of the time least of all. Russia's total production was 12,000 million rubles before the war, 50% from agriculture. It was now down to 4 to 5,000 million, 80% of this from agriculture. The depreciation of the paper currency encouraged the general tendency towards exchanges in kind. Commerce became replaced by barter. Food and articles of prime necessity were distributed among the workers through the state, at nominal prices, as a kind of omen of the total abolition of money. Free public utilities were another first step in this direction. 7. Agriculture. Even before the revolution, the agricultural sector had suffered from the war. The main effect of the revolution was to ruin the large estates. Around 30,000 large proprietors were expropriated, but the peasants were in no position to resume the cultivation of the lands they had won. The disappearance of large areas of cultivation was a further cause which accentuated the decline of agrarian production. 8. The results of the rural revolution are expressed in some eloquent statistics. The proportion of land in Russia cultivated by the peasants leaped from 54 to 96%. The peasants became the real owners of virtually all the estates, but the war, the devastation of transport and the weak condition of industry prevented them from taking advantage of their gains. A process of leveling among the peasantry was soon completed, with a rapid fall in the numbers both of rich and of poor. The number of farmers owning one horse rose from 43.8 to 79.3%, as of 1920, with a corresponding decline in the proportions of those owning several horses or no horses. Harvests fell dramatically. The cultivation of raw material crops for industry was in serious peril, since no payment was being made for them. 9 Agriculture lost its commercial character, as the peasants tended increasingly to produce solely for their own consumption and no longer for the market, the state being in no position to supply any recompense for exchanges of corn. Anything they did sell went by preference on the illegal market, where they could get 4 times the psis. The dialectic of economic life. We will try and trace the dialectic of events in the economic field. As we have noted, the decree of May 14 had effectively supplanted exchange by a policy of requisitioning. The few manufactured goods that could be spared for the countryside were given to the poor peasants as an inducement to assist the proletariat in confiscating the grain of the rich. This formed one of the decisive measures for the class war in the villages. Through it, the proletarian revolution at once became established in the countryside. Up till now it had interested only the working class population, 20 million people. From now on it would interest the whole rural population except the kulaks, 130 million people. The chaotic struggles undertaken by the peasants throughout this period cannot obscure the significance of the fact that at all times, in all places, in battle after battle, they secured the final victory of the Soviets. The economic leveling which proceeded among them parallels this fact of politics and helps to explain it. The victory of the proletariat over the kulaks deprived the counter-revolution of its last economic base. However, the civil war now sweeping through the townships and hamlets was another new factor assisting in the decline of agricultural output. The economic leveling was accompanied by the atomization of cultivated tracts. The sharpening crisis of agriculture, which struck first at the industrial crops the least necessary for the peasants themselves, and the most dependent on exchange with the towns, reacted back on the size of the industrial sector by blocking its intake of raw materials. In industry, measures of nationalization continued. The graph they describe is itself significant. In April there was one such measure, in May 7, from July to October the average rate was 170 a month. In June, 357 enterprises had been nationalized. In September, 860, including whole industries, mining, transport, electricity, oil, rubber, sugar, etc. This expropriation of industry, verging ever closer to a total nationalization, placed an increasingly numerous population of workers within the responsibility of the socialist state, and compelled it hastily to establish a body of functionaries, managers, and administrators who could not be recruited straight away from among the working class. The bureaucracy was born, and was rapidly becoming a threat. The zigzags of party policy may be reviewed at this point. In April, Lenin, aware of the dangers of a rash socialization of the entire productive sector, was saying, "If we go on expropriating capital at this pace, we shall infallibly be beaten." He fought against the left communists, who advocated the most radical economic measures. But in June, the expropriation of all the main industries was undertaken as a riposte to foreign intervention. A decree instituting the tax in kind was passed in March. As in 1921, it would have pacified the countryside, but it was never implemented. By May, the dictatorship of food supplies was installed through the sheer necessities of scarcity, and carried the social war into the villages. Owing to the destruction of transport, the famine, the economic responsibilities of the state, and the imperative necessity to feed the proletariat, the living force of the revolution, and keep the war industries going, a rigorous rationing system had to be introduced. With all its consequences of bureaucracy and paperwork, the state monopoly of grain could endure no further weakening. From now on, the suppression of the private market was a task of urgency. But it was never carried through successfully. Economic life took on a dual form: the organized, socialized sector comprising large-scale industry, and the anarchic, clandestine sector, much bigger than the former, embracing most of agriculture and the artisan crafts. Every day, in every city, the forbidden markets assembled dense crowds in the public squares. The statification of production and consumption provoked, in retaliation, the creation of a whole illegal economy. Speculation was answered by repression. Force was invoked to subdue the clandestine economic network. The latter defended itself by corruption. Corruption was met by terror. Nevertheless, the city's sources of food, to the extent of 2/3, were found in the illegal market. Concessions had to be made to small-scale private initiatives. Individuals were authorized to seek provisions for themselves in the countryside, to a limit of 25 kilos. This measure of relief for the general misery was costly. It added to the disorganization of work and of transport. In February 1919, important measures in the progress towards a socialist agriculture were set in hand: the organization of Soviet farms and of agrarian communes. A few days later, the Communist Party's 7th Congress concluded that small peasant production was bound to continue yet for a long time, and took several measures which tended to support and restore it. Ever since the 6th Congress of Soviets, it had been decided to wind up the committees of poor peasants and return to the normal rural Soviet institutions. All the same, the problem of the countryside would only be resolved much later, in 1921, and even then provisionally, by the establishment of the tax in kind and the return to a free market. Proletarian initiatives and the bureaucracy. It was in these conditions that the proletariat sought to organize socialist production and distribution, in other words, to take economic power into its own hands. In the factories, workers' management committees ousted the capitalist and his technical managerial staff. The expropriation of capital, industrial, commercial, real estate and rural, was so complete that the bourgeoisie became transformed, in the phrase used by one Russian economist, into a kind of ex-bourgeoisie in rags, or lumpen ex-bourgeoisie. By contrast, it needed sustained efforts to flush out the petty bourgeoisie from each one of their last economic strongholds in the cooperative system. The decree of December 7 nationalized the cooperative Moscow People's Bank. The bourgeoisie was refused the right to vote and be elected in cooperative societies. A final blow to petty commerce was dealt by the decree of November 21, which instructed the Food Commissariat to ensure provision for the population in all products and to replace the functions of private trade. Many were the voices in the party which demanded the outright liquidation of cooperatives, the servitors of capitalism, and the total statification of distribution. This path would shortly be begun with the introduction of the compulsory cooperative system. Industry was now managed by 52 centers of production, Glavki, manned by worker committees in which the trade unions had a predominant influence. These succeeded in getting the war industries going non-stop and with increasing efficiency, despite appalling difficulties. At the end of the year 1, a change of heart took place among many of the intellectuals and technicians. An important minority of these joined the managerial councils of the socialist state. The difficulties involved in the distribution of raw materials and fuel necessarily led to centralization, which was achieved only at the cost of a bitter struggle against separatist tendencies and local power centers. Centralization as a general line of policy, in the army, in transport, in provisioning, and even in the functioning of the party's machinery, was the outcome of the war. The revolution had begun with the slogan, "Power, in all its fullness, to the Soviets." Now, however, the play of local egoisms, the lack of competent personnel and the activity of troublemakers were setting in motion a reverse tendency, that leading towards a dictatorship of the center, for the sake of the higher interests of the revolution. Local Soviets could be seen demanding the abolition of the local branches of the centralized industrial administrations and trying to run everything for their own convenience within their own territories, e.g. Tambov. Separatist tendencies were so powerful at the periphery that the Soviet republics of Estonia and Latvia proposed the opening of negotiations with the Council of People's Commissars in Moscow on commercial exchanges, and the conclusion of formal commercial treaties. One of the leaders of the Latvian Soviet government, Stuka, demanded that the Russian Socialist Federation of Soviet Republics hand back the industrial equipment which had been evacuated from Riga. The state was still so weak that, given the incompetence of normal institutions for their work, it often became necessary to resort to the system of extraordinary commissions equipped with dictatorial powers. One extraordinary commission of this kind was set up to organize the provisioning of the army. Nothing but harm to the progress of centralization could come from the functioning of such commissions. In every administrative organ, the revolutionary proletariat found itself using a substantial corps of employees and functionaries belonging to the old petty bourgeoisie of the cities. In 1 year, from the first 6 months of 1918 to the first 6 months of 1919, the membership of the only trade union for Soviet officials quadrupled, from 114,539 to 529,841. The general scarcity imposed both a census of consumers and a census of all available products. What techniques could be applied, what personnel could be employed? Everything had to be improvised from scratch, with personnel that were often corrupt and were in any case, by reason of their social origins, totally unfit to grasp socialist principles and the implacable necessities of the class struggle. The mass of folk bent all their ingenuity into getting what they needed out of the stock of products. The party bent all its efforts to the task of allocation, as a first priority, to the army, the workers, the children, and the mothers. But it entrusted the execution of its directives to bureaus who twisted them, while dubious elements in the population carried on massive fraud. Documents, minutes, government bonds, ration cards formed a phenomenal mass of paper, serving a variety of purposes: accounting, rationing, the classification of the populace into categories, the means of fraud and the livelihood of the corps of functionaries, who were hostile to the regime in their immense majority. Typical of the indignation against this bureaucracy was a slogan that we find in one journal, "Up against the wall with the bureaucrats." Krasnaya Gazeta, October 21. The article was a denunciation of the characteristically criminal attitude of the hospital staffs to working class people. At the beginning of 1918, the organized forces of the proletariat reached the total of 115,000 Communist Party members and 1,946,000 trade union members. A year later it was 251,000 communists and 3,707,000 trade unionists. The functionaries were thus far more numerous than the party membership, and they infiltrated too into the ranks of the party. The first attempt to organize a socialist society. The present work cannot include a description and analysis of the social system that was later, inaccurately, termed war communism. This system attained its full development only in 1919–20, i.e. beginning with the year 2. We must, however, pay some attention to it in the form it presents during the winter of 1918–19. We can at least form a general idea of what it meant. In the years since then, the Russian proletariat has had to retreat on a number of fronts before the peasant masses, with their attachment to private property and freedom of trade. 11. The new economic policy or NEP, begun in 1921, has profoundly modified people's conceptions of the system which preceded it. The erroneous description war communism has now stuck. Some theoreticians have defined it as a form of communism in the sphere of consumption. 12. In reality, it was also an ambitious attempt to organize socialist production. The Russian communists, with their intense theoretical clarity and their skill in political maneuver, never thought simply of using expedients necessitated by war, valid only for a time of war. They thought of building towards the future, of starting a sweeping fulfillment of their socialist program. If the civil war, freshly kindled by foreign intervention, compelled them to get on with the job faster than they had anticipated, it was not because it imposed on them measures that were contrary to or grossly different from their intentions, it simply made the total application of the proletarian program a sine qua non of safety. Only the intransigence and the audacity of their policies could ensure the victory of the workers' revolution. So-called war communism was a project for the organization of the socialist society, undertaken in the most difficult circumstances. On this point we accept the conclusions of the economist L. Kritzman, who proposed to define it as the organization of the natural economy of the proletariat. Point 13. The whole of the social structure was founded on production, at whose base was the industrial enterprise. Relations of work became the essential, primary relationships between men, instead of property relations or the relations between owners and non-owners. The trade unions, whose base cells were now the factory committees, were increasingly assuming managerial functions in production. In this process the direct management of production by the producers was beginning to be realized, and the organization of production began to be merged with the organization of the working class. From top to bottom of society's rungs, an exclusive and imperious class sense reigned. The bourgeois, outcast and despised, deprived of property and honor, has become a pariah. Kritzman. On every wall the rule, borrowed from St. Paul's epistle, "He who does not work, neither shall he eat," was blazoned abroad. It was the suppression of parasitism, suppression of individualism in labor, the reign of collective methods in work and management. This regime did spring out of the war, but out of the war between the classes. It proved that a proletarian revolution must realize itself in order to win. The more complete is its realization, the more durable is its victory. Nothing will kill it more quickly than moderation. But this social system was exhausted by the war. The project of an uncompromisingly socialist organization of production was revealed as premature, through the isolation of the revolution within national boundaries, through the losses inflicted on the proletariat and through the immense numerical preponderance of petty producers for the market, the peasantry over the industrial population. It would be just as irrational to blame the general decline of production upon war communism as it would be to hold war capitalism, which enabled Germany to survive for several years, responsible for the famine and economic collapse which caused the final ruin of the Central Powers. The conquest of production by the proletariat was in itself a stupendous victory, one which saved the revolution's life. Undoubtedly, so thorough a recasting of all the organs of production is impossible without a substantial decline in output. Undoubtedly, too, a proletariat cannot labor and fight at the same time, but the very rapidity with which socialist industry recovered in the USSR once the Civil War was over shows that the methods of socialism were not at fault here. The role of errors and exaggerations has to be assessed, but however important this may turn out to be, our general conclusions should need no modification. The Russian proletariat managed a number of achievements: the formation of a powerful army, the development of war industries, the building of its own state. These substantial results encourage us to believe that, if international circumstances had proved somewhat more favorable, it would have not missed the opportunity to achieve successes of at least an equal order, in the sphere of socialist production. The Mensheviks changed their attitude. The proletariat and the middle classes. The lessons of a year of struggle now brought results. Among the urban middle classes, whose antipathy to the proletariat had been long and ingrained, a new evolution could be seen. Many intellectuals at last declared themselves neutral. The bravest and most advanced rallied to the regime. The Central Committee of the Menshevik Social Democratic Party acknowledged, in an explicit resolution during October, that the revolution of October 1917 had been historically necessary and constituted a factor in the international proletarian revolution. In December, a conference of the Menshevik Party officially reversed its old policy and condemned as counter-revolutionary the demand for the Constituent Assembly. It was a total retreat from the positions of democracy. The Menshevik Central Committee proclaimed that the forces of the party would mobilize for the defense of the Republic, and offered to come to an agreement with the Communist Party. The sole Bolshevik response was a demand, unsuccessful as it turned out, that the Menshevik Party should formally condemn those of its groups and members who had gone over to the counter-revolution. Restored to the all-Russian Soviet executive, the Mensheviks would attempt to work for some time now as a loyal opposition. They were able to get a journal published in Moscow. "We will legalize you," Lenin told them, "but we will keep state power for ourselves alone." 14. A similar movement was in evidence among the social revolutionaries. Several members of the Samara government broke with their party, to move towards the Bolsheviks. A professor of the University of Petrograd, Pidirim Sorokin, a former SR deputy to the Constituent Assembly, announced in a brief but sensational letter to the press that he was giving up politics, where too many errors had a habit of getting committed. Lenin saw this declaration as a symptom of the evolution of a whole class, the petty bourgeois Democrats. One section will come over to our side, one section will remain neutral, while a third will deliberately join forces with the monarchist cadets. This evolution should be encouraged. A revolutionary proletariat must know whom to repress and with whom and when and how to come to an understanding. It would be silly and ridiculous to insist only on tactics of repression and terror against the petty bourgeois democracy when the course of events is compelling them to turn to us. 15. Anxious to give every support to this development, Lenin urged that the party should chase out of its ranks those false communists from bourgeois intellectual circles who had entered it in the hope of sharing the spoils of power, and replace them by men of a different quality who only yesterday had been the conscious foes of the proletariat. This courageous distinction between the nonentity who had jumped in at the first chance and the convinced adversary who lays down his arms is worth remembering. Lenin added a warning that a few reverses against the Bolsheviks would be enough to provoke the petty bourgeoisie, a class doomed to perpetual hesitations, to start vacillating back again in its old directions. 16. The same topic occasioned a long exposition from Lenin on the relationships between the proletarian revolution and the petty bourgeoisie. We had to exercise the dictatorship of the proletariat in its harshest form. It took us several months to break through a whole epoch of illusions. But if you look at the history of the West European countries, you will see that they did not get through these illusions even in decades. We had to dispel the petty bourgeois illusion that the people are an integral unity and that the will of the people can be expressed in some way other than through class struggle. If we had made any concessions to petty bourgeois illusions, to illusions about the Constituent Assembly, we would have destroyed the proletarian revolution in Russia. We would have sacrificed the interests of the world revolution to narrow national interests. The terror had been born from the conflict between proletarian internationalism and the patriotism of the middle classes. Now it was necessary to seize the opportunity to pass on to other methods. Otherwise, inflexibility will become sheer stupidity. The intellectuals lived a bourgeois life. When they swung towards the Czechs, our slogan was, terror. Now that there is this change of heart, our slogan must be one of reconciliation, the establishment of good neighborly relations. We cannot build our state if we do not utilize such an important heritage of capitalist culture as the intelligentsia. We can now treat the petty bourgeoisie as a good neighbor under the strict control of the state. We tell the petty bourgeois democracy, we are standing firm. We have always known that you were a weak lot. But we don't deny that we need you, because you are the only educated group in the country. In regard to the middle peasantry, another petty bourgeoisie and the most numerous of all, Lenin's doctrine is that these will never become socialists out of conviction, only when they see that there is no other way. No amount of decrees can transform small-scale production into large-scale, we must do it bit by bit, winning credibility, through the actual course of events, for the inevitability of socialism. 17. Literary life. The change of heart among the advanced petty bourgeoisie found striking parallels in literary circles. It may be said that Russia's writers had been unanimously hostile to Bolshevism. We have already seen the attitude of Maxim Gorky, despite his long years of friendship with Lenin. We have seen him attacking the cruel socialist experiment of Lenin and Trotsky which, it appeared, could lead only to anarchy, to the unleashing of the base instincts. Gorky was now one of the first to rally to the Soviet regime, acknowledging the greatness of the revolution and the necessity to defend and serve it. He issued an appeal to all. The experiment now undertaken by the Russian working class and by those intellectuals who have fused spiritually with it, this tragic experiment which will perhaps drain Russia to the last drop of her blood, is one of greatness, from which the whole world can learn. Almost every people in its time feels a messianic mission, feels itself called to save the world, to breathe new life into its best forces. Come with us in our journey towards the new life for which we labor, come, without sparing us, without sparing anything or anyone, among all the sufferings and all the errors. Leonid Andreev, Ivan Bunin, D. Merezhkovsky, A. Kuprin, the most influential prose authors of Russia, who had all cut a revolutionary figure under Tsardom, remained incurably hostile. But the poets, and this is a remarkable fact, reacted to the profound meaning of the revolution, in a rich display of brilliant intuitions. The greatest Russian poets rallied in the space of a few months, and gave the revolution a body of literature unique in its power. Valery Bryansov, a man steeped in classical culture, hailed the advent of the righteous barbarians who were destined to renew civilization. Alexander Blok, a disciple of the mystic Soloviev, wrote the most popular and the purest masterpiece of the heroic years, the 12 Red Guards are journeying through night and snow, weapons in their hands, and ahead of them unknown to them there goes the invisible Christ, crowned with roses. 18 This Christian conception of the revolution is found again in the symbolist Andrei Byly's Christ Lives Again, and in the poems, pervaded by Orthodox mysticism, of Nikolai Klyoev and Sergei Esenin. In 1919, with the exception of Gorky, all the great writers of Russian prose are either counter-revolutionary or very hostile. Almost all the great poets have rallied to the revolution. These great exceptions apart, literary production was interrupted, and ceased. Any writers who wrote at all devoted their energies to politics. 19. Among the working class and in the party, the movement of the proletkults, proletarian culture circles, was becoming extended. The ambition of these circles was to renovate the whole of human culture in conformity with the aspirations of the proletariat. They discussed serious problems and in the larger cities formed lively groups who met to concern themselves with poetry, the theater, and literary criticism. The only outcome of the movement would lie in its encouragement of a certain number of poets, who were often to wind up in the usual grooves of the factory, victorious labor, and proletarian heroism. The theoreticians of communism were themselves so absorbed by action that in the course of 1918, apart from articles for the press and speeches delivered to large meetings, they produced only a few thin booklets. The most outstanding of these were, Anne Lenin, The Proletarian Revolution and the Renegade Koskai, L. Trotsky, The Revolution of October, a historical sketch commissioned by the Central Committee, and the pamphlets of K. Radek on the German Revolution. Education, science, and art. The Civil War raged its way through the intellectual order as well. After Alexander Blok had written the 12, literary men refused to shake his hand. Compromise with the Bolsheviks still spelled infamy to most intellectuals. The Academy of Sciences, almost in its entirety, immured itself in a state of willful hostility towards the Soviet government. It would take years of obstinate struggle before the passive resistance of the teaching profession in the universities could be overcome. The overwhelming majority of the school teachers were hostile, their trade union had to be purged and reorganized inch by inch, influence in the schools was fought for, and won, step by step. Under the direction of Lunacharsky 20 the Commissariat of Public Education set going a radical transformation of the educational system. The old structure with its inferior schools reserved for the people and its high schools reserved in practice for the bourgeoisie, was replaced by the common labor school. The old syllabuses, which trained subjects for the Tsar and believers for the Orthodox Church, were replaced by a necessarily improvised scheme which was anti-religious, socialist, and based upon the educational role of work. The aim was to train producers who would be conscious of their role in society. Projects were drawn up to unify the school and the workshop. In order to implement sex equality from childhood onwards, Co-education was frequently introduced in the schools. But everything had to be organized from scratch. The old textbooks were good only for burning. A large proportion of the old teaching staff resisted, sabotaged, refused to understand, and waited for the downfall of Bolshevism. The schools were appallingly barren of equipment, paper, exercise books, pencils, pens were all scarce. Hungry children in rags would gather in winter time around a small stove planted in the middle of the classroom, whose furniture often went for fuel to give some tiny relief from the freezing cold. They had one pencil between four of them, and their schoolmistress was hungry. In spite of this grotesque misery, a prodigious impulse was given to public education. Such a thirst for knowledge sprang up all over the country that new schools, adult courses, universities, and workers' faculties were formed everywhere. 21 Innumerable fresh initiatives laid open the teaching of unheard of, totally unexplored domains of learning. Institutes for retarded children were founded, a network of institutions for preschool infants was created, the workers' faculties and the special short courses placed secondary education within the grasp of the workers. Soon afterwards the conquest of the universities was to begin. In this period too, the museums were enriched by the confiscation of private collections. Extraordinary honesty and care characterized this expropriation of artistic riches. Not one work of any significance was lost. In those troubled days a number of precious collections, notably, some of those at the Hermitage, had to be evacuated. They all reached their destination safely. The life of the scientific laboratories struggled on heroically. Sharing in the privations of the community, severely rationed, without lighting or, in winter, fuel and water, scholars of all political loyalties nearly always carried on as usual with their work. Every evening the theaters, now nationalized, presented their customary repertoire, but to a new sort of audience. The ballet companies, organized for the delight of an aristocracy long since shot, gave their performances in the midst of the terror. The gold-vaulted theaters were thronged with working men and women, with young communists, their skulls shaved as a precaution against typhus-carrying fleas, and with red soldiers on leave from the front. And with the same memorable voice that had thundered "God save the Tsar" in times gone by, Chelyapin sang the song of the bludgeon to assembled trade unionists. During festivals, the public squares were decorated by expressionist painters. Monuments to the heroes of the French Revolution and to the socialist pioneers were erected in wood or plaster. Most of these works have since disappeared, they were in any case mediocre. The press had now lost the richness and variety of democratic times. Little by little, it became reduced to three sorts of organ obeying a solitary inspiration: the organs of the Soviets, Izvestia, or Monitor, in the capitals, the organs of the Communist Party, the two Pravdas, or Truth, and those of the trade unions. Life and manners. The winter of 1918-19 was frightful in the large cities that were ravaged by famine and typhus and deprived of fuel, water, and illumination. The water and sewage pipes froze up inside the buildings. Families would crowd together around the little stoves that were nicknamed burzwiki, a term ironically derived from bourgeois. Old books, furniture, doors, and floorboards were used in lieu of firewood. In Petrograd and Moscow, most of the mansions constructed in wood went for fuel. Through the interminable nights of the Russian winter all lights were kept down to a flicker. Water closets no longer worked, piles of excrement accumulated in the courtyards, shielded by constant snowfalls but storing up epidemics for the spring. Queues hung about aimlessly in front of the cooperatives, huge illegal markets, interrupted by police raids, assembled in the squares. Here the survivors of the ex-bourgeoisie came to sell off the relics of their fortunes. The inevitable speculation was combated by regular house searches and seizures of property. The weakest were slowly being killed off by the blockade. The dictatorship managed the impossible in its efforts to succor its first priorities: the workers, the army, the fleet, and the children. The sections most cruelly affected by the famine were the former wealthy and well-off classes. It was not a rare spectacle to see old people collapse in the streets for want of food. Mortality rates rose sharply, especially among children and the old. The number of suicides, on the other hand, sensibly diminished. The workers had chased the dispossessed bourgeoisie out from their mansions, and now installed themselves in the modern residences of the once wealthy quarters. Each building, Bukharin wrote, must be populated by proletarians in arms and become a citadel of the revolution. Unfortunately, even the most comfortable appointments of the bourgeois living quarters often proved impossible to adapt to the needs of their new occupants. In the cities, depopulated as they were, there was thus a shortage of suitable buildings for children's homes, schools, and communal dwellings. The architects of the old social order had had quite different needs in mind. The Soviets instituted compulsory labor for the bourgeoisie in the form of public service brigades. This service was, as it turned out, most successfully evaded. In late September no more than 400 fit ex-bourgeois could be found in Petrograd for rearguard labor. Requisitions of warm clothing were made, with each bourgeois compelled to hand in one warm suit. The legal recognition of free union between the sexes, the easing of divorce, the legalization of abortion, the complete emancipation of women, the ending of the authority of heads of families and of religious sanctions, these did not produce any real weakening of family ties. This destruction of old impediments made private life simpler and healthier, and rarely provoked any crises. In Petrograd and Moscow, criminality, as strictly defined, was down to a peacetime level. Prostitution never disappeared completely, but the disappearance of the rich classes who were its clients reduced it to relative insignificance. Religious life went on much as usual even though many counter-revolutionary priests had fallen foul of the Chikha. The clergy still divided itself into no more than two factions, the partisans of active resistance, whose leader was the Patriarch Tikhon, and the partisans of passive resistance. The Communist Party and the Council of People's Commissars affirmed repeatedly that the liberty of religious believers would not be interfered with. Conditions of life varied noticeably from one region to another. All the cities were plunged into darkness once evening drew in. Life was austere and tranquil in Petrograd, the most famished and most imperiled of the towns. The same privations seemed to be experienced more neurotically in Moscow, a capital already bureaucratic and lacking the tonic atmosphere of the front line. The cities were hives of the starving. The towns of the Ukraine lived under a cloud of terror, the prey of warring bands, ceaselessly plundered, fleeced and devastated by new occupying forces. Night over Kiev was filled with cries of panic. There were times when the real masters of Odessa appeared to be the bandits. The famine was, however, less acute in the Ukraine. The rural areas were less troubled by hunger, but had to become quite self-sufficient since they were now thrown back entirely on their own resources. The first attempt to organize a socialist society. An observer who traveled through Russia at this moment would have gathered the impression, at once striking and misleading, of a general hostility manifested by the populations towards the Soviet power. This antagonism was a very real one among the expropriated classes and in most of the middle class. The change of heart we have described, important as it was, still showed itself only among the most advanced and articulate elements in the petty bourgeoisie. The petty bourgeois masses in the countryside were too close to the kulak in their general outlook not to feel threatened when he was attacked. In the towns, the same masses had been living off trade and other functions close to the bourgeoisie proper, and faced an apparently hopeless situation. In many areas they were more numerous than the proletariat, which had been eaten away by the Civil War. And we have already seen how the social composition of the working class population was being changed. This class was still the only element of the population on whose loyalty the revolution could reckon. But it was suffering excessively. The individual worker saw only the narrow horizons of his own life. He was often lacking in the education and information that would have enabled him to see the necessary connections between facts, to entertain broader perspectives and larger consequences, and his instinct for self-preservation resisted the higher demands of the collective when sacrifices were demanded. The workers' sufferings were too great for them to desist from complaining, from recriminating, sometimes from despairing altogether. The agitation of the anti-Soviet parties was skillful in exploiting these feelings. If the Russian working class still held fast, if it knew how to triumph, the honor of this achievement belongs to the Communist Party above all. This party still numbered no more than 250,000 members, but those who came to it in these times were selected by history itself. Adventurers too, it is true, flocked in under its banner, hoping to fasten on the benefits that usually go with power. This minority of false communists, though statistically negligible, did much harm since they helped to discredit local Soviet administrations by their abuses. In an appreciable measure they facilitated the conquest of the Ukraine by Denikin, for, naturally, they made sure to go where the grain was. Nevertheless, it remains true that the overwhelming majority of workers who joined the party voluntarily mobilized for the fronts of the Civil War. And this meant that they accepted every conceivable risk. The working class often fretted and cursed, sometimes it lent an ear to the Menshevik agitators, as in the great strikes at Petrograd in the spring of 1919. But once the choice was posed as that between the dictatorship of the white generals and the dictatorship of its own party, and there was not and could not be any other choice, every fit man that remained took his rifle and came to stand in the silent line before the windows of the local party offices. At this moment, the party fulfilled within the working class the functions of a brain and of a nervous system. It saw, it felt, it knew, it thought, it willed for and through the masses. Its consciousness, its organization were a make-weight for the weakness of the individual members of the mass. Without it, the mass would have been no more than a heap of human dust, experiencing confused aspirations shot through by flashes of intelligence. These, in the absence of a mechanism capable of leading to large-scale action, doomed to waste themselves and experiencing more insistently the pangs of suffering. Through its incessant agitation and propaganda, always telling the unvarnished truth, the party raised the workers above their own narrow, individual horizon, and revealed to them the vast perspectives of history. After the winter of 1918-19, the revolution becomes the work of the Communist Party. We do not wish to imply that the role of the masses in the revolution was slighter simply because it was very different from what it had been at the year's beginning, but all that the masses now accomplished was accomplished only through the medium of the party, just as a highly differentiated living organism senses the external world and acts upon it only through its nervous system. The consequence is that the party undergoes, in a certain sense, a transformation, a rigorous adaptation to its new functions and to the necessities of the hour. Discipline in it becomes, increasingly, stricter, a strictness made imperative through action, through the inner purge to neutralize alien influences which would otherwise exert a dominating power. The party is truly the cohort of steel of a later description. All the same, its thinking is still very lively and free. It welcomes the anarchists and left SRS of yesterday. The prestige of Lenin has grown even further, since the attack that shed his blood and following the confirmation of his predictions in the German Revolution, but his simplicity is such that no one is afraid to contradict or criticize him. His personal authority is solely that of an intellectual and moral preeminence, universally acknowledged. Nobody is afraid to contradict Lenin or to criticize him. His authority was so little imposed, the democratic manners of the revolution were still so natural, that it was a matter of course for any revolutionary, no matter how recent a recruit, to express himself frankly in the presence of the man who headed the party and the state. Lenin was more than once criticized unsparingly, in factories or conferences, by totally unknown people. He listened to his contestants coolly and replied to them in a common-sense manner. When sharply attacked in 1920, at a meeting of executive committees of the Moscow Gubernia on October 15, with a large attendance of peasants, he began his reply by saying, "I have noticed from the beginning that you have come along with a very strong urge to pull the central government down the banks. That would be a useful thing to do, certainly, and I feel it is my duty to listen to everything that anyone has said against the government and its policies. And I think it would be wrong for anyone to close the debate." 22. The party's old democratic customs now give way to a more authoritarian centralization. This is necessitated by the demands of the struggle and by the influx of new members who have neither a Marxist training nor the personal quality of the pre-1917 militants. The old guard of Bolshevism is justly determined to preserve its own political hegemony. A new moral law is generated within the party and, through the extension of its activity, becomes the law of the society now in travail. A law for workers and fighters, it is based on the concept of the revolutionary mission of the proletariat. Necessity, utility, conformity with the aim pursued, solidarity are its first principles. It knows no better justification than success, than victory. It demands the continual subordination of individual interests to the general interest. Every communist, every participant in the revolution feels himself to be the humblest servant of an infinite cause. The highest praise that can be bestowed on him is to say that he has no private life, that his life has fused totally with history. At the command of the party, he was yesterday an army commissar, an educator of men in the front line. Today he is a Chekist, merciless as the directives he receives from his committee. Tomorrow, he can be seen out talking to the peasants in the country districts, at the risk of being murdered by nightfall, or running a factory, or conducting some dangerous secret mission behind the enemy's lines. There is not one militant who does not fulfill 2, 3, 5, or 6 different duties at once, who does not incessantly change them from one day to the next, upon the party's orders. It is the party that does everything. Its orders are not to be discussed. Conformity with the aim pursued governs all actions. The moral health of the party is proven in its absolute honesty. It does not acknowledge the conventions of deceit, the double talk, the old confidence trick of the two ideologies, one for the elite, the other for the masses, the divergence between what is thought and what is said, or between what is said and what is done. We were living off plain, clear ideas, ideas of a transfixing simplicity. Ideas, slogans, and actions are one, a formidable unity which is both the cause and the consequence of an unswervingly proletarian line of politics. For the source of the social lie is simply the desire to satisfy, or at any rate to appear to satisfy, social interests which are actually incompatible. Lenin against Koskai. The principal work of N. Lenin from this period, The Proletarian Revolution and the Renegade Koskai, is devoted, as its title would indicate, to a polemic against the old theoretician of social democracy who had just published a short book in Vienna on the dictatorship of the proletariat. Lenin pays close attention to the new twists which Koskai gives to the Marxist teachings on the state and the dictatorship of the proletariat. Operating within the field of an obscurely pure theory which opposes the ideal dictatorship of the majority to the dictatorship of parties and persons, Koskai tried to eliminate any notion of revolutionary violence by recalling that Marx entertained the hypothesis of a peaceful revolution for England. Lenin follows him step by step in the argument, tirelessly recalling the most elementary truths of the class struggle, the role of the state as the instrument of domination by one class, the necessity to break the expropriated capitalists' resistance, the falsity of bourgeois democracy which is only a mask for capital's dictatorship, and the authentically democratic character of the proletarian dictatorship. We have seen these ideas live in a year of revolution. Let us merely note here what judgments Lenin delivers on the revolution now in progress. Is it a bourgeois revolution, as Koskai declares, destined ultimately to open the way to a capitalist development in Russia? Beginning with April 1917. 23 we publicly declared to the people that the revolution could no longer stop at this stage at the objectives of the bourgeois revolution for the country had marched forward, capitalism had progressed, devastation had reached fantastic proportions which demanded, whether one like it or not, progress towards socialism. For there was no other way of advancing, of saving the war-weary country or of relieving the sufferings of the working and exploited people. 24. For the first time, a revolutionary Marxist was showing how the misery that was born from the imperialist war impelled the transition to socialism. Speaking in December before the first Congress of Committees of Poor Peasants, Lenin returned to this topic in order to demonstrate the impossibility of a return to an agriculture run on the old individualist work techniques. The war has left us only want and ruin. It is impossible to live in the old way, and the waste of human strength and labor that goes with small-scale peasant cultivation cannot continue. Collective farming will treble the productivity of human labor. 25 These ideas, inspired by a straightforward proletarian realism, were quite contrary to the traditions of the Second International, which envisaged the socialist revolution as something to be achieved at the peak of capitalist development, in a society that had reached a high degree of affluence. The traditional viewpoint of scientific socialism was revealed now as utopian, but it took Lenin's audacious sense of reality to think of justifying socialism in terms of the heritage of misery left by a bankrupt capitalism. 26. He replied to Koskai. Our revolution is socialist. First we fought with the whole of the peasantry against the monarchy, the landlords and medievalism, and that revolution was bourgeois democratic. Then we fought with the poor peasants, the semi-proletarians, and all the exploited against capitalism, including the rich peasants, the kulaks and the speculators, and to that extent the revolution became a socialist. 1.27. Lenin's assessment of the Brest-Litovsk Treaty and the German Revolution may be quoted here. If we had not concluded peace at Brest-Litovsk, we would have handed power over to the Russian bourgeoisie and done the greatest possible damage to the world's socialist revolution. At the cost of national sacrifices, we have preserved an international influence of such scope that the two imperialisms have become weakened and we have become stronger and begun the creation of a real proletarian army. The German workers would have won even greater successes if they had made their revolution without considering national sacrifices. It is solely in this that internationalism consists, if they had stated, and proved by deeds, that the interests of the world revolution take precedence for them over the integrity, security, and tranquility of their own national state. The biggest misfortune and the biggest danger for Europe is that it has no revolutionary party. It has parties of traitors like the Scheidemans, the Renaudels, the Hendersons, and the Webbs, and servile characters like the Koskais. But it has no revolutionary party. 28. The state of theory. At the threshold of the year 2. Let us summarize the main ideas of the time. The era of imperialist wars and of international proletarian revolution was opened by the Great War of 1914-18, a return to capitalist stability had become impossible in the countries which had been led into the abyss through the development of finance capital. The task of rescuing, in a devastated Europe, the heritage of a threatened civilization now fell to the revolutionary proletariat. The struggle between the workers' revolution and the dying capitalist order will be lengthy, and marked by setbacks. The proletariat's victories may well be followed by defeats and by restorations of capitalism, but its reverses will prepare the ground for final victory. Already, in the countries defeated in the war, there are rumblings of revolution. The victorious countries have won some time, but they will be unable either to re-establish their production, now gravely affected, or to guarantee their laboring masses that minimum of prosperity which is necessary to social stability. The old world is doomed. Under the well-aimed blows of the proletariat, the capitalist imperialist system has snapped at its weakest point, in a backward country only recently industrialized. And this was possible because the system here was weakest, because the proletarian party had been molded here through Marxist intransigence, the struggle against despotism and the experience of 1905, because the socialist revolution benefited from a bourgeois revolution which, though necessary, was feeble and tardy, unable to complete itself, because on the ruins of the Tsarist regime the Russian proletariat found itself faced only with an inexperienced, disarmed bourgeoisie which had not had the time to constitute its own class state, because the war did not allow the capitalist states of the West to intervene on the side of the Russian bourgeoisie effectively and in time. To this concurrence of circumstances the victory of the proletariat in Russia is due. From now on the Republic of Soviets is the principal center of the proletarian revolution. If it succumbs, the chances for the Western proletariat's victory will worsen, the defeat of capitalism will be delayed, but if, on the other hand, the proletarian revolution is suppressed and beaten in the West, the Soviet Republic will be in danger of perishing. Its fate is inseparable from that of the international proletariat. We shall perish, Lenin told the Moscow Soviet on April 23, 1918, "Unless we can hold out until we receive powerful support from workers who have risen in revolt in other countries 29 and again. You know that it is much harder for them to start the revolution in the Western countries than it was for us, because the workers there are in the presence not of a rotten autocracy but of the most unified and most cultured capitalist class, but you know that the revolution there has begun, that it has gone beyond the frontiers of Russia, and that our chief assistance, our chief hope, is the proletariat of Western Europe, and that the world revolution, our essential support, has begun to move." Point 30. I must tell you, he added a few days later, that given a proper distribution of grain and other goods, the Soviet Republic can hold out for a very, very long time. 31. It was a matter of holding out, and at the same time converting socialism into a reality. All the main measures of the regime, which a few years later, after the retreat of the proletariat before the rural petty bourgeoisie, NEP, in 1921, would improperly be called war communism, were considered to form the beginnings of the socialist order whose completion the international revolution would render possible. 2 years later, in 1920, Bukharin would publish a bulky text on the organization of socialist production through the paths and methods followed hitherto. Economics of the transition period, NEP was not envisaged in it. Lenin, in a speech for May Day, in 1920, said, "We shall work for decades, without respite, to make collective voluntary labor, the unpaid labor of communist Saturdays, a matter of custom and habit. We shall make the rule from each according to his ability, to each according to his need, enter the consciousness of the masses." 32. These ideas, which in the spring of 1919, at the foundation of the Third International, constituted the prevailing opinions, formed an accurate and powerful whole, as, indeed, they still are. For there are no predestined victories in the class struggle. The triumph of the proletariat in the aftermath of the war was just as possible as the victory of the bourgeoisie, and perhaps even more probable. The fact that neither the bourgeoisie nor the international proletariat brought off a decisive victory does not allow us to conclude the inevitability of the outcome. The working class had the worst of the battle in Central and South Europe, Germany, Austria, Hungary, Italy, Bulgaria, but nothing supports the conclusion that their defeat in these countries was always a certainty. The non-existence or inexperience of the communist parties and the fatal role of reformist socialism, which, at the most crucial moment, came to the aid of the capitalist regime, show on the contrary that the poor development of the class consciousness of the proletariat was one of the principal causes of this defeat. In this epoch of social war, hope for the rapid development of proletarian class consciousness was more than legitimate, it was absolutely right and necessary. The world bourgeoisie got the worst of the battle within the boundaries of the old Russian Empire. But the victory of the Russian proletariat, due in the last resort to the resistance of the workers in the West against the anti-Soviet intervention, was also far from inevitable. In order to put it seriously in jeopardy, all that would have sufficed would have been a few political errors, a few hesitations, the disappearance of a few men. The struggle of the classes throws into combat masses of human beings, all other factors being equal, victory rests with the firmest, the most conscious, the most decisive. At the end of year 1, the class war is engulfing the whole of Europe. On the Russian sector of the front the workers are winning, the struggle is still indecisive in Central Europe and the Balkans, the proletarian offensive is maturing in Italy, on the quiet sectors of France and Britain the bourgeoisie is preparing intervention in Russia and, if necessary, in Germany. The proletarian revolution is international. Starting out from Petrograd and Moscow, it is shaking all Europe, is unsettling America and is about to awaken Asia. The Allied governments, without daring to announce it publicly for fear of their own peoples, are engaged in hole and corner preparations for the great offensives of the spring against the Soviet Republic. 2 counter-revolutionary states are being organized under their protection in Siberia and South Russia. Kolchak is to march on the Urals, on the Volga, possibly on Moscow. Denikin is to invade the Ukraine and advance on Moscow, Rozhyanko 33 and Yudenik 34, based on Estonia and supported by a British naval squadron, will attack Petrograd, while Finland, if the overtures go through successfully, will give the city its coup de grace. The British will come down the Dvina from Archangel, the French, the Romanians and the Greeks will occupy the Black Sea ports. Such are the vast designs now being hatched in the ministries of Paris and London 35, where the defeat of Bolshevism is taken as assured. And it is there that the statesmen make their biggest mistake, for it has still not dawned on them that a new era has begun. Vienna, Leningrad, Diet Skoysil, 1925-8. Postface. 30 years after the Russian Revolution. What a terrible road we have traveled these last 30 years. The greatest event of our times, the event most charged with hope, seems to have turned upon us. What now remains of the unforgettable enthusiasms of 1917? Many men of my generation, who were among the first ranks of communist activists, now have nothing left but bitterness toward the Russian Revolution. Of the participants and witnesses, almost none have survived. The party of Lenin and of Trotsky have all been shot. Documents have been destroyed, hidden, or falsified. The only survivors in any numbers are the émigrés, who were always opposed to the revolution. They write books, they teach, they have the support of the still powerful forces of conservatism, forces which, in this period of global upheaval, would never relent or display any true objectivity. What a poor excuse for logic, which, pointing accusingly at the dark spectacle of Stalinist Russia, attempts to prove the failure of Bolshevism and therefore of Marxism and even socialism. A piece of sleight of hand that succeeds easily in the face of all the problems gripping the world and that won't loosen its grip in the foreseeable future. Are you forgetting the other failures? Where was Christianity during periods of social catastrophe? What has happened to liberalism? What has conservatism produced, in either its enlightened or reactionary form? Did it not give us Mussolini, Hitler, Salazar, and Franco? If it was a question of honestly weighing the many failures of different ideologies, we would have our work cut out for us for a long time. And it's far from over. Any event is both definitive and transitory. Its development in time is often unforeseeable. Before forming an opinion on the Russian Revolution, let us recall the many changes of outlook and perspective about the French Revolution. The enthusiasm of Kant, when he heard that the Bastille was taken, the terror, the Thermidor, the Directorate, Napoleon. Between 1789 and 1802 the Republic of Liberty, Fraternity, and Equality appeared to make a complete turnaround and deny its own origins. The Napoleonic conquests, creators of a new order in all but the title, are striking if one examines the map by their similarity to those of Hitler. The emperor became the ogre, the civilized world united against him, and the Holy Alliance fought for the re-establishment of the old regime in all of Europe. Nevertheless, we see now that the French Revolution, by ushering in the power of the bourgeoisie, the spirit of industry and scientific inquiry, actually fertilized the 19th century. And yet, 30 years after the event, in 1819, during the time of Louis XVIII and Tsar Alexander, did it not seem the costliest mistake in history? How many to the guillotine, how many wars and struggles, just to arrive at a wretched restoration of the monarchy? 2. It is entirely natural that the falsification of history should now be the order of the day. Among the inexact sciences, history is the one that threatens the most interests, both material and psychological. Myths, errors, tendentious interpretations swarm about the Russian Revolution, although the facts are easily available. Obviously, it is simpler and more attractive to talk and write without informing oneself first. It is often said that a violent coup by the Bolsheviks in October/November of 1917 overturned a nascent democracy. Nothing could be further from the truth. No republic had been proclaimed in Russia and not a single democratic institution existed, outside of the Soviets and the councils of workers, peasants, and soldiers. The provisional government headed by Kerensky had refused to carry out agrarian reform, refused to open peace negotiations clearly demanded by popular opinion, and refused to take effective measures against the forces of reaction. It existed in a transitory, ephemeral state between two vast, ongoing conspiracies, that of the generals and that of the revolutionary masses. Nothing pointed to the development of a democracy with socialist tendencies, the only theoretically viable outcome under the circumstances. By September 1917, the only alternatives were either a dictatorship of the reactionary generals or else a dictatorship of the Soviets. Two historians on opposite sides of the issue clearly agree on this question, Trotsky and the right liberal statesman Milyukov. The Soviet, or Bolshevik, revolution was the result of the failure of the unstable and ineffectual moderate democratic revolution led by the liberal bourgeoisie and temporizing socialist parties after the fall of the autocracy. It is also claimed that the insurrection of November 7, October 25, according to the old calendar, was the work of a small minority of conspirators, the Bolshevik segment. Again, nothing could be more contrary to the proven facts. The year 1917 was one of mass action, amazing in its variety, multiplicity, strength, and in the perseverance of a popular initiative whose thrust was clearly toward Bolshevism. Agrarian unrest spread throughout all of Russia. The old discipline within the ranks of the army crumbled under the weight of widespread insubordination. Kronstadt and the Baltic Fleet categorically refused to obey the provisional government, and it was only the intervention of Trotsky, who met with the Soviet at the naval base, that averted armed conflict. In Turkestan, the Tashkent Soviet took power in its own name. Kerensky was threatening the Kalyuga Soviet with his artillery, and on the Volga an army of 40,000 men refused his authority. In the suburbs of Petrograd and Moscow, Red Guards of workers were forming. The Petrograd garrison placed itself under the authority of the Soviet. Among the Soviets themselves, the majority passed peacefully and legitimately out of the hands of the moderate socialists and to the Bolsheviks, who were among the most surprised at this development. The moderate socialists were turning their backs on Kerensky, who could count on no one, except for the military, which by this time had lost all credibility. It is for this reason that the insurrection in Petrograd succeeded almost bloodlessly, in a great wave of enthusiasm. Reread the words of John Reed and Jacques Sadoul on this question, both of whom were eyewitnesses. The Bolshevik conspiracy was literally carried into power by a colossal and rising wave of public sentiment. It is worth remembering that the empire crumbled in February, March 1917 under the pressure of the unarmed population of the Petrograd suburbs. The spontaneous fraternization between the troops of the garrison and the demonstrating workers sealed the fate of the autocracy. Later on there was an attempt to identify the unknown individuals who instigated this fraternization. Some were identified, the majority remained anonymous. The leaders and the most capable militants of all the revolutionary parties were at that moment all either in prison or outside the borders. The small groups still active in Petrograd were so surprised at the turn of events that the Bolsheviks even planned to publish an appeal to the workers to return to the factories. 4 months later, the experience of a coalition government under the liberal bourgeoisie and the moderate socialists had produced such profound anger that by the beginning of July the garrison and the population of the suburbs themselves organized a vast demonstration whose slogan was the demand for power to the Soviets. The Bolsheviks disapproved of this measure taken by unknown elements, and only joined it unwillingly, guiding it to a painful and dangerous conclusion. They felt, and probably with reason, that the rest of the country would never follow the example of the capital. Naturally they became the scapegoats. Calumny, German agents, and persecution fell upon them. From that moment on, they understood that if they did not take in hand this mass movement, the generals would succeed in taking power by force. In September 1917 General Kornilov entered the fray with the open complicity of elements in the Kerensky government. Lenin and Zinoviev went into hiding, Trotsky was in prison, and the Bolsheviks were run to ground. The troops of Kornilov, however, fell apart of their own accord, as a result of their contacts with the railway workers and other militant workers. The civil servants of the autocracy clearly saw the revolution coming, they simply had no means to prevent it. The revolutionary parties awaited it, but they could not have provoked it. Once events had taken their course and the uprising was upon them, all that was left for anyone was to participate with either more or less will and vision. 3. The Bolsheviks took power because, in the process of natural selection that took place among the revolutionary parties, they showed themselves the most adept at expressing in a coherent, far-sighted, and determined manner the aspirations of the mobilized masses. They held on to power and won the Civil War because, in the last analysis, and despite many hesitations and conflicts, the masses supported them from the Baltic to the Pacific. This great historic fact has been recognized even by the majority of the Russian enemies of Bolshevism. The liberal émigré publicist, Helena Kuskova, has written just recently that it is undeniable that the people supported neither the whites nor the struggle for the Constituent Assembly. The whites represented the monarchist counter-revolution, the constituents, democratic anti-Bolshevism. Thus until the end of the Civil War, in 1920–21, the Russian Revolution took on the aspect of an immense popular movement, to which the Bolsheviks provided a brain and nervous system in the form of leaders and cadres. It is said that the immediate goal of the Bolsheviks was to establish a monopoly on state power. Another myth. In fact, they were concerned about the danger of being isolated in power. Many of them were early partisans of a coalition socialist government. Lenin and Trotsky rejected on principle a coalition with the moderate socialist parties who had led the March Revolution to failure and who refused to recognize the Soviets. But the Bolshevik Party sought and obtained the collaboration of the Left Social Revolutionary Party, a peasant-based party led by idealists/intellectuals generally hostile to Marxism. From November 1917 to July 6, 1918, the Left SRS participated in the government. They, like a good third of the known Bolsheviks, refused to recognize the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk, and on July 6, 1918, began an insurrectional revolt in Moscow, proclaiming their intention to govern alone and to reopen the war against German imperialism. Their proclamation, which was broadcast over the airwaves that day, was the first declaration by any party of an intention to rule alone. However, they were defeated, and it was left to the Bolsheviks to rule alone. From that moment on, their responsibility increased, and their mentality changed. And before that, following the split of the Russian Social Democratic Workers' Party into majority, Bolshevik, and minority, Menshevik, factions, were they fundamentally different from the other Russian revolutionary parties? It is common to impute to them an authoritarian character, intolerant and immoral in the choice of means, a centralized and highly disciplined organization containing the germs of bureaucratic statism, a character at once dictatorial and inhumane. Knowledgeable and ignorant writers alike are fond of citing in this regard the immoralism of Lenin, his proletarian Jacobinism and professional revolutionism. One reference to Dostoevsky's satirical novel The Possessed, and the writer thinks he has clarified the topic. In fact, he has only obscured it. All the Russian revolutionary parties, from 1870 to 80 on, were in fact authoritarian, highly centralized and disciplined within and for their illegal activities. All were trained professional revolutionaries, that is to say, men whose lives were dedicated to the struggle. All were capable at times of a type of practical amorality, although fairness would oblige us to credit them with an ardent and selfless idealism, as well. Almost all, proletarian or not, were imbued with a Jacobin mentality. All produced both heroes and fanatics. All, with the exception of the Mensheviks, aspired to dictatorship, and the Georgian Mensheviks made frequent use of dictatorial methods. All the larger parties were statist by the nature of their structures and by the goals they assigned to themselves. In reality, under the important doctrinal divergences, there was a single revolutionary mentality. Have we forgotten the authoritarian temperament of the anarchist Bakunin and the methods of clandestine organization he used in the First International? In his Confessions, Bakunin advocates an enlightened dictatorship, but one without mercy exercised on behalf of the people. The Social Revolutionary Party, which was imbued with republican ideals and was more radical than socialist, developed a rigorously centralized, disciplined, and authoritarian apparatus aimed at fighting the terrorist autocracy, which became a fertile ground for police provocation. The Russian social democratic forces as a whole aimed at the conquest of state power. No one spoke of the coming revolution in more Jacobin terms than their leader, Plekhanov. The Kerensky government, in which the socialist revolutionaries and the Mensheviks were the dominant force, assumed a dictatorial though ineffectual, it is true tone. Even the anarchists themselves, in the areas occupied by Nestor Makhno's Black Army, exercised a true dictatorship, complete with confiscations, requisitions, arrests, and executions. And Makhno was its Batko, its godfather or Don. The Social Democrat Mensheviks on the right, like Dan and Tsereteli, hoped for authoritarian rule. Tsereteli advocated the repression of Bolshevism before it was too late. The left Mensheviks, like Martov, were perhaps the only group sincerely attached to the ideal of democratic revolution. For this reason they really constitute, from a philosophical point of view, a happy exception to the rule. Certain characteristics of Bolshevism gave it an innate superiority over its rival parties, with whom it shared a common outlook. These were, a. its Marxist conviction, b. the doctrine of the hegemony of the proletariat in the revolutionary process, c. its intransigent internationalism, and d. the unity between thought and action. In many individuals this kind of unity of thought and action can come together in a powerful faith in their own point of view. Marxist realism of 1917 seems somewhat simplistic to us today. The world has changed, and social struggles have become much more complex than they were back then. During the Russian Revolution, however, this realism, centered upon a strong awareness of historic and economic realities, was equal to the moment and to the circumstances. It contained antidotes to the contemporary liberal phraseology, the double-dealing, the self-aggrandizing procrastination and abdication of responsibility, whether honorable or hypocritical. The moderate socialists believed that the country was undergoing a bourgeois revolution destined to open it to an era of capitalist development. This, in turn, would necessarily lead to the development of a bourgeois democratic political structure. The Bolsheviks believed that only the proletariat could carry out this bourgeois revolution, carry it out, and of necessity bypass it entirely. They believed that socialism was impossible in such a backward setting, but that a Russia on the path of socialist development would eventually become the example for the European working class. In 1917 Lenin did not envision the blanket nationalization of the means of production, but instead worker control over them. Later on he came around to the idea of a mixed regime of capitalism and state control. Only in July of 1918 did the outbreak of civil war force complete nationalization as a defense imperative. The uncompromising internationalism of the Bolsheviks rested on their belief in the coming European Revolution, which was to be more developed and more fertile than the revolution in Russia. This vision of the future was not theirs alone, it was a part of the shared foundation of European socialism, even though in actuality the large parties had already given up on this idea of general revolution. The German successor to Marx, Karl Kautsky, was until 1908 one of the prime theoreticians of this revolution. Rosa Luxemburg, Franz Mehring, and Karl Liebknecht all held the same conviction. The essential difference between the Bolsheviks and the other socialists seems to have been a psychological one, due to the particular circumstances under which the revolutionary intelligentsia and the Russian proletariat developed. There was no place in the Tsarist Empire for parliamentary opportunism and daily compromise. A brutal and simple social reality engendered a faith at once active and total. In this sense the Bolsheviks were more Russian, and more at one with the temper of the Russian masses, than the revolutionary socialists or the Mensheviks, whose cadres were permeated with a Western, evolutionist mentality, democratic in the sense of the developed capitalist countries. 4. Let us now open the difficult chapter of mistakes and errors. Not without regret for the fact that, in such a brief study, it is impossible to consider equally the faults, errors and crimes of the powers and the parties who fought against the Bolshevik socialist revolution. In the absence of such a decisively important context, we will have to content ourselves with an admittedly unilateral point of view. In 1939 I wrote in my Portrait de Stalin, published in Paris, Grasset. The most incomprehensible error because deliberate committed by the socialists, Bolsheviks, precisely because of their awareness of history, was the creation of the Extraordinary Commission for the Repression of Counter-Revolution, Speculation, Espionage, and Desertion, later abbreviated to CHICA, which judged the accused, and mere suspects, without hearing or seeing them, that is, without their having the least possibility of defense. It pronounced verdicts secretly, and carried out executions in the same way. What was this, if not an inquisition? Certainly, a state of siege is not without severe problems, and a bitter civil war must impose extraordinary measures. Nevertheless, did the socialists forget that public trials are the only guarantee against arbitrary and corrupt actions? How would it be possible to justify sinking thus even lower than the makeshift methods of Fauquier or Tinville? The error and the blame are patent, the consequences were horrifying. The GPU, the even more powerful successor to the CHICA, finished by exterminating the entire revolutionary generation of Bolsheviks. It only remains to mention a few extenuating circumstances in fairness to Lenin's Central Committee, circumstances that, to the eyes of the sociologist, take on a real importance. The young republic lived in mortal peril. Its indulgence toward generals like Krasnov and Kornilov were to cost it rivers of blood. The old regime had resorted time and again to the use of terror. The initiative in the use of terror in the Civil War was taken by the Whites in November 1917, in the massacre of the Kremlin arsenal workers. It was taken up by the Finnish reactionaries in the first months of 1918, on the widest possible scale, well before the Red Terror had ever been proclaimed in Russia. The social wars of the 19th century, beginning with the June days of 1848, in Paris, and the Paris Commune of 1871, were all characterized by the mass extermination of the vanquished proletarians. The Russian revolutionaries knew what was waiting for them if they lost. Nevertheless, the CHICA was relatively benign at the beginning until the summer of 1918. And once the CHICA, after counter-revolutionary uprisings, after the assassinations of the Bolsheviks Volodarsky and Uritsky, and after 2 attempted assassinations of Lenin, opened the Red Terror and began shooting hostages, suspects and enemies, it still continued to look for ways to control and channel the popular fury. Dzerzhinsky worried about the excesses of the local CHICAs. The statistics of Chekists themselves shot for this offense would be very edifying. Recently I reopened a small book, deplorably translated into French, on this subject, Memoirs of a People's Commissar, by the left social revolutionary Steinberg, in which I found 2 significant episodes recounted. At the end of 1917, 2 shots were fired at Lenin in an assassination attempt. Following this, a workers' delegation came to Lenin and said that if a single drop of his blood was shed by the counter-revolutionaries, the proletariat of Petrograd would exact 100-fold revenge. Steinberg, who was collaborating with Lenin at the time, notes in his recounting of the incident how upset Lenin was at this idea. The affair was hushed up specifically to avoid tragic consequences. I know through other sources that the 2 socialist revolutionaries who fired the shots were arrested and their lives were spared. Later on they became Bolshevik supporters. 2 liberal ex-ministers, Shingarev and Kokoshkin, became ill while in prison. It was ordered that they be transferred to hospital. Once there they were assassinated in their beds. When Lenin heard of the crime, he was greatly shocked. A government investigation was ordered, which discovered that the perpetrators were revolutionary sailors, supported and protected by the mass of their comrades. Disapproving of the leniency of the men in power, the sailors took matters into their own hands with an act of terrorism. In fact, the crews of the fleet even refused to turn over the assassins, and the people's commissars were forced to forget the entire episode. At a moment when the support of the sailors was a question of daily life or death for the revolution, could they have raised a conflict over a spontaneous act of terrorism? In 1920 capital punishment was abolished in Russia. It was thought that the civil war was almost over. I had the feeling that everyone in the party expected a normalization of the regime, the ending of the state of siege, a return to Soviet democracy and the limitation of the powers of the Cheka, if not its abolition. All this was possible, which is to say that the revolution itself could have been saved. The exhausted country wanted only to begin its reconstruction. It still had great reserves of faith and enthusiasm. The summer of 1920 marks a fatal moment in the history of the revolution, one that only pure bad faith on the part of historians can explain their failure to see. At a moment when all Russians hoped for a pacification of the situation, Pilsudski threw Polish arms into battle against the Ukraine. This aggression, which was clearly inspired by desire for conquest, coincided with the recognition by Britain and France of the General Baron Rugel, who was occupying the Crimea. The hardening effect on the revolution was instantaneous. With Poland beaten, the Central Committee believed it might be able to provoke a Soviet revolution there. This scheme of Lenin's failed with the defeat of the Red Army before the gates of Warsaw. Much worse was the fact that, with a painful and bloody war finished, and the country drained and exhausted, there was no longer any question of abolishing capital punishment or of beginning the reconstruction of the nation upon the basis of Soviet democracy. Misery and danger paralyzed the party state in an economic regime intolerable to the population and doomed from within, a system that has been called war communism. The uprising of the Kronstadt sailors in early 1921 was precisely a protest against this economic regime and the dictatorship of the party. Whatever its real intentions and its probity, no party would be able to govern a starving nation and maintain its popularity. The spontaneous enthusiasm of the masses had died out. Sacrifices and privations were wearing out the still active minority within the revolution. Ferocious winters, insufficient rations, epidemics, constant requisitions in the countryside all spread bitterness everywhere, a kind of despair, and an ideologic confusion between the option of bread and counter-revolution. If, in this situation, the Bolsheviks had let go the reins of power, who would have taken their place? Wasn't it their duty to hold on? In fact, they were right to hold on. Their mistake was to panic at the Kronstadt revolt, which they could have handled in any number of ways, as we who were there, in Petrograd, knew well. The errors and mistakes of power are all tied in with Kronstadt 1921. The sailors only revolted because of the brutality with which Kalinin refused to listen to them. Where persuasion and understanding were needed, the president of the executive committee of the Soviets used only threats and insults. Instead of being fraternally received, the Kronstadt delegation to the Petrograd Soviet was arrested by the Cheka. The truth about the conflict was hidden from the party and from the country as a whole by the press, which for the first time lied shamelessly, saying that a white general, Kozlovsky, was in charge in Kronstadt. The mediation effort proposed by the influential and well-intentioned American anarchists Emma Goldman and Alexander Berkman, was refused. Instead, the cannons opened up in a fratricidal battle, and the Cheka later shot its prisoners. If, as Trotsky says, the sailors had changed since 1918, and now expressed nothing but the aspirations of a backward peasantry, it must also be said that the ruling circles had changed as well. In proclaiming the end of war communism and the start of the NEP, Lenin satisfied the economic demands of the Kronstadt revolt, after both the battle and the massacre were over. He thereby admitted that the regime, and he, himself, had become bound into an untenable position, one that Trotsky had denounced as dangerous and about which he had demanded changes a year earlier. The NEP abolished requisitions in the countryside, replacing them with an in-kind form of taxation. It re-established the freedom of commerce and small-scale business. In a word, it loosened the mortal grip on the country of the complete state control over production and exchange. At the same time, it would have been normal to liberalize government policies toward those other socialist and libertarian elements who had opted to accept the authority of the Soviet Constitution, through a policy of tolerance and reconciliation. Raphael Abramovich correctly reproaches the Bolsheviks for not having taken this road in 1921. Instead, the Central Committee outlawed the Mensheviks and the anarchists. Unquestionably, if a coalition government had been formed at this time, it would have internalized certain dangers, but, and this is well proven, they would have been less than the danger of this monopoly of power. In fact, discontent within the party and the working class forced the Central Committee to declare a state of siege from that moment on. It is true that this state of siege was a mild one within the party itself. The working class opposition, however, was condemned, and purges and exclusions followed. V. What were the deeper reasons that motivated the Central Committee to maintain and strengthen its monopoly on power? First of all, during critical moments, the Bolsheviks trusted no one but themselves. Carrying a heavy responsibility only aggravated by the Kronstadt affair, they were afraid to open the political arena to competition from the Menshevik Social Democrats and the leftist Social Revolutionary Peasant Party. Finally, and most importantly, they believed in world revolution, in the imminent revolution in Europe, and particularly in Central Europe. A coalition government in Russia would have weakened the Communist International, whose destiny it was to guide and direct the coming revolutions. Perhaps here we touch upon the greatest and gravest error of the party of Lenin and Trotsky. Here, as always in creative thought, truth, error, wishful thinking, and subjective intuition are all intertwined. Nothing is ever undertaken without a belief in the enterprise, without trying to gauge the tangible givens, without hoping for success, without entering into problematic and uncertain areas. All action is a projection from the real/present moment into an unknown future. From the point of view of the intellect, the justified action is that which does not project itself forward blindly. Seen from that angle, was the doctrine of the European Revolution justified? I do not think that we are in a position to respond satisfactorily to that question. My only intention is to delimit it. There is no longer any doubt that the era of stable, growing, relatively pacific capitalism came to an end with the First World War. The Marxist revolutionaries who announced the opening of a global revolutionary era and said that if socialism did not establish itself within the borders of at least the great European powers, another period of barbarism and a cycle of wars of war and revolution, as Lenin put it, quoting Engels, would follow were right. The conservatives, the evolutionists, and the reformists who chose to believe in the future bourgeois Europe carefully cut into pieces at Versailles, then replastered at Locarno, and fed with phrases dug up at the League of Nations are today remembered as statesmen of blind policies. What is it we are seeing today, if not global transformation of social relations, of relations of production, of international relations, of power relations, of ideas and customs, in short a world revolution as vital and acute in Indonesia as it is timid and uncertain in Europe. In all this, America, with its prodigious technological strides, its crushing international responsibilities, its contradictory social movements, holds a special place as befits the richest and best organized industrial power in the world. On the other hand, nothing going on in Japan or Greece, nothing being built in the absolute secrecy of the Siberian wastes of the USSR, nothing happening or brewing in Trieste or in Madrid, is outside of this revolution. The Marxist revolutionaries of the Bolshevik school awaited and worked toward the social transformation of Europe and the world by an awakening of the working masses and by the rational and equitable reorganization of a new society. They expected to continue working toward the time when men would take control over their own destinies. There they made a mistake, they were beaten. Instead, the transformation of the world is taking place amidst a terrible confusion of institutions, movements, and beliefs without the hope for clarity of vision, without a sense of renewed humanism, and in a way that now imperils all the values and hopes of men. Nevertheless, the general trends are still those defined by the socialists of 1917 to 20 toward the collectivization and the planification of economies, the internationalization of the world, the emancipation of oppressed and colonized peoples and the formation of mass-based democracies of a new kind. The alternative was also foreseen by the socialists: barbarism and war, war and barbarism, a monster with two heads. The Bolsheviks saw in the expected German Revolution the salvation of the Russian Revolution. In this it appears they were not mistaken. Under socialist regimes, agricultural Russia and industrial Germany would have had an assuredly peaceful and fertile development. Under this thesis, Russia would have avoided strangulation by its developing internal bureaucracy. Germany would have escaped the dark night of Nazism and catastrophe. No doubt the world would have known other struggles, but nothing allows us to conclude that those struggles would have produced the hellish machinery of Hitlerism and Stalinism. On the contrary, every indication points to the conclusion that a victorious German revolution at the close of the First World War would have been infinitely fertile for the social progress of humanity as a whole. Such speculations on the hypothetical variants of history are legitimate and even necessary if we wish to understand the past and orient ourselves in the present. To negate the value of such speculation is to claim that history is nothing but a chain of fatalistic, mechanical occurrences and not the unfolding of human life in the flow of time. In fighting for revolution, the German Spartacists, the Russian Bolsheviks and all their worldwide comrades were struggling to prevent the global cataclysm that we have just lived through. They understood what was approaching. They were moved by a great will to liberation. Anyone who ever rubbed shoulders with them will never forget it. Few men in history have ever been so devoted to the cause of men as a whole. It is fashionable now to impute to the revolutionaries of 1917–27 a desire for hegemony and world conquest, but it is not difficult to see what kind of bitterness and interests are at the root of such attempts to denature historical truth. At the time, however, the errors of Bolshevism were obvious. Europe was unstable, and socialist revolution seemed theoretically possible and perhaps rationally necessary. In fact, it was not. The overwhelming majority of the working classes in the West refused to support the struggle. They believed instead in the return of the social progress of the period before the war. They managed to recapture enough of a feeling of well-being to be afraid of the risks involved. They allowed themselves to be fed with illusions. Led by moderate and mediocre leaders, the German Social Democrats feared the costs of a revolution, which could easily have been brought about in November of 1918. Instead, they chose to follow the democratic paths of the Weimar Republic. When we reproach Bolshevism for having brought about a revolution by violence and the dictatorship of the proletariat, it would only be fair to consider also the historical alternative, the path of reformist, moderate socialism in Germany, which in attempting to exhaust the possibilities of bourgeois democracy led directly to the victory of Hitlerism. The Bolsheviks were mistaken about the political understanding and the energy of the working classes in the West, principally in Germany. This error, which was brought about by their militant idealism, engendered the most serious possible consequences. They lost contact with the working classes in the West. The Communist International became a creature of the Soviet Party state. Finally, the fallacious doctrine of socialism in one country was born out of the deception. In time, the idiotic and sometimes villainous tactics of the Stalinized International were to facilitate the triumph of Nazism in Germany. 6. A first accounting of the Russian Revolution must be made at around 1927. 10 years have passed. The dictatorship of the proletariat has since 1920–21, the dates are approximate and arguable, become the dictatorship of the Communist Party, itself under the dictatorship of the Bolshevik Old Guard. Speaking generally, this Old Guard constitutes a rather remarkable elite, intelligent, altruistic, active, and opinionated. The results it achieves are formidable. Abroad, the USSR is recognized, respected, and often admired. Domestically, economic reconstruction has been accomplished upon the ruins of years of war, through nothing but available resources and the energies of the masses. A new system of collectivized production has been substituted for the old capitalist one and is functioning reasonably well. The Russian working classes have proved their ability to win the struggle, to organize and to produce. New beliefs and a new feeling of the dignity of the worker have settled in. The instinct toward private property, which bourgeois philosophers consider innate in men, is on its way to a natural extinction. Agriculture has been reconstituted on a level that equals and is beginning to surpass that of 1913. The salaries of workers, in real terms, are significantly higher than those of 1913. A new literature full of life and vitality has appeared. the balance of the proletarian revolution is clearly positive. But now it is no longer a question of reconstruction, but of construction of progress and new development in industry, autos, aviation, chemistry, aluminum, etc. It is now essential to remedy the imbalance between a revitalized agricultural sector and a relatively weak industrial sector. The USSR is isolated and under threat. It is important to see to its defense. The Marxists have no illusions about the Bryant-Kellogg Pact which outlaws war. The regime is at a crossing of the ways. The party is torn by struggles for power, and over the program to be instituted by that power, struggles which pit the old Bolsheviks against each other. The most lucid of the inheritors of the heroic times are grouped around Trotsky. They are capable of tactical errors, of insufficiently worked out theories, of hesitation still, their courage and merit are unquestionable. They comprehend the necessity for industrialization and planification, as well as the need to fight the forces of reaction and, above all, of bureaucratization. They see a clear need for militant internationalism and the democratization of the regime beginning with the party itself. They are to be beaten by the hierarchy of secretaries, in a kind of interlocking directorate with the commissars of the GPU under the guidance of the General Secretary, the so recently obscure Georgian, Stalin. Thousands of founders of the USSR, in an example of devotion to the socialist ideal, pass from power into prison or deportation. The things they are accused of are contradictory and irrelevant. The essential, overwhelming fact is that in 1927-28, by means of a coup de force within the party, the Revolutionary Party state becomes a bureaucratic police state, a state that is reactionary in every important way with respect to the ideals of the revolution. Ideological changes speed up brutally. A Marxism of dead slogans born in offices takes the place of a critical Marxism of thinking men. The cult of the leader begins. Socialism in one country becomes the password of newcomers who intend by it no more than the protection of their new privileges. What opponents of the regime see with a kind of anguished myopia is the profile of a new, emerging state, a totalitarian regime. The majority of the old Bolshevik opponents of the Trotskyist opposition Bukharin, Rykov, Tomsky, and Ryutin are horrified at the sight and pass over to the resistance. Too late. The struggle of the revolutionary generation against totalitarianism lasts 10 years, from 1927 to 1937. The confused and sometimes disconcerting path taken by this struggle should not hide from us its real importance. Its leading figures confronted, fought, reconciled, even betrayed each other, they got lost on the path, humiliated themselves before the tyranny, tried to outwit the thugs, wore themselves out, revolted desperately. The totalitarian regime used them one against the other, all the more efficiently since it had a hold on their souls. Patriotism toward the party and the revolution, cemented by devotion for the sacrifices, the dedication, the actual results, the prodigious vision of a grand future, the sense of common peril, all this obliterated any sense of reality in even the clearest minds. Despite this, the fact is that the resistance of the revolutionary generation, headed by the old socialist Bolsheviks, was so tenacious that in 1936-38, the period of the Moscow trials, it was necessary for the entire generation to be eliminated, in order that the new regime could consolidate itself. This was the bloodiest takeover in history. Bolsheviks perished by the tens of thousands, Civil War veterans by the hundreds of thousands, and Soviet citizens who were tainted by the condemned ideals by the millions. A few dozen companions of Lenin and Trotsky found themselves capable of dishonoring themselves by a supreme act of devotion to the party before being shot. Thousands more were shot in basements. The largest concentration camps in history were set up to oversee the physical elimination of the vast masses of condemned. Thus the bloody rupture was complete between Bolshevism, a kind of ardently Russian and creative form of socialism, and Stalinism, equally Russian, which is to say conditioned by all the totalitarian past and present of Russia. In order that this latter term take on its precise meaning, let us define it. Totalitarianism, in the form taken in the USSR, the Third Reich, and, much less completely in fascist Italy and elsewhere, is characterized by the despotic exploitation of labor, collectivization of production, monopoly of power by the police, more exactly, by terrorists, and the bureaucracy, corruption of free thought, and mythification of the ruling leader. Any regime of this type will tend naturally to expansion through force, which is to say, wars of conquest. This is because such regimes are incompatible with the existence of different and, above all, more humane neighbors, because they inevitably suffer from their own psychoses and paranoias, and because they survive upon the permanent repression of explosive internal forces. An American author, James Burnham, has taken it upon himself to uphold the idea that Stalin is the true heir of Lenin. Pushed to such a level of hyperbole, paradox tends to acquire a stimulating attraction to lazy and ignorant minds. Of course, it goes without saying that a parricide remains the biologic continuation of his father. On the other hand, it is equally obvious that a movement is not continued by massacring it, nor is an ideology continued by denying its premises. Neither is a workers' revolution continued through the blackest exploitation of workers, or the work of Trotsky through ordering his assassination and grinding his books back down to pulp. Either that or the words continuation, rupture, negation, denial and destruction lose all intelligible meaning, which may in fact prove convenient to certain brilliantly obscurantist intellectuals. I would not think of including James Burnham in this category. The paradox that he has developed, no doubt out of love for the controversial and nonconformist theory, is as false as it is dangerous. In 1,000 dead formulations, it can be found in the press and in books in this time of preparation for the Third World War. The reactionaries have a clear interest in confusing Stalinist totalitarianism, exterminator of the Bolsheviks, with Bolshevism itself, and thus eventually with socialism, Marxism, and even liberalism. The personal case of Stalin ex-Bolshevik himself, just as Mussolini was one of the ex-old socialists of Avanti, is entirely secondary from the sociological point of view. Who would contest the view that the authoritarianism, intolerance, and certain errors of Bolshevism furnished a fertile breeding ground for Stalinist totalitarianism? A society, just like an organism, always contains within it the germs of death. In addition, however, it requires favorable historical circumstances to ensure their germination. Neither the intolerance nor the authoritarianism of the Bolsheviks, and most of their adversaries, can cast into doubt their socialist mentality and the accomplishments of the first 10 years. They were such real accomplishments, in fact, that, in looking at them, two American thinkers studying the cyclical development of organisms and societies pointed out that in 1917-18, Russia entered an era of expansion and growth, so that today it stands as the youngest of the great nations of the globe. 1. We would like to know to what degree the Stalinist totalitarianism weakened the new vitality of Russia. In this connection, David J. Dahlin gives us an indication. During the First World War, Russian loss of lives equaled 30% of that of the Allies. In the Second World War, the Russians are estimated to have lost 12 to 16 million dead, 2 or 80% of the Allied nations. On the battlefields, the Red Armies lost about 4 times as many dead as the invader. At the outbreak of the Russian Revolution, the actual organized membership available to all the revolutionary parties was less than 1% of the population of the empire as a whole. Of this 1%, the Bolsheviks constituted only a fraction. This infinitesimal agent of fermentation served its purpose and was exhausted. The Revolution of October, November 1917 was guided by a party of young men. The oldest among them, Lenin, was 47 years old, Trotsky was 38, Bukharin, 29, Kamenev and Zinoviev both 34. 10 to 20 years later, the resistance to totalitarianism was carried out by an aging generation. And this generation did not succumb only under the weight of a young police bureaucracy determinately hooked on the privileges of power, but also because of the passivity of masses exhausted to the point of breakdown, undernourished, paralyzed by the terrorist regime and drunk on propaganda. In addition, it found itself without the slightest support on the outside. While it was resisting inside the USSR, the rise of worldwide forces of reaction continued almost uninterruptedly. The great democracies accommodated or encouraged Hitler and Mussolini. The life force of the popular fronts, that rearguard struggle of the Western working classes, was broken in Spain by a coalition of Nazism, fascism, and Franco at the very moment when Stalin's thugs were moving to liquidate Bolshevism in Russia. 7. What, after its 10 exultant first years and the 10 black years following, is left to defend in the Russian Revolution? An immensely important historical experience, the proudest memories, examples beyond value. These would already be a lot. But the doctrine and tactics of Bolshevism require a critical analysis. There have been so many changes in this chaotic world that not a single Marxist or, for that matter, socialist concept could be applied today without being undated first. I don't think that in a system of production where the laboratory is taking precedence over the workshop, the hegemony of the proletariat can assert itself, unless in moral and political ways that in fact imply a renunciation of hegemony. I do not think the dictatorship of the proletariat will reappear and be viable in the struggles of the future. No doubt there will be revolutionary dictatorships of one kind or another in the future. I am convinced that the role of the workers' movements in these cases will be to guarantee the democratic character of these regimes, not just for the sake of the proletariat alone but for the sake of all workers and even nations. In this sense, proletarian revolution is no longer to be our aim. The revolution that we are waiting to serve can only be socialist in the humanist sense of the word, or, more precisely, socializing, through democratic, libertarian means. Beyond the borders of Russia, the Bolshevik idea of the party has failed completely. The variety of interests and psychological backgrounds has made impossible the grouping of such a homogeneous cohort of militants all dedicated to the ideals so nobly praised by the poor Bukharin. Centralization, discipline, and guided ideology should inspire in us a healthy suspicion, no matter how badly we need an organizational framework. And what is left to the Russian people in all this to support? By an overwhelming irony of history, they are now the people who have nothing to lose but their chains. I hope that someone will soon translate into French the objective and uncompromising work by David J. Dalin and Boris I. Nikolovsky, Forced Labor in the Soviet Union. It tells us that in 1928, during the Soviet Thermidor, the GPU concentration camps held no more than about 30,000 inmates. Today, though, it is impossible to estimate the number of the millions of slaves in Stalin's camps. The most modest estimates put the number at 10 or 12 million, that is, according to these authors, at least 16% of the adult male population, and a considerably lower percentage of women. Recently in masses I underline the decisive importance of these figures. Taking 15% as the proportion of the population having the privilege of enjoying the equivalent of a modest European standard of living, the figure is probably overly optimistic at this moment, and in any case would have to obtain the percentage of workers in that category. I wrote, thus, 7% privileged workers, 15% pariahs, 78% exploited and living in misery and poverty. What can one say about such a social system? Is it defensible? Beyond the borders of Russia, the influence of this concentration camp universe was to block the development of socialism and social reorganization in Europe. Thus the tragedy is no longer Russian alone, it is universal in proportion. The logical conclusion of this process seems to be the Third World War. Still, we mustn't resign ourselves to catastrophic outcomes, as long as other possibilities are in sight. The aggressiveness of the Stalinist regime in foreign affairs is conditioned by the gravity of its internal situation. The latent disposition of the Russian and non-Russian masses to revolt against this regime was proved by their defeatism at the beginning of the invasion, and the way in which they greeted the invaders as liberators. It is also proved by the troubles that followed upon the victory, and by the movements of the Vlasov army, which were far more complex than generally known, as it battled first for the Nazis, then against them. It is proved by the 200,000 to 300,000 Russian refugees in Germany, and by the filling up of the concentration camps. It is my belief that totalitarian regimes constitute colossal factories of revolt. And this one all the more because of its revolutionary tradition. Documentation on the morale of the Russian masses is increasing every day. Under the iron grip of the regime, there is still a profound vitality, as anyone knows who knows Russia. 9/10 of the men who are working, building, inventing, administering could, if their chains were broken, become from 1 month to the next active citizens in a workers' democracy. Will they be able to break their chains in time for a socialist Russia to head off the war? The degree to which the Stalinist regime has managed to inculcate in its oppressed masses a horror and disgust for socialism is incalculable. Powerful forces of reaction are to be expected in Russia, and even more among the non-Russian peoples, above all, including the Central Asian Muslims, who for many years have been permeated with pan-Islamic aspirations. Nevertheless, I believe, on the basis of many observations carried out in the USSR during even the cruelest years of oppression, that the great majority clearly understand the imposture of official socialism. Because no return to the old regime or even to large-scale capitalism is possible because of the high degree of development attained by state-controlled production in Russia, at a time when throughout Europe nationalization and planification are on the rise, a true Russian democracy could only bring health and efficiency in reorganizing socialized production in the interest of the producers. The technical imperatives of production would combine with the desire for social justice and a newfound freedom to once again place the economy at the service of the community. Because this realistic and deeply felt hope remains to us, all is not lost. Victor Serge. Mexico, July, August 1947. Translated by Michel Bolzi. This ebook is licensed to William Yang 1997 at hotmail.com on September 21, 2019.